The recent events that unfolded in the Land of Fire several years ago led to the partial destruction of Konoha. The fourth Hokage managed to seal the fox, paying with his life and the life of his wife. By making such a sacrifice, he brought peace to the village. After that terrible night, the third Hokage, who had retired, handing over the reins to the fourth, but was soon reinstated, found a baby at the place where the fox had been sealed. No one knew where it had come from. Hiruzen kept it under his care for the first few months, while simultaneously trying to decipher the seal on the baby's stomach. When the third realized that the seal belonged to the fourth, he realized that the fox could have been sealed in the baby. Now the only mystery remained: who this baby was. Perhaps the fourth's son, but there was no news of Kushina being pregnant. Hiruzen admitted the possibility that Minato valued his wife too much to tell her about her pregnancy. It followed that the orphan needed careful supervision. The Hokage placed the child under the guardianship of the Uchiha clan. This was, in a way, advantageous. The clan was Konoha's police force, the foundation of order. In addition, news of the Uchiha's plans, which were possibly preparing a coup and overthrowing the Kage, provided a pretext for separating the clan from the village, allocating special powers, thereby preventing unrest, although there was no direct evidence. By granting them limited power, the third wanted to contain the coup for the time being, which he succeeded in doing. Thus, by giving custody of the baby to the Uchiha clan, the third was able to keep him on a short leash, and away from the rest of the village. By restricting both the clan and the young Jinchuriki in this way, he was able to maintain peace in the village. Although not everything was stable, the majority of the population was safe, albeit relatively. The baby was named Naruto Uzumaki. The possible mother's surname did not attract unnecessary attention, unlike the father's. The boy's safety was more important. The boy grew up healthy and strong. However, he had two distinctive features: mustache-shaped birthmarks on his cheeks and light blonde hair. This made him stand out from the entire Uchiha clan, which did not remain without consequences. A rumor began to spread throughout the village that a Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed demon fox lived in Konoha. Naturally, it became known that Naruto was the very carrier of the terrible demon that had once brought down its wrath on the village. In addition to the general hatred for his foreign appearance, namely for his blonde hair, the boy also received for being a vessel for the Biju. Despite all the mockery and hateful looks, the Jinchuriki grew up with a smile on his face and did not hit back, thereby not giving a reason for even greater hatred. However, not everything went smoothly. 5 years later, news arrived confirming that the Uchiha clan was involved in preparing a coup. Keeping everything a secret from the villagers, the Hokage decided to exterminate the entire Uchiha clan, but held off on such extreme measures for 2 years. After a time when it was no longer possible to wait, the head of the Rutanbu, Danzo, gave the order for the complete extermination of everyone who belonged to the Uchiha clan. By that time Naruto was already 7 years old. Since no family took the baby, he had to live alone on the outskirts of the village. He received financial support from the Hokage, but did not stop trying to annoy Konoha, showing his creative talents on monuments and the walls of buildings. He was not allowed to bear the Uchiha surname because of his antics, although he was listed as a member of this clan. The question of destroying the Jinchuriki along with the clan arose. It was thought over and almost closed, but the head of Root simply spat on it and did not take into account the boy's blood affiliation with the Uchiha, ordering him to be destroyed along with the others. The mission was entrusted, surprisingly, to Uchiha Itachi, the young genius of Konoha. The young Anbu member had to choose between his family and the village. Taking Konoha's side, he went against the clan and slaughtered almost the entire clan, leaving only 2 alive: his younger brother Sasuke and the baby Jinchuriki. Itachi failed to raise his hand against his own brother. With tears in his eyes, he killed his parents, making Sasuke believe that his older brother was evil, who would one day fall at the hands of the little Uchiha. With Naruto, however, the matter was different. Itachi had long considered whether he could kill an innocent child who was not even an Uchiha by blood. A victim of circumstances and the clashes of Konoha politics, that was who Naruto and all the peaceful members of the clan were. While thinking about the baby, Itachi reached the edge of the Uchiha clan village. In one of the houses on the border, there was supposed to be a Jinchuriki that Danzo wanted to get rid of. Knowing full well that he had already become a criminal in Konoha, the young genius still decided to cross the line and take the boy's life. Itachi walked silently up the steps and jumped into the open window. He was surprised by the unprecedented chaos in the room. Taking out a kunai, Uchiha crept up to the bed, avoiding all obstacles in his path. When there were only a few steps left, Naruto stirred in the bed. The boy always slept very soundly, but his sixth sense told him that it was better to wake up. It was simply sounding the alarm. Naruto opened his eyes abruptly and jumped up on the bed, pressing himself against the wall, without making a sound. Peering into the darkness of the room, he tried to discern what was where. Due to the eternal mess, it was difficult to find the difference between the night guest and the overturned chair and several rags peacefully located on it. However, Naruto's entire consciousness was sounding the alarm. His heart was pounding wildly against his ribs. His nose caught a sweetish smell mixed with bitterness and metal. Itachi froze. The boy peered fearfully into the darkness. It seemed simple, just cut the throat or plunge a kunai into the heart, but his hands, stained with fresh blood, began to tremble. What did this kid do to deserve death? And really, what did he do to Danzo that he so zealously wanted him dead? Itachi did not know the answer to this question. Exhaling with trembling lips, the Uchiha hid the kunai and grabbed the boy by the shoulders. "We have to run," he said sharply, to which the boy jerked and squealed. Itachi looked around, listening to the silence of the night, covering Naruto's mouth with his hand so that he would not interfere. "Listen carefully. Neither you nor I can live here anymore. We have to run." But the Jinchuriki tried to object. "The Uchiha clan is finished. We must escape." The Uchiha grabbed the boy in his arms and jumped out the window, looking around for pursuers, who were not in sight. Surprisingly, Naruto showed no attempt to break free, but on the contrary, trustingly pressed himself against his kidnapper. He examined Itachi's face, or rather, the mask, which in the darkness he mistook for a bizarre face, trying to remember as many features as possible. For the first time, someone hugged him. Even under such strange and incomprehensible circumstances, but for the first time he felt the warmth of a body so close. "So, little perverts and pedophiles, yes, I am addressing you, throw out all the vulgar thoughts from your heads." "Where are we going?" Uchiha interrupted the boy mid-sentence, hugging him tighter. "I said, they threw him out." "Get out of Konoha," Itachi responded dryly. Scroll 1. In the forest. A ninja with a white Anbu mask and a small boy in his arms moved quickly through the forest. His clothes were pretty dirty with fresh, slightly dried, blood. The cold night air filled his lungs, interrupting the sweetish smell mixed with bitterness. The boy was wrapped in a cloak, so only part of his face and a pile of light hair were visible. He had been dozing for a long time, warmed up by the warm fabric, but the night air, which hit his face in uneven streams, sobered him up a little and did not allow him to fall into a deep sleep. Quickly jumping from branch to branch, Uchiha was already starting to get tired. The fight with the clan and the long flight from the village with a burden on his hands had taken their toll. Itachi understood perfectly well that they would let him leave, but he had to hurry and leave the lands near Konoha as soon as possible. The boy began to toss and turn, trying to get comfortable. Apparently, he decided to trust Itachi and fall asleep. The young genius smiled tiredly at this and slowed down a bit when it seemed to him that he was already far enough from the village. He landed by a small stream, laying Naruto down against one of the nearby trees. Taking off his mask, Itachi exhaled heavily and squatted down by the water, peering into his reflection. He noticed a thin trickle of blood flowing from his right eye. Quickly wiping it away, the boy sank into himself. Now, various thoughts were quickly rushing through his head. The main thing for today was to get as far away as possible. Uchiha already knew approximately what to do next, but an unexpected fellow traveler had slightly confused his plans. Putting his hands up to the elbows in cold water, Itachi began to wash away the blood of his clan, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not remove the stains in some places. It seemed to him that this viscous caked liquid could not be washed off his hands. Naturally, it is very difficult to cut out all your relatives and still maintain your sanity. And in his case, it is also fraught with huge problems. Now the former genius of Konoha has become a renegade of his village. Now he is a wanted criminal of the highest rank. Now he is responsible not only for himself, but also for the young Jinchuriki. Now nothing will be as before. The world of three people is shaken and inexorably falls into the abyss of despair and loneliness. Itachi knew that the boy would not survive in the shinobi world. So on his way to the neutral territory, the land of rain, he decided to begin training the Jinchuriki in the art of ninja. It was beginning to dawn. The first rays of the rising sun began to make their way through the thick branches of the centuries-old trees, sometimes falling on Uchiha's face, blinding his eyes. A new day, but his soul was incredibly heavy, as if huge, rusty in places, smelling of dampness and moss. Chains had entwined his neck and shoulders, pulling him deeper under the waters of despair and madness. The last straw that saved Itachi was a very small and barely understanding Jinchuriki. This little boy was completely defenseless and needed care that he would not get from anyone. The Uchiha understood that he was now responsible for him, but he also knew perfectly well that this boy would not allow madness to envelop the mind of the renegade. The beams began to wake the boy. Itachi had been on the road for quite some time. It was getting on for noon. It was surprising how long Naruto had slept. Although, considering the sleepless night and the unexpected shocks that had fallen on the boy like snow on his head, it was quite logical that after this he would want to fall into a deep sleep and forget himself. Uchiha heard and even witnessed several times how the residents of Konoha openly splashed out all their negative emotions on the boy. Of course, Naruto did not remain in debt and often painted fences and walls of houses. At the age of 6, he even got to monuments. No one knew why this young vandal did such things, but they attributed it to instability and demonic nature. And the boy just wanted attention. Not all-consuming hatred, but some attention. He lacked warmth. As an orphan, he did not know what it was like to be part of a family. This deprivation greatly affected his perception. Now everything seemed somewhat alien and cold to him. Having no friends, he could not replace the warmth of his parents and wanted attention to himself, which turned into persecution and even more hatred and hostility. Too early he experienced loneliness, so he so easily trusted a near stranger who bore the last name Uchiha and was his clanmate. Itachi understood that a growing organism needs food and vitamins, which, alas, were not in abundance in the shinobi's tonic pills. Of course, there was a set of micro and macroelements necessary for a fully formed organism, but for a child this was not enough. Having weighed all the pros and cons, the guy decides to make a stop at the nearest body of water. He found one a couple of hours later, when Naruto had already woken up and was showing signs of hunger. Itachi grinned and, slightly accelerating the pace, squeezing out his last strength, began to move his legs more diligently, pushing off from the wide branches. Having finally reached a small river, Uchiha put the boy down on the ground. He took off the mask and gave it to the kid so that he could at least distract himself from his hunger. Naruto looked at every crack on the mask with interest and even sometimes tried to pick at it with a stick. Itachi meanwhile quickly gathered brushwood and made a fire. Taking aim, he instantly threw a couple of kunai on a fishing line into the water. He managed to catch several fish, which allowed him and the Jinchuriki to have breakfast. Chewing the fried fish, Naruto noticed that fish were bony creatures, and he didn't like eating them. Having somehow swallowed one piece, the boy looked at the pile of bones left over from breakfast and once again noted that he didn't like fish. Meat was a different story. Now his soul rejoiced. Lost in his dreams and drooling, the boy didn't notice how the fire had already been extinguished, the evidence of their presence had been destroyed, and Itachi had already begun wrapping him in his cloak. The Jinchuriki was surprised, because his kidnapper hadn't said a word since they had left Konoha. He began, already being picked up. I'm Naruto. And who are you? The blonde mumbled uncertainly. Itachi thought. And really, who is he now? Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, he responded dryly, looking ahead, running across the clearing. Why are we leaving? That's how it should be, the brunette answered briefly. It's better not to make unnecessary sounds now, so please be quiet. Of course, if Naruto were older and smarter, he would have figured it out himself, but he hadn't even entered the ninja academy yet. However, accustomed to a quiet existence somewhere in the backyards, far from people's eyes, he knew how to remain silent and wait in silence. Just sit with his legs tucked in and think about what sins he had actually committed that had brought him such a fate. Why didn't he know his parents? Why didn't he have any friends? Even though these questions were spinning in the head of a 6-year-old boy, they were serious, weren't they? Right. The journey passed in silence until dusk. Itachi had to set up a small camp again. This time there were no bodies of water or inhabited villages nearby. Only an old, almost destroyed village, once belonging to the land of grass, but recaptured by the land of fire. This meant that the border was just around the corner, but the boy could not overcome himself. The road had exhausted and tired him, even though he had done nothing but lie. And who told you that lying all day was easy? Itachi jumped into one of the houses in the center of the village. It was still habitable, well, at least for spending the night. Half of the outer wall was destroyed, but there were several rooms with a fairly solid roof and partitions. The guy settled in one of them, making a bed for the boy next to him. Of course, having spent almost a whole day on his hands in a half-bent position, Naruto refused to go to bed and decided to wander around the back streets. Of course, having racked his brains, Uchiha gave his fellow traveler a slap and an instruction that this could be dangerous, especially since they needed a good rest, and on the way neither he nor Naruto would be able to really relax, although Itachi was still tense and taut as a string. Morally, He had not yet gotten used to the idea that he was now a renegade ninja, but he knew in the back of his mind that caution was now above all else, so as soon as they managed to hide in the rain village, he would begin training the Jinchuriki. He would not be able to protect the kid even if he really wanted to, because now he was a criminal, unless the boy learned to defend himself. Naruto didn't fully realize that he was now with the fugitive ninja. He was too young and stupid, but he had experienced and felt a lot. He didn't trust people, but he easily entrusted his life and future fate to the Uchiha, without even thinking. Or maybe he was simply not given time to comprehend everything. Or was it something else? Naruto was too young to understand such things, but still, trusting everyone he met was not good. He looked out of the half-destroyed window without the slightest fear, swinging his legs, keeping a slight smile on his lips. This was the first time he had left Konoha. This was the first time he had been in such a place. This was the first time he had smelled freedom. And caring slaps. Scroll 2. The path. More than a week had passed. Itachi had managed to cross the border of the rain country with the Jinchuriki almost unnoticed. Illusions easily helped them hide in the crowd. The former Konoha members settled on the outskirts of a village bordering the grass country, which was very small. Almost only farmers lived there. Only a small portion of the population were merchants. A small blonde boy walked steadily along the wide streets, looking around cautiously. He was dressed in a traveling cloak with the hood thrown back. Of course, the boy had forgotten about safety, so among the crowd of villagers he looked at the stalls with various goods. Catching sight of an old shop, the boy showed an unusual interest and turned right there. Throwing his head back, he read the name, or at least tried to read it. Naruto shrugged his shoulders in disappointment and walked into the dilapidated building. Inside, as expected, there was dim lighting and an inordinate amount of dust. The Jinchuriki walked up to the wall where white masks were hanging, which immediately caught his attention. He noticed similarities with the one his friend, Uchiha Itachi, had. They sparked genuine interest in him, and the Uzumaki's eyes lit up with mischief. He definitely wanted one. Running his eyes along the rows of masks, he came across one that was different. If there were similar ones among all the variety of colors and shapes, then there was no other like it. Bright orange and black stripes located around the eye sockets, red tips of the ears, an elongated shape tapering towards the bottom of the mask. The image immediately crashed into his consciousness, comparing with everything Naruto had seen before. It looks like dawn. The same glow. The same neat, thin strokes of bright paint. The same sharp features of clouds torn by the winds. The same freedom-loving fox, locked in this old shop, as if in a steel cage. Jinchuriki reached out to the shelf, intending to touch the mask that had intrigued him so much. A shadow passed in front of him, and the boy pulled his hand back and stepped back, quickly looking around. A loud and lonely car, and the flapping of wings were heard, followed by the banging of shutters. Naruto turned to the exit and found a hunched old man in the passage. "Oh, I didn't think a visitor would come in," the old man croaked somewhat joyfully in a creaky voice, letting out a short laugh. Sorry," Naruto stuttered, either from surprise or from the fear for his little skin that suddenly rose up and just as suddenly receded. "It's okay." The old man went inside and found himself near the shelves with masks, standing next to the visitor. "Did you like it?" He nodded his head towards the fox mask. "Why yes," the boy muttered in confusion, smiling weakly. "Well then," the old man, probably the owner of the shop, took the mask off the shelf and handed it to the boy. "Take it." "What about the money?" Uzumaki took a couple of steps back. "I'm not selling." The old man shook his gray head. "How so?" The boy was surprised. "I haven't traded for a long time, but I feel sorry for the things that never found their owners. If I can find at least one, I'll be happy." The old man smiled. Rows of wrinkles gathered at the corners of his lips. The boy, thunderstruck, stood and thought, to take or not to take. But childish curiosity and an unusual mask still pushed Naruto to take the thing from the hands of the elderly merchant. "Thank you," the Jinchuriki rattled off reverently, examining the mask up close. "Oh, what are you saying?" The old man smiled even wider, stretching his hand out in front of him. A moment later, a black raven sat on it, shifting from paw to paw, spreading its wings. "Take care of it." The merchant turned around and hurried out of the shop, while the boy examined the mask, smiling broadly. Rejoicing not for the first time, the young Jinchuriki understood what a pleasant feeling inside was, which quickly spreads throughout the body, warming, and makes the soul almost sing and dance. "Grandpa," Uzumaki called out to him, but the old man was gone. Only the window and door remained slightly open. The shutters periodically rattled from the draft. Naruto looked around, but there was no one. Shrugging his shoulders and referring to the fact that the old man simply gave him a mask and left, he also decided not to linger in the dusty shop. Stepping out onto the street, filled with villagers, the Jinchuriki looked around in search of Itachi, but not finding him, decided to go to their house, which was closer to the border. Itachi, the boy asked quietly, opening the door slightly. Where have you been? The brunette asked sternly, leaning against the doorframe, suddenly appearing in front of the already agitated boy. In the shopping district, the Jinchuriki said somewhat happily, here, he handed the Uchiha a mask. An old man gave it to me. Isn't it beautiful? He rattled off, sparkling with happiness. Itachi picked up the mask and turned it over, examining it. The memories of Anbu weighed on him, since so little time had passed. Shaking his head, he handed the thing back to the boy. It's true, Uchiha answered with a bit of irritation. There was a long pause. Everyone wanted to say something, but thought about it. Is it worth it? Maybe it's not the time. The brunette pulled away from the doorframe and looked at Uzumaki from top to bottom with an appraising glance, going through different options on how to present the information. Naruto, however, was a little worried. Although his companion was always thoughtful and silent, but the boy noticed such a look on his person for the first time. Naruto, he began anyway, do you want to be a shinobi? These seemed like simple words, but they had a strange effect on the boy. At first, the blonde was taken aback. Then he looked Itachi over from head to toe, probably going over all the moments associated with him in his head. Lowering his head, Naruto began to study the Anbu mask in his hands. From the outside it seemed that the boy was thinking about the offer to become a ninja, weighing all the pros and cons. His expression was too focused and serious, but his thoughts were far from that. He was already imagining how he would defeat strong opponents, how he would be praised and revered, with what all crowds of girls would look at him. He was pulled out of his thoughts by the Uchiha's slightly irritated voice and a gentle click. Itachi leaned towards Naruto's face and snapped his fingers, but without any result, he gave the boy a flick and began a tirade. Are you even listening to me? Naruto, if you continue to be with me, you need to learn the art of ninja. Just look at me, he explained relatively calmly, but, as they say, it went in one ear and out the other for the blonde. Uzumaki, of course, heard individual sounds and some words, for example, his name, but he did not catch the meaning and essence. He even missed the flick. Turning his clouded gaze to the irritated brunette, the boy shook his head and, radiating boundless joy, rattled off something inarticulate, but very similar to agreement. Itachi let out a heavy sigh and placed his hand on the Jinchuriki's shoulder, looking into his eyes, rather, searching for something there that could tell him whether the boy was ready or not. Naruto glanced questioningly at the Uchiha and even took a step back. Hey, Itachi, what's going on there? Ninjas are people who kill each other. He stunned the boy with such an unexpected phrase. Are you ready to kill or be killed? Perhaps if Uzumaki had been a few years older, he would have seriously considered this, but since he was barely 7 years old, the word, kill, had a slightly different effect on him. He took a few steps back, closing his eyes in fear. Kill, he asked quietly, more to himself than to Itachi, is it? Is it? It means death, the Uchiha continued firmly. The unwavering tone seemed to be driving Naruto into a dead end. How is this death? I don't want to kill. Why should I kill? He thought. If you don't kill, you will be killed. This is the immutable law of life. Itachi softened his tone. Approaching the blonde, he squatted down and, putting his hands on his shoulders, made Naruto shudder and look at himself. If the fox doesn't kill, it will die. If the deer doesn't run away, it will die. If the ninja doesn't kill, he will be killed. He read it like a mantra, emphasizing the words associated with death. That's how it is. And you, killed? The boy asked fearfully. Yes, and more than once. And they wanted to kill you? Yes, Itachi answered as if it were self-evident. And they want to kill me? The Jinchuriki asked with a trembling voice. And you too? Itachi's firm voice wavered, which didn't escape Naruto's notice. And I too, must kill, he whispered rather affirmatively, realizing that there was no other way. Yes, otherwise, we won't survive. What if we try? People live peacefully, they're not killed, and they do not kill. Naruto, listen, Uchiha shook him in his arms, they already wanted to kill you. You were already dragged into this. You simply have no choice. Either fight and kill or die, or leave and die. There is no third option. But I'm going to die anyway, he muttered in confusion, lowering his head, as if losing hope. No, if you yourself I understand. The Jinchuriki interrupted him. I don't want to die, but I don't want to kill either. I will fight, but I won't kill. The blonde reinforced his thoughts with the last phrase and, burning with determination, looked into the Uchiha's eyes. This is my ninja path. Okay, what is your answer? I will be a shinobi. The boy rattled off affirmatively. It was beginning to get light. The sun had just appeared over the horizon. The forest was gradually awakening from its sleep. The cuckoo had already begun its bizarre conversation with the empty silence, interrupted only by the quiet murmur of a mountain stream. A translucent fog enveloped the tree trunks and showed no signs of retreating. A muffled whistle cut through the silence. A quick shadow flashed by. A kunai crashed into one of the tree trunks. The line creaked. There was an explosion. Kunai and shurikens cut the air again with a characteristic whistle. Two shadows flashed every now and then on the tree branches, not staying in one place for long. A series of explosions thundered. A column of dust and smoke rose from the blaze. Somewhere a tree fell, unable to withstand the force of the blast. One shadow landed a few meters away, looking around, warily watching the smoke. Another kunai whistled through the air, catching the first shadow. The fishing line creaked, wrapping around the hand. A moment, and the second shadow towered over the first, pressing the first to the ground. Not bad if you wanted death, Uchiha stated firmly with a hint of disappointment, letting go of his student. We agreed that you wouldn't use the fishing line and the sharingan, the blonde muttered, getting up from the ground. In a real fight, you won't negotiate with your opponent, Itachi retorted, and in general, many unexpected things can happen. Everyone looks at the situation in their own way. You must be prepared. The brunette was already approaching a lecture on worldview and unplanned situations. Itachi, I'm not even 8 yet, Uzumaki groaned, rubbing his shoulder, which had almost dislocated during the fall. I started training at 5. I graduated from the academy at 10. And at 13 I was an Anbu captain. Is that how you bragged? The blonde grumbled discontentedly. What I'm getting at is that age isn't the main thing, the brunette sighed tiredly, lowering his head. You have the makings of a shinobi. That's good. Itachi, Naruto began uncertainly. Yes. You're teaching me how to throw shurikens and kunai. The blonde decided to approach from afar. And I think I'm getting the hang of it. What do you want to say? Speak directly. Okay, I'm from the Uchiha clan, right? Well, does that mean I'll have a sharingan too? The Jinchuriki asked, nervously fiddling with a kunai in his hands. You see, Itachi was at first confused, because he didn't want to traumatize the child's psyche. On the other hand, the boy had already taken the path of a shinobi, which indicated that he had endurance and was ready for anything. However, Naruto's age and immature consciousness ruined everything. Not everyone from the clan manages to awaken the sharingan, the brunette answered evasively. Yes, will I succeed? Maybe, if you train more. What else? Itachi was about to leave, but turned halfway to the boy. Is it September now? Yes, not understanding where the boy was leading, Uchiha looked at him with interest. So my birthday is in a month. Naruto bit his thumb, frowning and looking away. In October, realizing the stupidity of the question, Itachi nevertheless decided to voice it. Yes, Itachi, why was there a day of mourning in Konoha on my birthday? What happened? The brunette was a little surprised, but didn't show it. His face took on a thoughtful expression. The boy was really starting to process this moment. Uchiha knew that the possible Jinchuriki was born on the day the village was attacked by the enraged Nine Tails, but he was hesitant to tell Naruto about it. Itachi didn't know how to break the news to him. Then the village was attacked, during which many people died. The guy decided to distort the truth a little. It's clear. There was a pause. The boy shifted from one foot to the other, trying to ask another question, but the strict mentor prevented him from doing so. You should train more, Naruto. Yes, I know, the blonde responded, throwing his hands behind his head. However, the rumbling of a starving organism spread throughout the area. Itachi sighed tiredly. Naruto let out a nervous laugh, smiling stupidly, and approached his mentor. Maybe a break, he asked with hope in his voice. Still, laziness sometimes took its toll. Laziness and hunger. Commentary on Scroll 2. The Path. Fox Mask, sorry that the author is sometimes a clumsy idiot, but I tried. Scroll 3. Shinobi are people too. Naruto, get ready. Uchiha poked his head into the room, already fully equipped and prepared for another training session. I'm here, the boy responded from behind the brunette, not hiding his smug smile. Itachi shuddered. He hadn't expected his protégé to learn how to move silently and at such speed so quickly. Of course, it was far from the speed of the former Anbu member Uzumaki, but it was already impressive. If you wanted my heart attack, then be glad, you almost got one. Itachi decided to provoke and praise the Jinchuriki. Are we moving already? Naruto assumed a relaxed pose. Yes. Nodding to his thoughts, Uchiha threw 2 shurikens at the boy. Naruto cursed and carefully dodged. One shuriken still caught the light orange windbreaker and scratched the skin on his left shoulder. What did I say about bright clothes? The brunette asked, looking sternly into Uzumaki's eyes, holding a kunai at the ready. Why can't I wear this jacket? The Jinchuriki was indignant. It's just training. What didn't you like about it? He pouted and put his hands behind his head, turning towards the exit, especially since it's easier for you to spot me. That's exactly it. The guy exhaled heavily. The first rule. Shinobi. Invisibility. Yes, I know, but I just like this color, and why can't I wear things like this? You're an idiot, Itachi muttered discontentedly, shaking his head, and it looks like that won't change. Will you teach me fire techniques today? Naruto chattered, his eyes sparkling in anticipation. No, and the kunai flew at the unsuspecting boy. Hearing a whistle behind him, Uzumaki ducked and jerked to the side. The thrown kunai meant the start of training, but it began not in the forest, or even on the way to the forest, but right in the house. Itachi, wait, what about the people? Dodging another lightning-fast attack with senbons, the Jinchuriki shouted. This is another lesson. You must not get hit, but at the same time make sure that civilians are not harmed and, preferably, do not notice you. Well, the shuriken flew dangerously close to the blonde's head, cutting off several light hairs. Cursing his teacher, Naruto moved towards the exit of the house. Itachi's attacks were lightning fast, but not accurate enough to kill the boy. Otherwise, the Jinchuriki would have died a long time ago. Uchiha unconsciously pitied him. Naruto replaced his restless younger brother, but unlike him, the blonde was not as hardworking and diligent, but showed unprecedented persistence and stubbornness at his less than 8 years old. Months of training were already taking their toll on him. The boy had become more inconspicuous and unremarkable, with the exception of his passion for bright orange or yellow clothing. Itachi could be proud of Naruto's surprisingly silent gait. The boy was able to pass under the Uchiha's nose unnoticed, like a fox luring its prey into a corner. Such silent gait would have been enough if not for the child's capricious nature. This fidget was silent, but not always. He had a surprisingly ringing voice and often threw small, and sometimes big, scandals about his diet. Uzumaki constantly demanded noodles and pork. Itachi, of course, did not like this. He literally stuffed fresh lettuce leaves and various vegetables into the Jinchuriki's mouth. The boy had a particular dislike for broccoli and tomatoes. Uchiha wondered for a long time what he didn't like about the poor tomatoes, but he still couldn't figure it out. Having settled in this village for a long time, Naruto became attached to its inhabitants. Although he was invisible, like a ghost, there were no angry looks here, no hatred splashed in people's eyes. There was a different atmosphere than in Konoha. The Jinchuriki could not understand only one thing. The inhabitants of this outlying village were always somewhat worried, sometimes even on edge. One could notice how sparks of fear slipped between them. Uzumaki thought about this during this training, when he noticed several women turning around in fear, when kunai whistled through the air a few meters away, when the sound of senbon and shuriken clashing against each other was heard, and several other villagers visibly tensed up. Itachi. Naruto tried to start a conversation. Don't get distracted. Another portion of the cold weapon flew at the boy. Of course, direct attacks with kunai could easily be predicted, which the blonde took advantage of. With a sharp jerk, he jumped to the side, going around the Uchiha. Why are the residents so tense? The boy asked, distracted by the need to dodge the attacks. Focus on training. Again and again, the air was cut by the cold weapons of the shinobi. The metallic echoes of clashing shurikens and kunai could be heard. One of them slashed across the Jinchuriki's cheek. A thin line of blood flowed down his face and neck. Cursing, Naruto tried to lead his opponent out of the settlement so as not to endanger the people. Itachi understood that one clumsy or careless movement, and someone passing by could get hurt. He himself tried to push his student closer to the place of their regular training. Naruto could already skillfully dodge attacks, but he did not always, or rather never, pay attention to where the cutting and piercing objects hid when he dodged. This worried the Uchiha, who with each step pushed the boy further and further away from the residents. 2 fast shadows were jumping on the roofs. For a moment the metallic echoes died down. A barely distinguishable rustle of clothes could be heard in the air. Now the village was already behind. And the training was just beginning. Uzumaki was already quite exhausted, which could not be said about his opponent. Itachi easily parried the not very strong attacks from the Jinchuriki. In the nimble movements of the boy, hints of the potential of a strong shinobi slipped through, but he had not yet managed to develop this very potential, with the exception of speed and stealth. Itachi brought the boy almost to the limit with exhausting training. He understood that if he overloaded the body that had not yet formed, it would lead to sad consequences, which would affect the blonde's abilities. Uchiha had already hit Uzumaki with kunai and shuriken on numerous occasions, so the orange jacket already looked like some kind of sieve and was clearly not fit for use as intended, except perhaps as a floor rag, and even that was not a fact. In places the boy's body was covered with small, and sometimes large, bleeding wounds. When Itachi began to notice that Naruto's strength was almost exhausted, he stopped his attacks. The boy did not want to give up and went straight ahead. Clutching a kunai and a fishing line in his hand, he tried to lasso the vigilant enemy. Yeah, right. The brunette grabbed the child's thin wrist with one easy movement of his hand and squeezed it with enough force for the blonde to release the weapon from his tightly clenched fingers. Naruto decided to act at random and instinctively tried to kick him in the side. Itachi stopped the boy's knee with his other free hand, grinning at something. Sure, Naruto's stubbornness amused him, but sometimes you need to know your limits, and Uzumaki certainly didn't know about them and didn't want to know about them. The boy tried hard to break free from the Uchiha's grip, but in vain. Too small, too weak, too vulnerable. That's enough for today. Itachi let go of the blonde, and he, like a sack of rice, fell from the tree with a dull boom. Rubbing his lower back, Naruto hissed various curses at the brunette. Undoubtedly, the boy respected his teacher and mentor, and also his brother. However, sometimes Uzumaki was almost driven to the brink by the brunette's coldness. What the hell? The Jinchuriki rose from the ground and, pulling the chopped-up jacket off his shoulders, sniffed, monster. You know my opinion about bright clothes. I have already told you about it many times, hinting transparently, and sometimes I said it outright. You will not walk around in orange clothes. Will. And you will eat vegetables. I won't. I neither want nor will. The boy bit his tongue, tripping over part of his torn jacket. You will. No. That's enough. Itachi was already pretty fed up with these kinds of skirmishes, which happened almost every day. The guy simply walked up to the boy and, throwing him over his shoulder like a sack, a kicking sack at that, headed toward a small house in the middle of the forest. It was not far from the training area. Everything necessary was there: equipment, weapons, medicines, even instant noodles just in case. You can tell right away who was in charge of the supplies. The wounds needed to be treated to avoid infection, since only physical training was over. Arriving at the place, Uchiha literally threw off the dozing boy. Lack of sleep or something. Or should he tie him up again and feed him the right food and vegetables so that he has more energy? The brunette did not know what to tell him. Lightly kicking the Jinchuriki in the side, namely in the ribs, so that it would hurt, but not be very dangerous for the internal organs, Itachi went inside the house for drugs and bandages. Hey, Naruto cried out, clutching his side. Uchiha was silent. He calmly took out everything he needed and approached the blonde. With an unchanged expression on his face, he began to treat the boy's wounds. At first, the Jinchuriki tried to say something to his mentor, but he remained silent. When the bandaging was finished, Itachi stood up, looking down at Naruto. And then a quick slap went across the blonde's head. For what? The boy was indignant, holding the place where he had been hit. Itachi squatted in front of him, looking into his eyes. Why don't you sleep at night? What? The boy was taken aback. You fall asleep right after training, although you still have strength left, and the day is just beginning. Yesterday we went to our rooms 2 hours before midnight. We woke up and got ready for training at about 8 in the morning. So, the question is, how could you not get enough sleep in 10 hours? Or why are you so tired if we haven't reached our limit? The brunette explained, closing his eyes. I repeat, why don't you sleep at night? Itachi, I can't. Uzumaki lowered his head, pursing his lips. You could tell right away that he was nervous. Uchiha exhaled and took the Jinchuriki's face in his hands, looking into his eyes. Naruto, not expecting such a turn of events, jerked and crawled away. Itachi only grinned, shaking his head. Naruto, do you have nightmares? Don't be afraid, tell me. The guy sat down next to the blonde, leaning his right hand on his knee. And the boy told. He told about how some strange and terrible creature takes possession of him at night. About how every night he kills innocent people. About how every time his hands are covered in blood up to his shoulders. About how the air around him is saturated with a sweetish smell with a bit of bitterness. About how every time he hears a rumbling guttural laugh. About how every night he burns to ashes. About how you only have to close your eyes, as a terrible creature creeps into your consciousness and turns it inside out. As Naruto continued to tell his story, he began to tremble. He curled up into a ball and tensed up. Tears began to well up in his eyes and his voice began to tremble. Itachi knew this feeling. No matter what anyone said, shinobi were people too. They had feelings. They felt fear too. If you kill without mercy and you don't feel any feelings, no guilt, no bitterness, no sorrow, then you've gone mad. Just crazy. If a person has no feelings, he's not a person. And shinobi are people too. Are you afraid? The brunette said on an exhale, leaning back and looking at the very tops of the trees. And no. Naruto, it's commendable that you're trying to stay calm, control your emotions, and be fearless, but. The boy took a deep breath, pausing briefly, feeling fear is normal. Everyone experiences it. And you. And me. You see, shinobi kill other shinobi. And each of them feels fear. Fear of death is not weakness. Fear in the face of danger is not shameful. Fear for loved ones is not stupidity. If you are afraid, you are alive. But how? Shinobi know how to suppress fear in order to fight. Emotions are important. They should not be forgotten. However, during a fight they can interfere, so shinobi must be able to keep emotions and feelings under control. This is also one of the foundations of the shinobi world. Too complicated, Naruto narrowed his eyes, thinking over the information he had received. It was clear that he had been distracted from unnecessary thoughts. Emotions are an important thing, but during a fight they're an unnecessary thing. Isn't it all too complicated? My brain is boiling. The boy grabbed his head and fell on his right side, right onto Itachi's lap. The brunette couldn't hold back his laughter. Light and bright laughter. Leaning towards the boy, he began to tickle him. A shinobi is a heartless weapon that must follow orders without question, work for the good of the country and the village, and put the mission above all else, Itachi recalled, but then the voice of his once senior comrade and mentor sounded in his head. Anyone who disobeys orders is trash, but someone who abandons his friends is much worse than trash. Naruto, Uchiha shook his head, suppressing the resistance from the blonde, and with a smile on his face, torturing the Jinchuriki, he said only 3 words, shinobi are people too. Scroll 4. Coward. Days of training turned into weeks. Weeks turned into months. Naruto turned 8. Itachi began to train him in the use of ninjutsu, at least in theory. The first time, of course, the boy did not understand a thing. Only on the 11th attempt did he begin to grasp the general meaning. Since Uchiha expressed himself extremely briefly, because at that age he himself already knew and could do a lot, the Jinchuriki did not even understand the word chakra. Well, Itachi did not know that his student was akin to a log in terms of intelligence. Naruto, the brunette repeated tiredly, rubbing the bridge of his nose, for the 100th time, chakra is a mixture of spiritual and physical energy. Itachi repeated like a mantra in a boring teacher's and rather tired voice, but, noticing that his student was watching the butterfly with interest and an open mouth, he cursed and boiled over, at least pretend that you're listening, blockhead. Giving the blonde a juicy slap, the guy tried to burn hundreds of holes in his student with his intense gaze. I don't understand anything, Naruto shouted, clutching his head, I don't understand. Nothing G. To hell. Itachi threw up his hands and, sending his coldness and calmness to hell, began to gesticulate and express himself emotionally in order to get through to the impenetrable dumbass of a student. However, even such a method did not bear fruit, except for the expansion of the young Jinchuriki's vocabulary by a couple of swear words and gestures. It would seem, where did the genius of the Uchiha clan pick up so many very effective words? Itachi. Uzumaki called him cautiously, narrowing his eyes, why do I need all this anyway? At this statement, Uchiha's eyes first bulged, then he exhaled devastatingly and fell to the side with a drawn-out groan. The guy covered his face with his hands and roared. Well, how to get through to this? The poor mentor had already run out of vocabulary, but the blondes had been replenished many times over. I repeat for the 100th time. I don't understand. Naruto interrupted him. Shut up. I don't understand. You'll be without your ramen. I don't understand. A week. I still don't understand. Month. Itachi tilde. And tomatoes. For what tilde? Somehow, and that was in practice and with his fingers, having explained, through that ill-fated month, during which the Jinchuriki ate only select tomatoes, to Naruto what chakra was, what it was for and how to use it, Itachi was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Half of the task was accomplished. The boy could dodge direct attacks, avoid traps, set them, albeit somewhat ineptly, and in theory knew about the use of chakra, partly about the Sharingan. Itachi literally hammered knowledge into the boy with painstaking work and hellish efforts. Unfortunately, Naruto could only learn through practice. The blonde either didn't like other methods or didn't understand anything. So all that was left was to hammer experience into his empty head. Let it be so, but little by little Uzumaki began to understand, which made the brunette incredibly happy. Itachi, the boy called, collapsing under a tree, wearily exhaling the cool evening air. Yes, the guy landed next to the Jinchuriki, rubbing the fresh wound left by the boy, which was itching and scratching unpleasantly. Naruto managed to touch his mentor once and for the first time. Why did we leave the clan, Konoha? The blonde looked up at the Uchiha. The clan no longer exists. With a few exceptions. The brunette sat down next to him and sighed heavily, peering into the darkening evening sky, barely hidden by the foliage. What happened? Genuine interest flashed through Naruto's words. Itachi began to scroll through all the information in his head, trying to find the right words. As luck would have it, sentences wouldn't form. He could barely manage to put anything together into clear expressions before the boy realized that he shouldn't know this Jinchuriki. The Uchiha sat like that for more than 10 minutes, which started to piss Uzumaki off. Itachi, the boy called out to him cautiously and apprehensively. Itachi, more confidently. Damn it, Itachi. The blonde man tugged his mentor by the sleeve and yelled in his ear, for which he received a sound slap. For what? He howled. I was thinking, Uchiha answered as if nothing had happened, adjusting his sleeve. Why didn't we stay? If the clan is no more, then we could have joined another, right? The clan was attacked, Itachi said dryly, not even bothering to look at his interlocutor. What? Such a simple statement, said with unapproachable coldness, made the boy not only quite surprised, but also sent a herd of goosebumps running down his back and arms. The clan was attacked. The only way out was to run. What about your words about comrades? Or was it a lie? You just chickened out. Naruto drew his eyebrows together and added notes of accusation and anger to his voice. Tell me, Itachi. Have you been lying all this time? Are you chickening out? Naruto, the guy exhaled heavily, lowering his head and, staring at the ground, dropped it onto his right palm. You don't understand anything. You're still too young for this. You're a coward, Itachi. The boy shouted angrily and jumped up from his seat. And the guy remained under the tree, smiling bitterly. The brunette shook his head, remembering the old days. But really, was he a coward? He ran away from reality, drowning in lies. He made his younger and only brother drown in the bitterness of insults and hatred, insatiable and all-consuming. He was a coward. He is a coward. He is a traitor. He is a murderer. Shaking off the delusion, Uchiha raised his eyes to the sky again, where the stars had already begun to shine. Dot after dot. Slowly, impenetrable darkness descended upon the earth. The moon appeared from behind the horizon. An orange, almost blood-red moon. Noticing it, the guy perked up. Not a very good sign. The brunette jumped up from his place and rushed after the negligent student. It was dark. Even though the moon had risen, the darkness did not part before my eyes. Only eerie shadows and barely noticeable rays of the moon reflected from the glass. There was no light. There was impenetrable darkness everywhere. Not a rustle. Not a sound. All this was very alarming. Itachi was starting to get nervous. Naruto was nowhere to be seen, not even at home. The guy froze on the roof of their small shelter, looking around. It was not yet so late that the inhabitants had fallen asleep. The silence pressed on his ears, forcing the blood to rush to his head and a dull and aching pain to reverberate in his temples. His ears were starting to ring. But this nasty squeaky sound gradually began to drown out the beating of his wildly pounding heart. Fear. Animal fear. Not for myself, not for the residents. For a restless, cheerful boy. A careless student. The only dear person left nearby. My beloved little almost brother to the point of pain in my bones. Blood is pounding in my temples. My mind is enveloped in animal fear. Where is Naruto? Where are all the villagers? Why is it so quiet? Where the hell is that restless hurricane with a bunch of pranks behind him? Where the hell is he? Where did he go? A muffled childish cry is heard behind him. Unmistakably Naruto's voice. Scroll 5. Sacrifice. Commentary on Scroll 5. Sacrifice. Warning. Attention, Comrades, this way, I say. This chapter contains elements, so to speak, bloody. For the faint of heart, I can say. If you really want to, then read it. But I warned you. This chapter itself turned out to be somewhat morally difficult. Gary Newman, Long Way Down. Itachi quickly jumped from one rooftop to another, trying to catch up with that muffled scream, completely unaware of the cold corpses of the inhabitants, the bloody walls. Too rushed, too busy, too scared. Surely, he wasn't imagining it. It was Naruto. It was Naruto's voice. It was Naruto's damn scream. A sharp fear had long since settled in the back of Uchiha's neck, gradually enveloping his mind. Sharp, horribly vile and disgusting. At the same time, slimy. It flows down his neck like icy sticky honey. Goosebumps begin to move unevenly across his body, pulsating from his chest. Grinding of teeth. Another scream. Louder. With a tear. Pain. Exactly pain. It was because of pain that the Jinchuriki screamed. It was because of pain that they caused him. It was because of pain that Naruto screamed and strained his throat. His voice and the beating of his own heart are in his head. He needs to cool down a bit, but damn, he's too scared for this kid. His attempts to cool his ardor and mind have failed miserably. Itachi picked up speed, practically disappearing from sight. The voice is getting closer. Help is getting closer. If only it would work out. If only it would work out. If only he were alive. If only he survived. If only, damn it, he were alive. The guy repeated in his head like a mantra, gritting his teeth. His jaws were clenching from the intense pressure. Rage was gradually building up somewhere on the edge of his consciousness, gradually approaching fear. A little more and he would be overwhelmed by rage. He could already taste the sweet metallic taste on his tongue. He bit his lip until it bled. If only he was alive. If only I could make it in time. If only he survived. The words are drowned in the ringing beating of the heart. Again, a piercing scream hits the ear. A bloody veil covers the eyes. A narrowed pupil. 3 Tomo. Sharingan. No one can hide. No one can escape punishment. No one can survive. Just a little more. Just a little more. Now the buildings have ended. The forest belt begins. Voices can be heard. Just a little more. Just a little more. Itachi jumps out to a forest clearing with uprooted trees, soil dotted with holes from explosions and techniques, and burgundy, almost black stains. Traces of blood. Stains. Everywhere. Fear completely overwhelmed the brunette's consciousness. The pupil narrowed even more, almost forcing the guy to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan. The muffled echo of metal colliding. The screech of fishing line. The explosion. The smell of scorched flesh and baked blood. A bitter aroma lingers in the air, clouding the mind. If there's a fight going on, Naruto's alive. He's still alive, damn it. Without further ado, Uchiha rushed towards the sounds of battle. More. Just a little more. More. Just a little bit more. Blood. Lots of blood. Another explosion. A small, battered lump, covered, no, soaked in blood, erupts from the cloud of smoke. It lands not far from the dumbfounded brunette. The guy quickly jumps up to him. Naruto. Damn it, it's Naruto. Ragged, hoarse breathing, coughing up blood. Traces of caked burgundy liquid mixed with dirt are smeared across the face. A wound through the right eye from the middle of the forehead to the cheekbone. Quite fresh. Bleeding profusely. Blood. Again. More blood. Just like then. Again. 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 Rage. Uncontrollable rage. A muffled groan mixed with a roar escapes from Itachi's throat. Several shinobi jump out from the clouds of smoke. 4 kunai with explosive tags cut the air, heading for the wounded and barely alive boy. Tomo swirled around the pupil, turning the Sharingan into Mangekyo Sharingan. A bloody tear rolled down his cheek. No one will survive. No one will escape punishment. No one will hide. Fleur. Voice. The smell of burnt flesh fills the lungs. The bitter aroma of dried blood cuts into the consciousness and makes you come to your senses. It's hot. The whole body is burning. Sounds come in fragments. Almost nothing is heard. Deafened. The right side of the face is almost undetectable. Numb. The boy tried to open his eyes and raise himself up on his elbows. A sharp stabbing pain made him fall back to the ground, hitting his right cheek on the dry, hard soil. The smell of pine needles hit his nose. He is in the forest. In a bloody, burning forest. The right side of my face began to ache and ache mercilessly. I could barely even clench my teeth. Any contraction of my facial muscles was accompanied by a sharp pain, as if a hot iron was being run over my skin. My left eyebrow was cut. My right hand was completely unresponsive. It just dangled and was accompanied by the same pain. A wild agony ran through my body, forcing me to groan, but all that came out was a terrible, heart-rending wheeze. Tears well up in my eyes, sprinkling my cheeks with salty moisture. My eyes squeeze tightly shut. It stings. It hurts. It burns. My jaw clenches. Everything hurts. Everything burns. It's hard to take a breath. Something is pressing on my lungs. And the tears choke me. Mercilessly. They don't let me take a breath. It's scary. It hurts. Fear creeps through the Jinchuriki's body, deliberately slowly. Too weak. Too inexperienced. Too small. Too stupid. Too useless. Too. Naruto tries to at least turn over until his spine hurts. He gives up after several failures. The boy understands perfectly well that it is already useless. A little more and he will die from pain. It's dark around. It's very stuffy. Too hot. The body aches. The skin burns. It hurts to move. It hurts. It's scary. A wave of rage and anger covers you. From impotence. From helplessness. From your own weakness. Choking on tears that wash away the blood and dirt from your cheeks. Sprinkling fresh wounds with salt, making them sting. Dying. Slowly and painfully. Dying before the bright flashes of fire. Empty. Everything seems to have disappeared. Sounds are drowned in ringing silence. The scorching light from the flames of explosions dissolves in saving darkness. Heat dissolves in coolness. The body is shaking with chills. Cold. Scary. Painful. Perhaps nothing can muffle the pain. Just a voice. A voice. So painfully familiar. So screaming to the point of straining the vocal cords. So piercing to the point of shaking in the knees. A scream. A crazy, ringing scream. Hard to hear. Too much. Too much of everything. Absolutely. Fingers are getting cold. Pain is starting to extinguish the weakness. Eyes can't be opened. It hurts. Too much. It's all somehow stupid. It's stupid to die before you start living. It's stupid to give up your life without having tasted it. It's stupid to say goodbye to the only person close and dear to you, having first said all sorts of nasty things to him. It's stupid to leave almost a brother without ever knowing the reason. It's stupid. Too stupid. Disgusting. Stupid. Until my bones hurt. Until my voice trembled. Before the ligaments break. Stupid. And it hurts. It's sickeningly bad. Unbearable. Truly stupid. Voice. Calling. Someone is calling him. Tearing his vocal cords. Washing with bloody tears. Someone is calling. Someone is calling him from the other world. And a quiet whisper very close to the ear scorches with hot breath, mixing with a guttural growl. Just a little. Please don't burn. After all, someone has to burn. Paradise starts around the corner. You just need to be a little patient. Step back over the edge. It's too early for you to burn out. Paradise starts around the corner. You just have to wait a little bit. Please don't burn. Save everything you can save, forgive everything you can forgive, and go while you can go. Step back over the edge. Something is pulling from the darkness. Something is pulling out the pain. Just a little bit, and the pain begins to go away. The terrible agony recedes. It becomes easy, unusually quiet. It feels sick to the point of stupefaction, but it doesn't hurt. Bloody tears cloud the eyes. The heart beats wildly in the chest, deafening. Nothing can be heard. Only a heart-rending cough and wheezing, indicating breathing. Flashes of fire, swirling smoke and bloody corpses covered in black flames can be barely discerned. The head aches and throbs, as if someone is periodically hitting the temples with hammers. The eyes burn and sting. Itachi doesn't feel pain. Itachi doesn't feel the blood on his face. Itachi doesn't feel the remains of his enemies on his hands. Itachi is overcome with fear and rage. A beastly fear for the life of a small, half-torn, bloody bundle that is quietly choking on tears. Jumping up to Naruto, the brunette tries to quickly examine him, but in vain. The blood is in his eyes, not allowing him to see anything properly. Uchiha knows one thing for sure. Naruto is alive. Alive, damn him. He is still alive. There is still life in this little lump, clinging to the last remnants of blood in his body and the boy's fading consciousness. Itachi understands one thing. He may not last long. He has lost too much blood. And it is still oozing from all his wounds. Too much blood. He has been away for too long. He is too late. The boy picks up the boy in his arms and heads to the village. Urgently. The boy urgently needs help. Itachi looked around. Emptiness and silence. Bloody walls everywhere. Corpses of villagers. Children, women, old people. Absolutely everyone. People mercilessly killed. And only one question arises. For what? For what? Motherfucking him. For what? And again the boy is immersed in blood. Again he is mired in those blood-soaked memories. Again and again the pictures that repeat in dreams appear before his eyes. Too scary. Too painful. No time. Uchiha breaks away and runs. Runs, jumping over cold, tortured corpses. Scary. That Naruto will follow them. Breaking into whines and muffled groans from helplessness, sprinkling the boy's face with bloody tears, Itachi flies through the alleys and roofs of empty houses, asking himself one question: why? And the boy quietly wheezes from pain and agony. The local doctor's house appeared. Someone could be found there. Help could be found there. Throwing open the front doors, the boy found only darkness and blood. Again, damn it, again. Only blood and darkness. Having thrown all the instruments and preparations off the table, the brunette laid the boy on it and turned on the light. Quickly sorting through various test tubes of painkillers with trembling hands, he finds the right one and injects the boy. It does not help. His whole body is covered in blood. His right arm is either dislocated or broken, although the protruding bone just below the elbow indicates the latter, but the unnaturally twisted shoulder indicates the former. Almost all of his clothes are torn, revealing a dirty, mangled body. The flesh on his left leg is cut to the bone. A fresh wound bleeds on his face, fed by tears. Creepy. 2. Scary. Painful. My heart is constricted. Painful. Scary. Itachi isn't very good at medicine, but there's no choice. Just no. He quickly washes his hands and tries to treat the wounds. The lacerated wound on his leg doesn't take much time. Arm. Using the Sharingan, he manages to see the fracture site and the suspected dislocation. Sharply returning his shoulder to its normal position, the brunette makes Naruto let out a long, hoarse groan. It hurts. It's scary. It makes me shiver. The fracture is much more complicated. Although the bone is not crushed, there is a displacement, and the fracture is external. He tries to immerse the boy in an illusion. In a warm and painless illusion, which does not work on the first try. The excitement and wild fear for the life of the Jinchuriki take their toll. He sets the bone back in place. The boy no longer thrashes. He is immersed in an illusion. He does not feel pain. But tears continue to flow down his cheeks, washing away the blood and dirt. Leaving the limbs alone, Itachi moves on to the face. Much more difficult. The eye socket is damaged. The eyeball is missing. Blood continues to ooze out along with some white eye fluid and tears. It's disgusting. It's painful to see. It makes me want to vomit. It's scary. After wiping the blood and dirt off the boy's face, Itachi treats the terrible wound. He remembers his best friend Shisui in time. The last thing this man left behind was an eye with a Sharingan and a light, bright smile. The only things Itachi gave to him before his death. With trembling fingers, the boy quickly unseals Shisui's eye and begins the transplant. He wants to save. He wants to help. Afterwards, he will transfuse some of his blood into Naruto. Afterwards, he will treat all the remaining wounds and injuries. Afterwards, he will exhale convulsively, realizing that he made it. He made it. He did it. Itachi's POV. Thank you, Shisui. Thanks to your last sacrifice, I was able to help my little brother. We may not be blood brothers, but now the blood of the Uchiha flows in his veins. Now his eye will be able to see the world through the grid of the Sharingan. Now everything will be fine. Thank you, Shisui. And you know, he looks like you. He has the same smile. The same, damn it, smile. Like that time, on the edge of the cliff by the river. The same smile, casual and easy. Thank you, Lord, for giving him another chance. Thank you, Shisui, for leaving such a sacrifice. But it's somehow wrong. It's too scary. 2. Over and over again. 2. End POV. Uchiha was breathing heavily, leaning his elbows on the table. Thoughts were swarming in his head, getting confused and looping. The only thing he understood, falling asleep from exhaustion and stress. Now everything will be fine. Now everything will definitely be fine. Scroll 6. Today ends tomorrow. Commentary on Scroll 6. Today ends tomorrow. Here's another chapter. It was a productive weekend. I think the chapter turned out a bit crumpled. Sorry if it didn't live up to expectations. Enjoy reading. The night had already passed. Itachi had fallen asleep right at the table, falling onto the cold wooden floor, partly covered in Naruto's blood. A faint wheeze, accompanied by a quiet cough, spread throughout the gloomy room. Blood everywhere. Darkness everywhere. Only a small ray of light penetrated through the half-open door, which had almost fallen off its hinges when Itachi burst in. Dust drifted slowly through the air, illuminated by the sunlight. In addition to the small particles, the room was filled with the bitter smell of drugs and dried blood. Wincing from the unpleasant sensations, Itachi woke up and abruptly opened his eyes. He jumped up from the floor and began to look around. Catching sight of the table on which Naruto was lying, the guy exhaled raggedly, remembering what had happened. The boy's chest rose and fell, sometimes shaking. He was either having a nightmare or suffering from a spasm. It was hard to tell. However, this only complicated the situation. There was no time to check the blood before the transfusion, and the eye might not take. Tissue rejection could well occur, and then all-consuming fucking hell would be guaranteed. Itachi prayed for the best outcome, although he did not rule out the worst. Uchiha ran his eyes over the wounded body once more and sighed resignedly. The chances were slim, but, as they say, hope dies last. The Jinchuriki risked dying along with it. To the brunette's great surprise, some almost insignificant, literally speaking, scratches quickly healed on Uzumaki's body, leaving no trace, and not even a day had passed. The guy just whistled at the speed of regeneration. He had never seen this in the kid before, although he was truly tenacious and resilient. Itachi set himself a task, to get the negligent student back on his feet and give him a good beating for running away and getting involved in a fight, being still a brat. At least if he gets him up, although he can't avoid a showdown in any case. Uchiha just shook his head at his rather optimistic thoughts, driving away his worst fears far away, preferably to the middle of nowhere. The guy decided to disinfect the wounds and apply bandages. The unknown was putting terribly heavy pressure on his already frayed nerves, stretched like a string. When the boy would wake up, it was unknown whether the eye would take root and whether the blood would be rejected. It was unclear, so he would suffer while waiting. Now that Itachi could soberly assess the situation, another problem emerged. Either some shinobi from hidden villages came to him, which is not confirmed, since all the villagers were killed, for what the hell, one wonders. There are no witnesses, and there were no other reasons. The envoys of the villages would not have dealt with all the honest people. It would be troublesome, and there would be a lot of noise, and this, at the very least, is unnecessary hassle and a headache. Another possibility. He's being hunted by rogue ninjas, trying to snag a bounty on his head on the black market. Wrong again. Too much noise and unnecessary attention. Third. Just some criminals. They were passing by, so to speak. Dropped in for a drink, and here was a shinobi, and it didn't matter that he was a brat, the milk was still wet on his lips. Although the question of who attacked first was still worth finding out. The whole body ached and felt terribly heavy and unbearable. The head was buzzing. Blood was beating in the temples, causing a dull pain and bouts of nausea. The slightest movement of the mouth or head caused an unpleasant stinging of the face. And the feeling of something foreign throughout the body was somehow tense. Naruto tried to say something, but he stopped short. His throat was simply torn. The boy burst into a coughing fit and almost bent over. Fortunately he was too weak, and his muscles were not in danger of unexpected overload. Spitting out pink saliva, the Jinchuriki somehow rolled over onto his left side. When he tried to lie down on his right, a sharp pain pierced him in the area of his collarbone and his entire arm. Exhaling a heavy breath, Uzumaki tried to open his eyes. But for some reason, the right one didn't want to give in, and the skin around it burned and stung. With the slightest contraction of the muscles, he felt as if he was being torn to pieces. There was a creak behind him and then a joyful sigh. Something even fell on the floor and clanged loudly, which made the boy wince, but quickly returned his face to normal, because no one cancelled the pain. The guy walked around the bed and squatted down in front of Naruto's face. He looked listlessly at the uninvited guest of his room and narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Itachi nervously licked his dry lips and stood straight, examining the Jinchuriki for some time. Saying anything first seemed very difficult for Uzumaki, at least speaking for sure. As for Uchiha, he sank deep into himself, wandering through his memories and gathering his thoughts into one lump. Naruto, the Uchiha began quietly but decisively. Hearing his name, the boy jerked weakly and wheezed and coughed something. Blockhead. Lie down on your back, idiot. Looking at the suffering of the Jinchuriki, the brunette gave free rein to his emotions. Too exhausted and tense. Itachi carefully turned the boy over onto his back. Fortunately, his back was almost unharmed. Just a couple of scratches that healed right away. The blonde's voice had not yet emerged. All he could make were weak wheezing and coughing. Uchiha decided to check the wounds again. Removing the layer of bandages on his thigh, Itachi was quite surprised. If it weren't for his selective coldness, his jaw would have kissed the floor long ago. Although he allowed himself to open his eyes wide, the wound had almost healed. All that remained was a slightly bleeding scar, which hadn't been there yesterday, just a not very deep wound. Itachi understood that less than a week had passed, but this speed of regeneration was outrageous. In less than 6 days, the muscles had grown together without external intervention, excluding bandages and disinfection, while for a normal shinobi it would have taken at least a month. Having changed all the bandages, the guy noted that in another week or two Naruto would be as good as new. A fracture, unlike a muscle tear, took longer, although, in general, cracks remained. The main bone was already almost intact. The general condition was stable. Fortunately, there was no tissue rejection and none was expected, which pleased the brunette quite a bit. He had made it. He had done it. He had saved. However, Itachi allowed himself nothing but a happy smile. He brought his emotions back under control, and the usual coldness froze on his face again. Having injected another dose of painkillers and antibiotics into the almost intact body, Uchiha sighed with relief. Everything went well. He would live. He would be able to pull through. He was saved. How are you? The door closed with a barely audible bang. The creak of floorboards. Quiet steps. Barely audible breathing. Are you sleeping, idiot? The brunette said with a slight smile, sitting down on the edge of the bed. He lightly ruffled the boy's tangled blonde hair. The blonde's chest rose and fell. He was almost healthy, just a slight fever. Just a little more. Just a little more. His fingers involuntarily slid over the scar on his right eye. The Jinchuriki winced and turned his head from the unpleasant sensation. A sweet, calm expression on his face. Sleeping people are certainly touching, as was evident from Itachi's expression. The Uchiha smoothed his unruly strands of hair and smiled faintly. So nice. So familiar. And so, it hurts. The guy rested his elbows on his knees and lowered his head, exhaling heavily. Scrolling through his head moments from the recent past, the brunette involuntarily recalled the massacre in the Uchiha quarter. Blood. Lots of blood. Unbearable heat. It was not the body that was burning, but the soul, tearing itself apart. The whistle of the katana in the air, the splash of scarlet liquid and screams. Itachi grabbed his head and lowered it to his knees. It was heavy. Aita. Chi. A barely audible whisper cut through the ringing silence. The brunette opened his eyes wide, breaking out of memories of the past. Itachi. I'm here. Uchiha turned to face the boy. Naruto was reaching out to him. He was reaching out as if he was clinging to the last thing left. Itachi took his little hand and squeezed it lightly. He heard a relieved sigh and noticed that the blonde had relaxed. Where are we? The Jinchuriki asked with a hoarseness in his voice. Home, Naruto. At these words Uzumaki only smiled widely, but immediately winced from the unpleasant sensations. Does it hurt? The guy asked, holding the child's hand in his own. And no, the boy stated firmly. Idiot. Itachi couldn't help but give his student a weak slap. I won't eat your tomatoes. Uzumaki roared, running out of the house and, hiding around the nearest corner, shouted from behind the wall, eat them yourself. Naruto. I want noodles. Ramen on the barrel. And tomatoes. And the tomatoes in the trash. Come here. Itachi. Yes. The brunette looked up from preparing some kind of tincture. Why can't I? The boy hesitated, shifting from one foot to the other. Take off the bandage. There's just a scar there. Naruto. The guy sighed heavily and squatted in front of Uzumaki. You wanted the Sharingan, right? Well, yes. You managed to awaken him, but only here. The brunette pointed his finger at the bandage. That's why you can't show him to anyone. There's no one here. The Jinchuriki crossed his arms over his chest with displeasure. Where is everyone? They left. It was dangerous here, so everyone went in different directions. And us. It's not dangerous for us. We're shinobi. A weak smile from the Uchiha. The guy poked the boy in the forehead with 2 fingers. Stupid little brother. Stupid older brother. Naruto pouted, putting his palms to his forehead, which caused Itachi to be touched. Itachi. Yes. The guy was already ready to personally kill the overly meticulous Jinchuriki, who pestered him with questions, and begged that the boy would be ready for training, so that he would at least be occupied somehow. Why is my last name Uzumaki and yours Uchiha, if we are both from the Uchiha clan? Your mother. The brunette once again crouched in front of the blonde. She was Uzumaki. And Dad. But Dad doesn't. Where are they? Remember, I told you about the attack on the village. Having waited for a nod from the Jinchuriki, Uchiha continued, then your parents defended Konoha and died as heroes. You are big and should understand. So don't cry, okay? The guy put his hands on his shoulders. Aha, Uzumaki answered languidly. Naruto. Are you ready for training yet? We can start right now. Itachi. The blonde began hesitantly. Maybe. You'll tell the truth. What? I think you're lying. I don't know why, but I think so. The boy lowered his head, drilling a hole in the floor. My dad isn't from the clan. Otherwise, I would have 2 Sharingans. That's right, the guy reluctantly agreed, slightly squeezing his shoulders in his fingers. Naruto, what I'm about to tell you is a big secret, so it's forbidden to divulge it. Got it? Why yes, I understand, the Jinchuriki nodded quickly. I'll only tell you about your parents. All I know is that your mother is Uzumaki Kushina and your father is Namikaze Minato. I don't know if this is true, but you look a lot like them. They really are the heroes of Konoha. These were just assumptions, but your appearance suggests that you really are their son. So, I'm not an Uchiha. The boy took everything, surprisingly, calmly. It was clear that he was tense and worried, but not about his parents. About something else. No, but my blood flows in your veins, and your eye sees everything through the Sharingan, so you can be an Uchiha too. Is it true? Is it true? And we can be brothers. Yes. Is that the only reason you were worried? Itachi raised the corners of his lips and poked his fingers into Uzumaki's forehead. You idiot. Nothing of the sort. The whistle of shurikens. The creaking of fishing line. A row of kunai with ceiling seals crashes into the tree trunk. The same row in the other trunk. The trap gradually comes into action. The two shadows cross the branches again and again, leaving a faint trace of chakra. Here are more seals. And again, the barrier is ready. The trap has slammed shut. The two shadows stand at the edge of the barrier on either side. Quite suitable, Itachi said, being inside the trap. No doubt he was giving in, but the boy didn't think that he would have to do it only a little, not taking into account that he was quite relaxed. After all, Naruto had not fully recovered from his illness. I tried, the Jinchuriki proudly declared, putting his hands on his hips and smiling broadly. But little chakra is involved. It's easy to destroy. Uchiha passed chakra through his kunai and stuck it into the barrier. It began to crack and crumble. Well, what have you done? The blonde was indignant, his blue eye flashing. If only I had used the Sharingan. If only, if only. Here you go. In battle, you won't have enough time for a plan and unnecessary movements. You need to use time to a minimum. And you have a lot of unnecessary movements. Just look at your swing. Hone your skills. I'm 8 years old, Naruto muttered. Well then, practice. Can I use the Sharingan? You know perfectly well that you can't show your Sharingan, Uchiha exhaled tiredly, as if he was explaining a truism for the 100th time. And if so, Uzumaki took off the bandage and put on a fox mask. Two eyes, one blue and the other red, glowed in the slits, involuntarily causing fear. It's creepy, the brunette expressed his opinion. Well, Itachi tilde. Let's try. If everything goes well, then perhaps I'll allow it. 4 months passed with new training. Summer was approaching. Itachi began to notice that someone was spying on them. The guy strictly forbade the boy to use his right eye. In addition, so that no one would recognize Naruto by the stripes on his cheeks, the brunette made him wear a tight-fitting mask up to his eyes. If his clothes didn't bother him, then an eye patch and a mask were mandatory. Naruto still defended a new orange jacket with a white collar, which he was incredibly happy about. Itachi sighed heavily and shook his head at his disobedient student brother. No matter how many times you say it, it doesn't matter. Stubborn as a ram, he was nagging the brunette until he agreed. Of course, he had to make concessions and eat a small tomato every day, or every other day, sometimes. In the midst of another training session, a kunai, thrown by a third person, whistled between two shadows. Itachi became wary and called Naruto to him. The boy obediently jumped up to his brother. The situation was saved by the fox mask that he was wearing. You never know who came. Two silhouettes emerged from behind the trees. Black cloaks with red clouds and straw hats caught my eye. Uchiha blocked the Jinchuriki with his body, looking at the strangers tensely. Itachi-kun, didn't you recognize him? The guy simply couldn't confuse the hissing voice with anything. Orochimaru, a kunai flew towards the two men, but was blocked by a metal tail. Is this how you greet old comrades? The snake Sannin hissed. Orochimaru, don't make me wait. To the point, the second one growled. Sorry, he chuckled. Itachi, will you join our organization? For what reason? The guy straightened up, but was still on guard. We are pursuing good goals, Itachi-kun. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, the boy replied. Why should I join you? I have my own goals. Come on, we strive for peace. Join us. You can bring the fox cub with you, too. Stretching his neck, the Sannin flashed his eyes, piercing the Jinchuriki. Uchiha looked at Naruto tensely and worriedly. He shrank and squeezed his brother's pant leg in his hand. It was obvious to the naked eye that the blonde was afraid. Even though he tried to hide it and looked defiantly at his opponents, he unconsciously clung to the brunette. Okay, Itachi turned his gaze, which immediately turned cold, to the two men. Well done, Itachi-kun. Orochimaru almost sang, welcome to Akatsuki. Scroll 7. Trap. 4 shinobi were crossing the forest. 2 of them were wearing identical cloaks and hats that hid their faces and bodies. The third was wearing a dark turtleneck and loose dark blue pants. His black straight hair was gathered in a low ponytail that reached his shoulder blades, and the fourth, a child, was wearing a light orange windbreaker, dark pants and a fox mask on his face. At the back of his head, his hair was gathered in a short low ponytail, at most 6.5 centimeters, with unruly light strands sticking out in all directions. During their entire journey, the boy huddled close to the brunette and looked askance at the snake Sannin with distrust, who responded with an interested look and a creepy grin. Naruto involuntarily shrank and trembled slightly, which did not escape the brunette's keen eye. Itachi humbled the boy with a look full of affection and lifted the corners of his lips, ruffling the Jinchuriki's hair. Such a simple gesture of concern made the blonde relax a little. Itachi could hear pressure and blackmail in Orochimaru's voice when he mentioned Naruto in conversation. The boy almost had a heart attack from the Sannin's satisfied face alone. Fortunately, his partner's face was hidden by a scarf. Although the puppeteer's coldness made goosebumps run down his back and sweat appear. Uzumaki, although not quite accurately, felt the amount of chakra emanating from these men. Fortunately, the boy was relatively calm, but did not let go of his brother's pant leg, clinging to the fabric with a death grip in an attempt to drown out his fear. Uzumaki certainly felt the potential threat to his life from these two. Akatsuki reeked of death. No wonder the Jinchuriki tried to cling to something familiar. Uchiha praised the gods and his own caution for forcing the boy to wear an eye patch under his mask and forbidding him to use the Sharingan. The forests gave way to fields and small mountain passes. The day was drawing to an end. The boy was already quite exhausted, because the pace of their movement was clearly not for children. Besides, the Jinchuriki had already managed to get tired from training. Just a few days ago, Itachi had increased his loads, and now there was this marathon, on an unknown and constantly changing terrain. When the sun had already disappeared behind the horizon, Uchiha picked up the boy and, having sat him on his back, continued to follow Akatsuki. Naruto almost immediately dozed off, tightly clutching the fabric of the turtleneck in his fingers. They moved for several more hours before they came across caves hidden in the rocks. Orochimaru and Sasori began to fold seals in turn, and Itachi pressed the Jinchuriki closer to his back. Luckily for him, the boy was already asleep, peacefully drooling down the brunette's collar, occasionally muttering something under his breath. After Akatsuki finished with the seals, Sasori immediately moved into the darkness of the cave, growling something about time and not wanting to wait. At his words, Orochimaru only hissed and, baring his teeth, looked towards the Uchiha. Itachi tensed up like a string and took a couple of confident steps towards the cave. The Sannin did not take his eyes off him and did not even move. The boy realized that he was waiting for him and the Jinchuriki to go first. Walking carefully through the cave, Itachi noted that it was very dry around. There was no dampness, no moss, not even bats. This was a little alarming, but everything was explained by the seal at the entrance. Most likely, it did not let any living creature through. From this, the Uchiha concluded that this was either a lair or a warehouse of something important. Orochimaru was mostly silent. The silence was broken only by the grinding of tools and the quiet curses of the puppeteer in the depths of the tunnels, who apparently lacked something. Naruto winced from the heavy air, saturated with various drugs, chemicals and poisons mixed with metal and wood shavings. When the Jinchuriki opened his eyes, he didn't expect to see pitch darkness. Panic enveloped him. Itachi was nowhere to be found. His chakra traces were very weak and barely perceptible, and an 8-year-old child certainly couldn't sense them. There were particles of dust and various shavings in the air. Then Uzumaki heard a quiet grinding sound. The boy jumped to his feet and, guided by the barely audible sounds, headed for the exit. Imagine his happiness when he bumped into the door, almost smashing his forehead. Fortunately, the mask was on his face, although it didn't play a special role. His forehead was still damaged and threatened to become a bright bruise. Hissing various curses towards the one who stuck this door here, Naruto pulled down the mask and rubbed his long-suffering forehead. Deciding not to risk it, he put it back on and opened the door. A dark corridor stretched on both sides of the exit. From the neighboring door, which was slightly open, a weak light from the lamp on the far table poured into his eyes, accustomed to the darkness. The Jinchuriki walked cautiously into the room. A guy with fiery red hair was sitting at the table. From the back, he looked no more than 15 years old. His body was wrapped in a black cloak. Due to the poor lighting, it was barely possible to discern red uneven spots. Later, the boy realized, these were not spots, but clouds. He was one of these Akatsuki. Naruto involuntarily wondered, what is this guy doing here and why is he with this organization? Uzumaki knew about his ability to move silently and almost unnoticed, and in a dark room with dim lighting even more so. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. Just one look at the snake Sannin was enough to understand that they did not take just anyone into their ranks, which meant that this guy was not a weakling either. Involuntarily, the Jinchuriki was happy for his mentor, because he was worthy of joining Akatsuki. Having gotten close enough to see what was on the table, the blonde froze. Hand. Someone's hand. But there is no blood. Only some small parts, screwdrivers, fishing lines and vials that stood in a row at the very edge, closer to the wall. Interest began to awaken in the young shinobi. He held his breath and watched as the puppeteer, with masterfully honed movements, loaded the necessary materials into his hand, attaching some metal balls to it. The guy deftly wielded the screwdriver. He moved his finger, and a thin, barely visible thread of chakra attached itself to the hand. Bending his finger, the guy checked the condition of the hand and the channels through which the chakra entered part of the doll. Naruto only looked at this with enchanted eyes. Little fox. The Sannin sang in his hissing voice, Little fox, where did you go? The puppeteer winced at the nasty voice and turned to show Orochimaru everything he thought of his sly, smug mug. Having run into the fox mask, the boy moved his hand, swinging his newly repaired hand that was lying on the table, and jumped to the side. Naruto jerked and retreated to the door, somehow dodging the puppet. You weren't taught manners, the red-haired man concluded, straightening up. Sorry, the boy stammered, lowering his head. Fox cub, Orochimaru yelled. There was a ringing sound. Something broke. Most likely, something valuable, well, at least expensive, because otherwise the Sannin would not have started hissing various curses. Go. This idiot is calling you. Where is Itachi? The blonde straightened up and tried to calm the panic that was creeping up again with Orochimaru's steps. Don't waste my time. Sasori turned around and sat down at his desk, getting back to work. You have to knock before you enter. That goes for you too, Snake, the puppeteer answered in a calm tone. Okay, Sasori no Dana. There you are, Fox cub, a pale face poked into the room. Grinning unkindly, the Sannin reached out his hand to Uzumaki. Naruto tensed. Fear began to creep up, mixing with panic. He didn't like this pale-skinned man. He really didn't like him. The boy reacted almost instantly and jumped back to Sasori's table, hitting one of the dolls that was hiding in the shadows. He fell along with the red-haired man's creation, getting entangled in thin threads. Cursing, the Jinchuriki tried to break free from the fishing line that the doll was suspended by. Unfortunately for him, there was a lot of fishing line. It cut unpleasantly into his skin and squeezed it hard, threatening to cut the flesh. Naruto froze, trying to calm down and think about the situation. The Sannin couldn't hold back a few short chuckles. The puppeteer only exhaled heavily and glared angrily at the boy. Uzumaki jerked and hissed painfully. The fishing line painfully dug into the skin around his neck and arms. Out, the red-haired man ordered, keeping his cool and getting up from the table. I came for him. The pale-skinned man completely seeped into the room, looking around, noting that all the walls were covered with dolls. I said, get out. Don't waste my time, Orochimaru. Sasori raised his piercing, incinerating gaze to the snake Sannin, who waved his palms in front of his face. Okay, don't be angry. The pale-skinned man finally left the room. Muffled laughter and quiet coughing could be heard in the corridor. And you? The puppeteer looked angrily at the Jinchuriki, as if he hadn't noticed that he was entangled in the fishing line. I told you, get out. Sorry, the boy babbled. Don't waste my time. Get out and get lost. Sasori sat back down and got to work. At first Naruto tried to free himself from the tenacious captivity, but only tightened the line on his limbs. When he relaxed, he realized that he would not be able to get out without someone's help. Itachi was not nearby. When he would return, also remained a mystery. The snake Sannin was probably the last person Uzumaki would want to get help from. Only the puppeteer remained, who was disassembling his hand again without much enthusiasm. Remembering the red-haired man's name, the boy hesitated. Sasori no Dana. In response there was only silence, a quiet fuss and the creaking of screws. Please. Sasori no Dana. The Jinchuriki called quietly, as if he was afraid of waking someone. What? Fox? Could you? No, the puppeteer snapped sternly. Interrupting the boy's request mid-sentence, "You got yourself into trouble? Get out of it yourself." The blonde jerked from the sharp answer and hissed painfully again, biting his lip. "That will teach you a lesson." He said painfully. "Don't distract me, otherwise I'll introduce you to my favorite creation." The boy fell silent and decided to wait for Itachi to arrive. But here's the problem. His limbs began to go numb from the tightly stretched line. Dark marks became visible. The skin on his hands was already starting to turn red and turn blue. The Jinchuriki tightly clenched his lips and jaws. His fingers were starting to go numb. His pulse was clearly visible on his neck and was felt in his fingertips, under his nails. His hands were throbbing. They were already starting to cramp. Suddenly Naruto felt relief. The fishing line began to slide off him with a characteristic sound, freeing the child's skin. Blood rushed through his veins again, carrying life-saving oxygen throughout his body. His hands were shaking. Uzumaki looked up and came across the indifferent face of the puppeteer. Although the blonde caught a bit of concern in this stony expression. Very tiny, but he was ready to swear that he caught it. "Are you happy? Now get out." Grabbing the boy by the scruff of the neck, Sasori pushed him out the door and slammed it loudly for show. "Thank you," the Jinchuriki whispered, rubbing the marks from the fishing line. "Thank you, Sasori no Dana." Despite the coldness in his address, the boy was sincerely grateful to this man. He did not know him at all. He was afraid of him. But he was grateful. A stupid smile appeared on his face, hidden behind the white mask of a fox with bright strokes of orange paint. Naruto began to wander through the corridors of the cave, bumping into doors every now and then. They were all locked, which irritated the blonde quite a bit. If only one damn door was open. Cold spread through the dark corridors. The boy began to get nervous. There were no traces of chakra here. Absolutely none. Fear played with sharp echoes. He got lost. Dark, dark, dark. And for some reason it smells like blood. This smell. Sweetish, metallic, with a hint of bitterness. Bitterness and dry pine needles. Colored circles began to dance before my eyes, forming small flashes of flame. Fear began to paralyze the body. The limbs went numb. The boy frantically looked around, trying to stumble upon the exit, but saw only darkness. Darkness and blood. And fire. Flashes of fire enveloped him, giving him more and more fear. Undoubtedly, the Jinchuriki was panicking. He is alone. Again. He hears muffled footsteps and someone's voice. Uzumaki looks around, but sees nothing. And before his eyes appear those few shinobi who attacked that night. And the smell of burnt flesh again cuts into his throat, causing a gag reflex. And again the smell of blood hits his lungs. These smells merge into one, sickeningly nauseating. I want to break out of here, but my body won't move. I want to run, to hide, but my body won't listen. I want to close my eyes and drown in the saving darkness, but furious flashes of flame flare up before my eyes. No escape, no hiding, no survival. Naruto was trapped. Trapped in your own mind. Scroll 8. He who is hidden from human eyes. Dark. The air is heavy. I open my eyes. Surprisingly, my eyelids give in easily. However, this does not bring any particular result. The darkness continues to thicken around me. My hand involuntarily reaches for the treasured blindfold. Panic has overwhelmed me, but now I feel absolutely nothing. Almost. A slight fear still lingers. It makes me nervous. My fingers stumble upon the fox mask. My mind immediately sobers up a bit, and I jerk my hand away. It's better to hold off on the Sharingan for now. It takes a lot of strength and chakra, and it also increases the strain on the body. I don't know where I am yet. That's already a problem. Not only am I lost, but Itachi is also unknown. Damn, a deep growl is heard somewhere far away. If I had ears, I would immediately press them back, betraying my tense nerves. I had just gotten out of the net, when I suddenly ended up in an unknown place. Brother, where are you? Why did you leave with these people? Why did you join this organization? So many questions and not a single answer. It's annoying. Vibrations in the air reach me. The atmosphere around me literally begins to heat up. Along with the jolts of air, you can sense the burning chakra. And not just any chakra. It makes you shudder involuntarily. And yet I am afraid. I try to stay calm and walk towards the epicenter of the impulses and air shocks. Damn my curiosity. Long, unfriendly corridors, pipes, water. Where I woke up there was only dampness, but as I approach the source of the chakra, I begin to notice that there is more water on the floor. Already ankle deep. Cold. My feet immediately get wet, and my shoes squelch disgustingly. Again, a muffled, guttural, gurgling roar. A quiet chuckle slips through. This is definitely something terrifying. I meander between the corridors. It's getting noticeably lighter. It's good, but against the backdrop of the tense atmosphere, it's of no use. Scary. What did you want to hear from an 8-year-old? I almost died. If it weren't for Itachi. Damn, I couldn't even do anything right. Of course, he always gave in to me. And now a real fight. An unpleasant, bitter lump formed inside. Maybe envy, maybe anger, or rage, or fear. It's hard to understand, but right now the instinct of self-preservation is sounding the alarm. For some reason, it's not very well developed in me, but if it starts working, then it's serious. For some reason, I don't want to go anymore. And I don't even know where I am. I have to, Naruto. Here's another turn. I decisively turn the corner and stumble upon a large room with high ceilings. Creepy. Directly in front of me, thick bars stretch from floor to ceiling. A cage. There's a seal where the lock should be. Nothing is visible on the other side of the bars. Just like 5 meters from my nose. I come closer. My body goes numb. My heart pounds against my ribs, giving away my fear. Cold sweat breaks out on my temples. I feel the chakra. I'm a lousy sensor, but this chakra. It's soaked in blood, thirst for blood. I feel uneasy. Although, where else? I'm in a panic. Another roar. A wave of hot air scorches my face. A terrible muffled laugh bounces off the walls and cuts into my consciousness. Eyes. Red eyes with a narrow oblong pupil appeared behind the bars. This is definitely not a person. The eyes look with hatred and arrogance. A predatory grin appears. A row of sharp fangs. Definitely not a person. Listening to the echoes of my instinct, I jump back and grab my pouch. Well, like, my hip. No pouch. No weapon on me. What should I do? Pathetic little bug. A gurgling voice comes from the cage. Creepy. That's not the word. Come closer. I want to eat you. A huge hairy paw with long black claws sticks through the bars. Not a human at all. Who are you? The voice trembled treacherously, which did not escape the notice of this monster. He chuckled and grinned, showing his fangs in all the glory, right down to his gums. I shuddered. My legs went numb. My hands began to shake. Damn. Your death. The paw almost grabs me, but I jump back even further. A roar is heard. Gurgling sounds fill the room. Fire chakra seeps through the bars from the beast. It glows orange, revealing its owner. Thick red fur, long limbs and ears, a huge, bestial, grinning muzzle. And 9 tails raised. What the? Who are you? I ask, trying to stop the trembling in my legs and arms. It barely works. I am your darkness, the beast growled. No, I answered hesitantly, looking up at the fox's bloody eyes. I am your dark side. I am your pain. I am your hatred. Your fear. On the last word the beast grinned contentedly. And no. Free me. I will help you take revenge. I have no one to take revenge on. Open yourself to hatred. Open yourself to rage. Open yourself to power. You want power, after all. So take it. Take it. The beast growled, chaotically hitting the walls of the cage with its tails. It released its claws and scraped the stone floor with them, growled and showed its fangs, flashing an angry look. No, I don't know who you are. What makes you think I need power? I frowned. It wasn't visible behind the mask, but my half-lowered head and confident blue eye showed my mood. But the trembling didn't subside. Pathetic little bug. You are offered power, and you refuse. Fox's muzzle was right at the bars. Chakra moved in my direction, hissing and bubbling like boiling water in a saucepan. I don't like all this. And who would like it? Who are you? And where are we? And you didn't notice. Everything here, everything is soaked in your chakra, human offspring. And I'm here because of you. The clawed paws reached out to me again, but I was far enough away. And this is no joke. His chakra got close to me. Just being close to it caused slight burns. This is bad. Very bad. I'm not guilty of anything. Why are you blaming me? The body weakens. What's going on? It's your fault. It's all because of you. It's getting hard to breathe. My legs are giving way. What have I done? I can't stand and lean against the wall. The fox took advantage of my hesitation and directed chakra at me. I didn't have time to jump back. It enveloped me and began to slowly burn. Slowly and painfully. You were born. A seething guttural roar deafened me, and I fell into darkness. Where is the kid? Itachi looked tensely at the snake Sanon's back. Itachi-kun. Where is the boy? Uchiha asked in a firm voice. A fox cub. Who knows? The pale-skinned one grinned and licked his lips. He's out walking somewhere. An unkind gleam flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Damn. Itachi jumped up and activated his Sharingan, trying to find traces of Uzumaki. As luck would have it, chakra impulses were running through the entire cave, and it was confusing. The brunette quickly flickered like a shadow, looking for traces. Finally, he found them. Pulling after the Jinchuriki, the guy noted that he was in a panic attack and was rushing around looking for a way out. There were rows of doors along the corridor, and they were all closed. Suddenly, Itachi felt a sharp impulse of chakra. It flared up sharply, then died down just as sharply. Screams were heard. Cursing, the Uchiha rushed off again. Almost immediately, he ran into Naruto. Not a pleasant picture. Again he didn't keep an eye on her. Again he screams. Again. The blonde arched and screamed, scratching his skin, where burns were visible. Flashes of fiery chakra dimly illuminated the corridor. Itachi jumped up to the boy and tried to shake him. However, as soon as his hands touched the Jinchuriki, the Uchiha's skin was scorched by hostile boiling chakra. The boy resisted, but was clearly losing. Itachi remembered that he had once had to look through information about Naruto. There was also the fact that the boy was a vessel for the Beiyu chakra. Quickly realizing what he had to do, the brunette fished several suppression seals out of his pocket. Having secured them on Uzumaki, he folded several seals. Almost immediately the screams died down. The blonde's breathing was intermittent and broken, with wheezing. The vocal cords were clearly slightly damaged. The last flashes of fiery chakra illuminated the dark corridor, the fox's cracked mask and the quickly healing wounds on his skin. Scroll 9. The warmth of a small heart. Itachi had been nursing the Jinchuriki for several days now. The boy stubbornly refused to regain consciousness, although his body was, if not in perfect, then at least in excellent condition. For a long time, the Uchiha could not understand what had caused the Beiyu chakra to break through. Perhaps that was why Uzumaki could not come to his senses. The guy also allowed for the possibility that in this chakra-saturated shelter the seal began to weaken. Even minor changes in it allowed the Biju to break through, albeit a little. This could also affect Naruto's condition. Itachi removed the suppression seals only 2 days later, when the blonde's body finally returned to shape. However, his consciousness was not restored. The brunette sat next to the boy's bed and examined his sleeping face, noting slight similarities with Sasuke. He had to remove the mask and bandage from the young shinobi's face. If he was still hesitating about the bandage, the mask was torn off almost immediately. It could interfere with his already ragged breathing. The boy watched the Jinchuriki's chest rise and fall. A ringing silence hung in the room, occasionally broken by heavy sighs. Itachi sat on a chair at the head of the bed. He laid his head on the blanket and exhaled tiredly. It was very tiring to be tense all the time. He closed his eyes and disconnected from this world. Too many thoughts. Too many assumptions. Too much stress. Too many dangers. What did he expect? This world has gone completely nuts. It's gone off the rails. It's been rotten for a long time. It's already pretty much decayed. So why don't little kids become ninjas? Why don't teenagers, instead of having fun and carefree lives, kill each other for the politics and power of their superiors? Why don't people take each other's lives for some kind of reward? Why did he decide that this world was normal? Itachi didn't even notice how he dozed off. The guy forgot himself in a deep sleep, exhausted by a difficult week filled only with heavy thoughts and stress. The guy lay across the blonde, his head on his chest. His heart was quietly beating under his ear. The calm and measured beat was calming and lulling. The warmth emanating from the Jinchuriki pleasantly warmed his cheek and ear. All Uchiha needed was warmth. Like everyone else, he needed someone close to him. Yes, he was a murderer. Yes, he had the blood of his clan on his hands. Yes, he was a renegade, a traitor, a liar. But he was a brother. He was a guardian. He was a mentor and a teacher. He was human. Knock knock. Knock knock. Knock knock. Take a deep breath. A noisy, long exhalation. The chest under the head rose and slowly fell, accompanied by a noisy exhalation of air. All that was needed was a knock, warmth, the love of a little heart. Itachi opened his eyes and jumped up sharply, looking around. I think I fell asleep. He tiredly raised the corners of his lips and shook his head. Suppressing a yawn, Uchiha looked at Naruto. The boy was lying on his side facing away from him, which meant that he was starting to control his body. Therefore, he would wake up soon. But the next thing put the brunette into a kind of stupor and puzzled him quite a bit. The guy heard a short, quiet sob. At first, he thought he had misheard it, but the sound was repeated, and Uzumaki curled up into a ball, bending his legs closer to his body. His shoulders were shaking slightly. Naruto. Uchiha walked around the bed and squatted down in front of the Jinchuriki's face. The blonde came to his senses. This was good. But he was crying, curling up into a ball and clutching the edge of the blanket in his hands. This was already causing anxiety to grow in Itachi's body, slowly flowing into panic. The unknown was frightening. The guy touched his shoulder. Naruto, what happened? The brunette tried to wake the boy up. At this, Uzumaki's eyes widened and he literally threw himself at his brother, digging his knuckles and fingers into his clothes until they turned white. The boy was taken aback by such pressure and fell on his back. The blonde pressed himself against him and began to sob. Not just quietly cry, but heart-rendingly sob. This was the first time in Uchiha's practice. The boy had never shown weakness before and did not even allow himself to cry. The only exception was that fateful night when he almost lost his life. Even then, he was not himself. He was on the edge and understood little. Quiet. Itachi hugged the boy and began to stroke his hair soothingly. He only pressed closer, burying his nose in his shoulder, soaking his older brother's turtleneck with tears. Calm down. I'm here. Naruto, don't cry. The answer was a roar and a ragged, trembling breath. The boy was overcome with hysterics. And, apparently, she did not want to let him go. His fingers were already starting to go numb, but Naruto did not let go. Itachi was at a loss. The boy did not come to his senses for a long time, and then not only did he wake up, but he also threw a tantrum, clinging to the brunette. The guy could only say all sorts of soothing nonsense and stroke his head. It was unknown how much time had passed since Uzumaki had attacked Itachi. Uchiha no longer knew what to do. If he could still deal with grievances and small squabbles, sometimes he had to fray his nerves quite a bit, especially during the training to use chakra, but what to do with tearful sobs, he did not know. When Naruto went quiet, Uchiha tried to peel him off. Unsuccessfully. The boy's fingers dug into his clothes so tightly that they almost tore the fabric. The boy only whistled at this. His grip was iron. This can be explained by Uzumaki's stubbornness. If he wants something, he will stand his ground until victory, even if he ends up in complete ass, and his arguments are shattered into nothing, he still defends his own. What surprised Itachi most was the fact that Naruto fell asleep. Fell asleep. And what was that? Having somehow laid the boy back on the bed along with his long-suffering turtleneck, Itachi sighed and looked worriedly at the Jinchuriki's tear-stained face. One could only guess what had made him show such violent emotions. Previously, he had only reacted sharply to vegetables and the lack of ramen. And even then, not to this extent. This gave too much food for thought, like granite. The next day Naruto woke up and rushed at Uchiha again. This time he didn't cry, but just pressed himself against him, wrapping his arms around his neck, burying his nose in his shoulder. The boy didn't say anything. He just kept silent and pressed himself against the source of heat. And nothing. He just pressed himself, kept silent and, closing his eyes, trembled. Trembled slightly. Itachi realized that the Jinchuriki was afraid of something. But he couldn't figure out what exactly. Naruto kept silent and pressed himself against the brunette, not even giving him a chance to move. The Uchiha spent almost 4 days like this. On the 5th day, the boy finally spoke. Itachi, don't go. I'm here. Everything is fine. Calm down. The brunette literally carried the Jinchuriki in his arms and lulled him to sleep. The boy was no longer shaking, but his grip did not weaken. Itachi was surprised that his fingers had not fallen off yet. On the 6th day, Orochimaru looked into the Uchiha's room. Naruto, seeing the pale and extremely pleased face of the Sannin, shrank and almost strangled Itachi. The brunette politely asked Orochimaru to disappear into the fog. He hissed and grinned, licking his lips. The boy hid his face in his brother's shoulder. The Sannin grinned and finally deigned to leave. Fortunately, he did not notice the blonde's Sharingan. Itachi thanked fate that Naruto had a habit of closing his right eye. Since he constantly wore an eye patch, the eye was useless when open, so he mechanically closed it. That same day, Uzumaki reluctantly moved away from the brunette and stared at one spot on the floor. Itachi needed to leave the shelter for a short while, but he wouldn't go far with the burden on his hands, and in case of pursuit, he probably wouldn't be able to provide the blonde with the necessary protection. And the guy didn't want to expose the boy to attack. Beforehand, he tied an eye patch over his eye so that if something happened, Orochimaru wouldn't waste him if he noticed the Sharingan. Naruto sat with his legs tucked under him and his arms wrapped around them. He looked at the floor and didn't move. He only occasionally flinched when he heard some rustling sounds. There were loud footsteps and a creak behind the door. The boy shrank and with fear in his eyes, he looked at the door, which began to slowly open with a creak. A skinny figure wrapped in a cloak appeared in the passage. Uzumaki crawled to the corner of the bed and buried his nose in his knees, starting to tremble slightly. Fear overwhelmed him completely and only passed when Uchiha was nearby. Only one thing was clear to the blonde. This strange place was saturated with terrible chakra. In addition to this, there was a snake Sannin here, frightening only by his presence, not to mention his voice and habit of licking his lips with his long tongue. For some reason unknown to him, the boy felt the pressure of the energy field of this cave. It literally squeezed his lungs, blocking access to oxygen. This was especially clear in the presence of the pale-skinned shinobi. Then a nasty slimy worm of wild horror crawled into Naruto's head. Without a doubt, he was afraid of him. Now that Itachi left the blonde alone, the Jinchuriki felt even more discomfort. A loud shuffling sound echoed in the room, echoing in the blonde's head. The boy drew his neck in, hoping to take cover. He felt someone stop right next to the bed. Naruto's heart skipped a beat and almost stopped. The left side of his chest began to throb, and cold sweat began to appear on his temples. His fingers were going numb, and his body was shaking slightly. Tears almost gushed from his eyes, but Uzumaki squeezed them tightly shut, biting his lip. He flinched when a cold hand touched his shoulder. Naruto was about to kick the uninvited visitor and run after Itachi, but the hand pressed on his shoulder and shook him slightly. It was immediately clear that this man was not Orochimaru, for he would not miss the opportunity to say some caustic phrase in his hissing voice. The boy looked up at the visitor. In front of him stood a puppet, wrapped in old dark cloth. Dark brown hair fell to her shoulders, framing a woman's face, which had cracks and deep furrows, probably where parts were joined. She smelled of sand and oil. At first, he recoiled and looked warily at this creation. When the panic receded a little, allowing his brain to work quite properly, Naruto relaxed a little. The puppet is not Orochimaru. The puppet is not that evil monster that looks like a fox. The puppet is a doll. But the Jinchuriki still hasn't realized that the puppet won't stand on its own. The boy reached out to the doll. His hand touched the rough old fabric. After fiddling with it in his palm, Uzumaki finally relaxed, driving the panic into a corner of his mind, leaving only a bit of fear and anxiety. Feeling the rough, worn fabric between his fingers, Naruto noted that he was becoming calmer. Following the doll into the room, the same boy with fiery red hair also shuffled. At first, the boy did not notice him. "Did you like it?" the puppeteer asked with an unchanged expression on his face, looking out from behind his creation. "Ah!" the Jinchuriki cried out sharply, jumping back to the wall and, pressing himself against it and breathing heavily, he put his hand on his heart. "Why yes." "Is that so?" Sasori walked around the puppet and sat down on the edge of the bed, twitching his fingers. The doll moved and stretched out its hand in the direction of Uzumaki. At first, he was confused and looked at it, fascinated. When the doll began to approach him, it was as if he had been hit on the head with a blow. He squealed and darted behind the red-haired man. The puppet stopped, sharply tilting its head to the shoulder. Naruto pressed his head into Sasori's back. It seemed that the puppeteer was somewhat amused by this situation, but he did not even force out a smile, only raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Like, what's wrong? Have you gone crazy or something?" "This is my puppet," the puppeteer began, moving his fingers in the air. Following him, the puppet began to move and moved away from the bed, returning its head to its place. "It obeys me," he assured. "Ah, really?" The blue eye flashed with genuine interest, as if a rare delicacy, in this case, ramen, was being twirled in front of him. "Puppets are art," the puppeteer began his sermon, but was abruptly interrupted by the boy. "What can she do?" The blonde grabbed Sasori's sleeve. He was slightly taken aback by such pressure. It was clear that the boring lectures would have to be saved for better times and wait until the potential young student grew up and became interested in this art. "All. How is everything?" The Jinchuriki frowned. "She's a doll." "It's art," the red-haired man insisted. "What is this?" "Art is puppets." Naruto didn't expect that and fell out of reality, thinking over the information he had received. "What is this anyway?" He sat down and narrowed his eyes, waiting for an explanation. At least, words he could understand. Art is a figurative understanding of reality, expressing the inner state of a person, their perception of the world and... Naruto did not listen further, because only one word, person, reached him. He did not understand anything else. The boy's ardor died down, so Sasori slowed down with his explanations. "Am I not speaking clearly?" "I didn't understand anything." The boy scratched the back of his head and looked expectantly at the puppeteer. He thought about how to present the information to the kid so that he would understand. "Art is puppets, and puppets are art. Is that clear?" "No," The blonde admitted honestly, shaking his head. Well, to hell with him. For some reason Sasori decided that explaining anything to Naruto was a lost cause. He was partly right. The red-haired man stood up and was about to leave, but he was stopped by an uncertain child's hand, tugging at the edge of his cloak. Sasori gave the boy a gloomy look and was about to pull the fabric down. Please. Uzumaki whispered quietly, bowing his head. Don't go. Why is that, kid? Stay. I have things to do. I don't like wasting time. Itachi. Where is Itachi? Naruto looked at the puppeteer, who stood with an impenetrable face, clearly thinking about something. He's gone away on business. He'll be back tomorrow, the shinobi said dryly, straightening his cloak. Sasori no Dana, the blonde said unexpectedly loudly, instantly hesitating and drooping even more, his eyes running across the floor. What else, Fox? The puppeteer looked expectantly at the blonde. I'm scared. Here, he said barely audibly. So what? You're a shinobi. The boy nodded uncertainly, then be one. Shinobi are not afraid of anything. I'm not afraid, Naruto stated firmly, I'm just scared. It's not in my competence. Sasori turned towards the exit, dragging the puppet along with him. Please, stay. You're wasting my time, the red-haired man reminded. The boy almost buried his nose in his knees, pressing his lips into a thin line. The Jinchuriki could feel the chakra pressure coming from the walls, but in the presence of someone other than the snake Sannin, he felt better. He was afraid of being alone with himself again inside this pressure. A bitter lump had already begun to rise in his throat, and panic was gradually spreading throughout his body, coming from his lower abdomen, which immediately twisted as soon as Sasori took a step out of the room. Not understanding much, Naruto rushed towards the puppeteer, digging his fingers into the cloak, burying his nose in the folds of the fabric. Honestly, Sasori didn't expect such a reaction. The red-haired man was momentarily confused, but immediately pulled himself together and tried to tear the blonde away from himself. In vain. When the fabric began to crack from the strong tension, the puppeteer looked angrily at the cowering boy. Like a wounded animal, he clung to Akatsuki, almost crying. Panic again. Fear again. His fingers squeezed the black fabric until the small joints hurt. His stomach twisted, and his legs began to buckle. A wave of fine tremors ran through his body. And a quiet, barely audible whisper. Don't go. Please, don't go. And a small bit of warmth from a child's body, soaking into the cold fabric. Sasori felt quiet echoes of conscience and compassion that still remained inside him. Deeply, but remaining, nostalgia. For some reason he remembered how he made his first puppets, replacements for his parents. He wanted protection. He wanted warmth. And here before him was a small boy, clinging to him like a drowning man to a straw. His hands involuntarily reached out to hug him, but his mind screamed in time, what are you doing? And Sasori had nothing to say. For how many years he had not thought about such a concept as human warmth, and here you are, please. Take it and sign for it. They were demanding a small share of protection and warmth from him. The little child's heart needed warmth. Scroll 10. I don't want to let go. Itachi-kun, the pale-skinned missing nin hissed. The brunette visibly flinched, either from disgust or surprise, but remained silent. And who is this fox cub? The snake Sannin stretched his lips into a sly grin. Brother, Uchiha said briefly. His tone made it clear that he had no intention of talking. But you only had one brother, Orochimaru chuckled, or is Sasuke no longer your little brother? Itachi didn't answer. He understood perfectly well that one careless phrase, thrown out during such a casual conversation, could harm the Jinchuriki or lead to it. The brunette peered into the distance with concentration. They went on a mission with the snake Sannin in the land of fire, not far from the borders with the land of waterfall. The newly recruited shinobi needed to be checked, for which Orochimaru volunteered to follow him with particular enthusiasm. He was shining with such a maniacally joyful look that Sasori simply could not resist. He himself sometimes has the same, what can I say, and allowed him to accompany Itachi. The puppeteer himself remained to look after the fox cub and deal with his puppets. To his great surprise, on the very first day, when he entered Itachi's room, where the blonde was, the Jinchuriki rushed to him and did not leave. This reaction puzzled the puppeteer greatly. At first, Sasori was not happy with his freeloader, who had dug into his cloak like a hungry tick and would not let go, and then he simply stopped noticing him. Naruto, holding on to the puppeteer as if he were holding on to a last straw, sometimes trembled, feeling the pressure of chakra from the walls. He was surprised why the red-haired one did not react to such pressure. Perhaps his chakra was much stronger or he was simply used to it, but this scared Uzumaki quite a bit. After all, the puppeteer made people respect him. Naruto dug into the black fabric so hard that he almost tore it with his nails. Sasori immediately felt that the boy was emitting fear. Akasuna only chuckled and turned away. After all, the boy involuntarily forced some tiny part of the puppeteer's soul to succumb to instinct and show pity for the defenseless boy. Sasori did not immediately figure out the reason for such fear, although almost from the first minutes of the meeting he understood that Orochimaru made the boy shrink with his very presence, but now he was not there, and this brought up certain thoughts. Only later did he guess that the Jinchuriki was affected by the chakra pressure from the cave, which interrupted the traces of the Nukanen's chakra, which was a safe place for them to stay. However, Naruto did not particularly interfere with the puppeteer, he only constrained some of his movements, but since the red-haired man was constantly sitting and unscrewing screws from the puppets, he only used his hands, and the blonde one prevented him from moving. By the middle of the day, Uzumaki finally came unstuck from Sasori and sometimes handed him some tools. The boy was still afraid to touch the puppets, and also to approach them. Akasuna was a little pleasantly surprised that the Jinchuriki was helping him, albeit insignificantly, but still. Itachi's mission was supposed to take more than 4 days, which the puppeteer knew very well and even grumbled about them making him wait. Naruto was partly glad that the terrible Sannin was gone for such a long time, but he was very worried about his brother's absence and the fact that the brunette was accompanied by Orochimaru. Later, Akasuna noticed that the boy had stopped shaking. After all, someone's presence calmed the blonde, but he still continued to remain silent and follow the puppeteer around, bringing him tools and various bottles. Sasori again began to think about making the boy his student, but the boy's complete lack of knowledge forced the red-haired man to push this thought into the background. On the second day, Akasuna, with a heavy heart, allowed the boy to try to understand the structure of the puppet. However, seeing a head, which was very natural, instead of the expected, and already familiar, arm or leg, Naruto refused and sat in the corner of the room, looking askance at his almost mentor. Sasori convinced the boy that the head was not real. To his surprise, the Jinchuriki did know about chakra and its use. The puppeteer tried to teach him how to attach chakra threads to the puppet, which Uzumaki managed to do on about his 40th attempt. Sasori just shook his head. After all, the boy had no talent for puppetry. But he still taught him some basic things. So what? Let him learn, master it. Maybe it would come in handy, and it helped pass the time. Even though Akasuna grumbled about his shortcomings, to be honest, he wasn't tempted to sit around doing nothing either. Naruto tried to simply control harmless dolls, because Sasori did not trust the boy with poisons and sharp weapons, otherwise something would get hurt, and then Itachi would leave the organization, which the leader would not like. Maybe the brunette would even trust Akatsuki more if they trained the Jinchuriki. Everyone benefits. Everyone benefits. Sasori no Dana, how to use puppets in battle. You're still a long way from that. The red-haired man sat in a chair and leafed through a book. How many puppets can you use at once? Sasori was already regretting that the boy had stopped being afraid and had started asking questions. On average, each puppeteer uses 1 or 2 at a time, combining attacks. Rarely, 3. Anyone who uses 10 puppets at a time is considered a master of their craft. And how much do you use? More than 100, Akasuna answered dryly, turning the page. Although his calm mask was disturbed by a barely noticeable twitching eyebrow. After all, the blonde knew how to drive you to white heat. Just with a couple of words. But he knew how. And me. And you can barely control the little puppet. That doesn't prove anything. The blonde pouted and fell silent, watching the doll he controlled. Well, he tried. Sasori sighed in relief when 10 minutes later the Jinchuriki still hadn't spoken. The puppeteer was probably glad to be in absolute silence, immersed in the black lines on the yellowed pages of the book. Naruto avoided books like the plague. During those days spent together with the puppeteer, Uzumaki rubbed off on the red-haired man as his charges and students. Although Sasori was not eager to teach the boy, he gave him some basics. He even allocated a small puppet less than a meter tall for practice. Of course, the young Jinchuriki was far from a genius, as far as the moon is a stroll away, but he also understood something, but still did not really learn anything. In the end, as strange as it may sound, the blonde backed down, because it was necessary to read books and study various scrolls, which he could not stand, in order to better control the puppet. Itachi and Orochimaru were delayed for more than 2 days, which made Naruto very nervous. He even spoke rarely and only on the subject. Sasori did not find such a sharp change in the Jinchuriki's behavior strange. Firstly, Akasuna had not known him for long. Secondly, He had noticed before that the blonde had sudden mood swings. When Uchiha, battered and badly wounded in the leg, just above the ankle, collapsed in the shelter, Uzumaki pounced on him and, digging his fingers into his black hair, kissed his brother's face, thanking the gods that he returned alive and well, even if not completely whole, but that's not the point. He did not even notice the presence of the snake Sannin, to which he only raised an eyebrow and licked his lips. Orochimaru reported to the leader about the Uchiha's successes. He was very pleased that such a shinobi had joined the ranks of Akatsuki. Of course, he was a little wary of the fair-haired boy hiding his face behind a fox mask. However, the leader did not dwell on this, so he safely ignored all the speeches of the pale-skinned Sannin about Uzumaki, citing the fact that Itachi was free to have a student with him. In addition, the boy could become a spy for the organization in the future, which would be beneficial to everyone. Who would suspect a small child of spying? No one. And a tall man in the signature Akatsuki cloak, you must admit, would look, at the very least, suspicious. That is why the leader even encouraged Naruto's presence. Orochimaru grimaced in a terrible grin at such news. He was very interested in who the boy was and what kind of abilities he had, and the fact that the leader approved of the Jinchuriki's presence, and Itachi guarded him like the apple of his eye and limited the pale-skinned man's presence with him, only fueled his interest. Naruto dragged Itachi to their room. He did not resist because of the wound and even allowed himself to lean on his younger brother. Uzumaki worriedly fussed over the brunette. He even managed to get a little bored. To this, Uchiha only raised the corners of his lips and shook his head. The boy gave him truly immeasurable care. He would offer him a pillow, then demand a bandage change, then disinfect him, then bring him tea, where he got it from is unclear, but Sasori, wiping himself behind the door, dispelled all doubts. Then he would drag in some scrolls, and not just any scrolls, but ones he had just grabbed from Orochimaru from under his nose, thanks to Naruto's silent gate. Idiot. I just want to rest. In the end, Itachi gave the bustling blonde an almost weightless slap and hugged him to calm him down. At first, the Jinchuriki could not understand the situation, especially since he did not do anything illegal, but, on the contrary, helped the victim. Processing all the thoughts in his head, Naruto frowned and looked at the wall with detachment. Then, when his brother's words reached his ears, the mechanism called the brain started working in the right direction. The boy realized that he had gotten on Uchiha's nerves with his displays of concern, and he wanted to rest. A few months later, Itachi was given a uniform. Naruto was not deprived of this honor either, for Uchiha assured them that the boy was with him, and therefore also a member of the organization. He pursued several goals at once. Being under the wing of Akatsuki, Uzumaki would be guaranteed little to no protection. In addition, he would be able to keep him with him without unnecessary suspicion, and the boy could learn something from other members of the organization. If Itachi was not impressed by the Akatsuki cloaks and hats, then Naruto, in the presence of his brother, of course, showed his dislike for the black color and old-fashioned hats with bells. The brunette only shrugged, as if to say, I didn't come up with this rule, all claims are against the organization. Then the boy had no choice but to obediently wear the covering with red crooked drops, and straw umbrella with the sign of a goat. Naruto was very irritated by these bells, so literally after a week of using the new uniform, he tore them off and gave them to Sasori, as a gift, as they say. Of course, Uchiha demanded that the Jinchuriki wear a headband and a mask that hid the lower part of his face, and also a fox mask. It was inconvenient, but the boy kept quiet, because he understood that Itachi would not make him carry all these things without a special reason. The fox mask was always with Naruto, dangling around his neck. He could put it on his face at any time. Itachi, you're not lying. Is it really possible? Uzumaki squealed with a mischievous gleam in his eyes, crushing the straw hat in his hands. Naruto begged for missions with his brother, but he only refused and said that the Jinchuriki was not ready yet. Moreover, he convinced him that it was very dangerous, and he did not really want to be responsible for the blonde's head, since the task was put above all else. And Orochimaru, who was hanging around nearby, ready to grab the boy in his greedy hands, for experiments, let's say, only made Naruto believe more that it was better to stay away from such missions. Yes, I'll take you on the mission with me. The brunette nodded his head and turned to the snake Sannin, discussing the details of the operation with him. Will this one go too? The blonde immediately frowned, casting a quick glance at the pale-skinned one. Yes, this one will go too. Uchiha raised the corners of his lips. Aren't you afraid to take little fox with you? The Sannin grimaced. The little fox can stand up for himself. Right. Itachi turned to the blonde. He nodded and quickly disappeared into the room, getting ready for the journey. Where are we going? The country of rice fields, Orochimaru hissed, causing Uzumaki to clench his fingers. He couldn't stand the snake Sannin's presence anyway, and even his brother's presence didn't help. This didn't escape the Uchiha's eyes. Is Sasori no Dana coming too? No, he will go to the land of wind on his own business. If you want, you can go with him. We will meet in a month in the land of rain. It will be even better that way. Why? I don't think you'll be interested in my work. Besides, you've never liked long hikes. But I don't want you to go with this alone. Calm down. He won't do anything bad to me. Come here. The brunette beckoned the Jinchuriki to him. He brightened up a little and jumped up to him. Itachi poked him in the forehead with 2 fingers and smiled. Stupid little brother. I can stand up for myself, but you still need to study and study. But Itachi tilde. Naruto grabbed his forehead and tried to say something in protest. No, buts. You go with Sasori, and I with Orochimaru. Itachi instantly became serious and frowned. Okay. Uzumaki muttered and trudged on to collect his things. He had been worried about Uchiha for a long time. The Jinchuriki had always been afraid of Orochimaru, and Itachi was terrified to let him go with him. The snake Sannin looked too scary, akin to a reptile. The same creepy eyes with a vertical pupil. Sharp features of a pale face. A long, disgusting tongue. A terrifying grin. A hissing voice. If Naruto didn't know him, he could say with certainty that he was looking at a snake, not a man. Although he still thinks that the Sannin is some kind of relative of a viper, it looks too similar. Quickly gathering his things, Naruto nodded to his brother and headed for the exit, where Sasori was already waiting for him in his puppet, which the blonde, by the way, was sometimes afraid of. Already in the doorway, the boy froze, nervously shifting on his feet. He turned sharply and rushed to Itachi, hugging him tightly, literally trying to press himself into the brunette. He was a little taken aback, but hugged him, smiling. Promise that you'll come back and that this one won't touch you. The blonde insisted, and that we'll see each other soon, and that you won't hurt yourself. What are you saying? What are you saying? You've gotten carried away. Uchiha grinned, patting the Jinchuriki on the head. I already told you. He pulled his brother away from him and squatted down in front of him. Sasori just clicked his tongue in irritation and went outside, not wanting to watch this snot any longer, and Orochimaru was grimacing contentedly, licking his lips every now and then, reaching his chin with his tongue. Naruto shuddered and buried his face in the Uchiha's cloak. Promise. He had no intention of reducing the pressure, almost shouting. Okay. Remember, I can stand up for myself, but you can't, so stay close to Sasori no Dana. I understand, Naruto continued for him. Well done. Itachi quickly kissed him on the forehead and, poking the same spot with 2 fingers, smiled contentedly, while the blonde frowned and pouted, looking at his brother with resentment. Promise. I already promised. But you didn't say. I promise that I'll return in one piece. The brunette nodded his head condescendingly. With a final curt nod, Naruto raced off first, catching up with his mentor, who was grumbling and growling angrily about the lack of time. He even threatened to kill the Jinchuriki if they didn't make it because of him. The blonde only smiled contentedly, putting a fox mask on his face and switching to a quieter gait. It was already the end of summer and the beginning of September. Some insignificant weeks separated the seasons. And Naruto's birthday was coming soon. He would soon be 9. Soon his world would change again. Commentary on Scroll 10. I don't want to let go. Sorry for the wait for the continuation, if there was anyone to wait. Here's a new chapter for you. Not that big, but still, leave your reviews and don't be shy about using the public beta. Otherwise, I'm kind of too lazy to reread and correct mistakes myself. I spent over an hour rereading today instead of writing. This is a problem. Scroll 11. You will return, brother. All the way to the land of wind, Naruto was haunted by various feelings, especially a slight trepidation before the first mission, if you could call a trip to the shops for dolls that, and a terrible worry for Itachi, who, oh so inopportunely, had recently been wounded in the left forearm. Naruto understood that they were shinobi and the job included putting their lives in danger. However, vague doubts prevented him from understanding that the Uchiha was not telling the whole story, hiding a small part of the truth, and himself beginning to meander in his arguments and thoughts. The journey took less than 2 days. Of course, he had to hide. Now Naruto regretted that he had not asked his brother for permission to use his right eye. Despite this, he still had speed and silence, but it was clearly not enough. It would have been easier with illusions and henge. However, Sasori barked at the Jinchuriki and, having thrust a scroll with the necessary goods listed, ordered him not to waste chakra and time and get to the market. The blonde just shrugged. This was not the capital or even a large village. Suna was more than 100 kilometers from this village. He had no choice but to obediently run to the shopping districts, prematurely taking off his uniform, leaving only dark blue pants, his favorite orange windbreaker, already faded and worn, and a red t-shirt. The child was allowed to wear whatever his heart desired. However, Akasuna grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and ordered him to change into local clothes, so as not to attract unnecessary attention. There was no danger as such. However, the proximity of the shinobi village forced him to be vigilant. Gritting his teeth, the Jinchuiki agreed. However, he flatly refused to take off his masks and bandage, so the puppeteer allowed him to use a small, weak henge. After all, it was practice. As it turned out, Naruto was only trusted to buy groceries and some household items. Here his shinobi pride, cheated and humiliated, flared up, but he had to put up with the fact that at his age he only ran for groceries. Having bought more custard noodles at the red-haired man's expense and sealed them in small pieces of paper, which immediately ended up in the blonde's pocket, he thought that this would be enough to atone for Sasori's guilt and Uzumaki's hurt pride. Of course, there was barely enough money, but the game was worth the candle, because he didn't want to poison himself with Orochimaru's cooking, and he didn't like swallowing pills or bony fish. Ramen was better. Yes, ramen was definitely better. It was approaching a hot afternoon. Wandering through the half-empty streets, having already taken off his henge, Naruto mingled with a small crowd, 10 people at most. In his hands were bags filled to the brim with various products and things. The big brush that Sasori needed to clean the dolls stood out in particular. He decided to buy all the other equipment the red-haired man needed himself, not trusting this matter to a brat like Uzumaki. He was right, in his own way. The bags were blocking his view, so Naruto moved purely instinctively, relying on luck and his intuition. Unexpectedly colliding with an obstacle, the boy flew to the ground. Cursing, he managed to land so that the contents of the bags would not fall out, which he almost completely succeeded in, although his right side now hurt unpleasantly. After all, the bags were heavy. From the blonde's side, one could hear a couple of curse words, borrowed from Itachi, for his own clumsiness, and from the obstacle, there were no sounds at all, which slightly alarmed the Jinchuriki. Raising his blue eye to this silent object, Naruto looked at him. A short guy, a little older than himself by a year or two. The fiery hair, pale green eyes, slightly swollen with large bags under the eye sockets, and a bright red tattoo on the forehead are immediately etched into memory. A very strange appearance, considering that the majority of the population, almost everyone, were either brunettes, or fair-haired, or brown-haired. A spark of interest flashed in the boy's eyes. He frowned slightly and looked expectantly at the blonde. Naruto wasn't too happy about this attention, to be honest. He didn't need any extra trouble, so he quickly got up from the ground and collected some of the things that had fallen out of the bags. Well, what are you staring at? Uzumaki couldn't stand it, frowning, at least help me up or apologize. But no hello, no goodbye. Who the hell are you? A cold, slightly distant voice, in which notes of discontent slipped. Well, Naruto was surprised. It's none of your business. Exactly mine. Who are you and where are you from? And for what purpose did you sneak into the city? And then the blonde realized that he was in trouble, because he had no escape plan, because he did not expect to get into any trouble. What's so difficult about going for groceries? It turns out there are difficulties. I went for groceries. From a border village in the east. Well, you don't need to know who I am. The Jinchuriki somehow squeezed out his excuse. Definitely. There is no place for strangers here, and you are a stranger. Naruto felt the chakra impulses that began to emanate from the stranger. Hold your horses. Uzumaki gritted his teeth, instantly bristling. Did I do something to you? I told you, I came for groceries, the blonde said, almost growling. You are an outsider, the boy stated, so die. Sand whirlwinds, in a calm, began to gather around Naruto, mixed with some inexplicable mad chakra, which began to shake him. This chakra was familiar to him. The same was in that cage with the terrible fox. Quickly realizing that he wouldn't get out alive that easily, Uzumaki began to dodge the swift attack, using all his agility and dexterity, trying not to expose the packages to the blow. It was a pity, after all. The red-haired man only chuckled smugly and raised his hand. Having quickly sealed the packages in the same pieces of paper, Naruto hid them in his pocket, simultaneously dodging the sand columns. Training with Itachi had not been in vain, which allowed the blonde to dodge almost all types of direct attacks and some hidden ones, and his work with genjutsu was at a fairly high level, for a genin with a year or two of experience, but he couldn't use the Sharingan, he didn't want to get caught, and the Uchiha would give him hell. I'm asking for the last time. Who are you and why have you come? The voice hasn't even changed. The same cold and calm tone, in which every now and then there are notes of discontent and irritation, even some hidden malice. I'll repeat it for the last time. I came for provisions. Naruto growled, dodging another attack and trying to trip the red-haired one to buy some time to hide. Unsuccessfully, the boy grabbed his leg with sand and began to squeeze. Naruto gritted his teeth to keep from letting out an involuntary groan. Sand is a loose substance by nature, but this one was hard as a rock, and, in addition, soaked in chakra and something else. The smell of something bitter and obviously rotten with echoes of rot hit his nose. Uzumaki didn't like this. Oh, how he didn't like it. Having used a substitute and put a stone in his place, the blonde tried to hide in the nearest alleys. Having won literally a few seconds, Naruto was already racing at full speed to the exit of the village, hiding his presence, but the enemy did not want to lag behind, quickly catching up with the Jinchuriki. Cursing in frustration, Uzumaki began to fold seals to catch the boy in an illusion. As it turned out, in vain. He did not even bat an eyelid. The entire illusion was interrupted by his chakra and sand. The red-haired boy's eyes were clearly blazing with rage, gradually growing. And there was something else there that Naruto really didn't like. It was excitement. The excitement of a predator chasing its prey. That's when the blonde got a little scared. After all, he had only seen such a manic gleam before in Orochimaru. The memory of the pale-skinned Sannin sent a small shudder through the Jinchuriki's body. Scary. There were practically no people left on the street. Seeing the raging red-haired boy, all the residents hurried to hide. Naruto even heard whispers and shouts of, "Monster! Demon! Monster!" And this sharply pricked his memory, knocking all the air out of his lungs. But the sandstone didn't let him relax. Now there was room for panic. After all, the opponents were not inferior to each other in speed, and the sand was not lagging behind. Naruto was already thinking about using the Sharingan, as a last resort, but he did not give up trying to come up with a plan without his direct participation. When necessary, the brain always starts working involuntarily, especially if your own skin is at stake. He turned sharply and went on the attack. Naruto began to shake and tremble violently, but not out of fear. Something began to move inside him again. The movement of crazy chakra. His throat burned with hot air and a guttural, gurgling roar burst out of his throat. Lengthening fangs slid across his lips. Although the mask hid his face, the red-haired man could clearly see how the piercing blue changed to blood red, and the slightly narrowed pupil changed to one elongated into a thin vertical strip. The blonde began to be enveloped in translucent orange chakra, bubbling, coming out of her body, stretching out behind her back into one tail. The boy involuntarily shuddered. It was not a pleasant sight. The skin on Uzumaki's hands began to peel off and burn literally before his eyes, crumbling into ash. Blood began to drip onto the ground. The familiar smell of burnt flesh hung in the air. An unpleasant bitter lump rose in his throat. Meanwhile, a second tail formed behind Naruto. A rather familiar smell with metallic echoes, but the smell of burning interrupted it, not allowing him to enjoy it to the fullest. The red-haired man grinned. He liked the smell of blood the most. A translucent veil covered both of their eyes. Naruto was barely aware of anything, but on the periphery of his consciousness he understood that Itachi had left him special paper seals for such a case somewhere in his pocket. The chakra burned and pressed on his body incredibly. The red-haired man stretched his lips into a satisfied grin. A terrible, crazy grin. This brought Uzumaki to his senses a little and allowed him to get to the seals. Having made several hand seals, Naruto attached 2 paper ones to his chest. With a nasty hissing and gurgling sound, the chakra began to dissipate and be absorbed back into the body. The blonde sighed with relief, but it was too early to relax. The body was shaking and still weak. A thin stream of sand whistled a few centimeters from the right ear. Uzumaki instinctively moved to the left, hissing from the terrible wounds left by the demonic chakra, barely holding back his groans. Uchiha told the blonde that he had a great power sealed inside him that could destroy him if he couldn't control it. He even mentioned the Beiyu and Jinchuriki in passing, but he didn't say it outright. Naruto didn't understand much, but he guessed about the tailed beast inside him. Uchiha wouldn't have said it outright. However, he and Itachi hadn't started training in this regard yet, they were just discussing it. The brunette had long ago warned the Jinchuriki that it was better to carry special paper seals with him to prevent a chakra release if necessary. And now that moment had come, but Naruto didn't know about the consequences. And that his skin would literally burn off, even less so. However, it wasn't that bad. The wounds quickly began to heal, growing new skin, leaving a burning sensation and a dull aching pain. Gritting his teeth until his jaws began to clench, Naruto dodged the attacks, noticeably slowing down, but the red-haired one seemed to have gotten excited and was only pressing harder on the blonde. Uzumaki was about to despair, when he remembered the substitution techniques. Using them, he saved his physical strength, preparing for a spectacular escape, spending mainly only chakra, and even then small amounts. It seemed that a little more strength would be enough to accomplish what was planned, but something unexpected happened. The red-haired man began to be covered in the same crazy chakra, grimacing in a terrible grin. Sand began to envelop him, gradually growing to his body, transforming part of the body into something else. Animal. Naruto broke out in a cold sweat. Not good. Of course, there were still about a dozen paper suppression seals left, but he didn't want to waste them in vain, but he wanted to live, on the contrary. Quickly weighing all the pros and cons, Uzumaki deftly approaches the boy from behind, while he is distracted by the substitution technique. Surprisingly, the enemy's attention was too dull, and he himself was radiating rage. Having somehow attached 4, to be sure, pieces of paper to the red-haired man's hot back, Naruto began to make hand seals. Quite a lot of chakra was spent, which made breathing heavy, and an unpleasant weakness and slight trembling arose in the body, not to mention the consequences of catching up with this unknown, apparently shinobi. Sighing with relief, the blonde jumped away from his opponent, whose face immediately changed. Instead of a terrible grin, surprise appeared first, and then a grimace of pain. Apparently, something was wrong with him, because when Naruto used the seals on himself, there was no pain except for that from the wounds. Perhaps the sharp impulses from the lack of skin interrupted the streams of pain from suppression. The sand that was in the air and chasing Uzumaki simply fell to the ground, causing only a column of dust. Naruto squinted, examining his opponent, who fell to the ground like sand and began to curl up, digging his fingers into the ground. Most likely, he experienced the effect of suppression for the first time. He had neither the strength nor the desire to figure it out. Naruto, with legs trembling due to weakness and tension, approached his opponent. The red-haired man was writhing from a burning pain under his ribs, as if someone had shoved hot coals there, barely suppressing screams, wheezing and biting his lip until it bled. The smell hit him in the nose again, causing the boy to bend over and scream. A wave of piercing screams passed through the blonde's ears. He undoubtedly felt sorry for him, even afraid for his future fate, but Naruto himself was almost at the limit. This was not training with his brother, but a real fight, most likely to the death. And he had exhausted both his physical and chakra reserves. If not completely, then significantly. Uzumaki carefully approached the red-haired man, who gradually began to quiet down and only dug his fingers into the ground, raking it into his palms and squeezing. The blonde grimaced. Did he feel guilty or something like that? Of course. He was still too young to mercilessly kill his opponents, but he was already strong enough to fight back. And that's enough, he thought. Uchiha only shook his head at Naruto's priorities, but later told him about medical ninjas. These people are both warriors and doctors at the same time, which means they save lives. This prospect seemed very tempting to Uzumaki, and he secretly tried to extract information on this topic from Sasori. He did not refuse and only nodded towards the shelves with scrolls, the sight of which immediately made Naruto grimace and move away. However, there was no choice. Having thought about it at his leisure, he nevertheless leafed through a couple of books and scrolls, which turned out to be very boring and without colorful pictures, only diagrams, charts and tables, and also a bunch of different words and methods of treatment. Now he tried to master this knowledge, but it was given to him with great difficulty, however, as well as information about the chakra in the first months. Now Naruto tried to feel the enemy's pulse as quickly as possible. It was difficult to do this on his hand because of the constantly escaping veins. By that time, the Sandman's breathing began to weaken. Spitting on this matter, Uzumaki tried to feel the artery on his neck. Turning the red-haired man over on his back, he laid his head on his chest and listened to his heartbeat, but his own heavy breathing and frequent heartbeats distracted him. Growling in frustration, Naruto noted that the enemy was alive and almost healthy, at least something, and was, of course, glad about this, because being a killer did not appeal to him. Exhaling with obvious calm, the blonde relaxed and took off the fox mask to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He relaxed and involuntarily fell on his back, right next to the red-haired one. The latter seemed to have already passed out and was not going to get up yet. So, you're the same as me? Naruto asked quietly, more to himself than anyone else. He peered thoughtfully into the graying sky. Street. The red-haired man croaked, trying to get up. Uzumaki jerked and jumped up, which caused the blood to rush to his temples, His vision darkened and multicolored circles began to dance, and an unpleasant ringing hung in his ears. Having shaken his head a couple of times, he drove away the unpleasant state. Lie down and don't move, the blonde began in a commanding tone, drawing his eyebrows together and narrowing his eyes. Yes, go, you. The sand slowly began to rise and swirl in a weak whirlwind. It was nothing for Naruto to repel such a weak attack. I overdid it, Uzumaki stated, tearing off the seals from himself. He suppressed too much chakra in the red-haired man's body and so abruptly that such a difference affected the body. Sorry, I didn't think. Yes, the boy wheezed, literally spitting out the words. Go ahead, I know, the blonde sighed heavily. Do you also carry power? He asked, squinting at the red-haired man. What do you mean? 2. What is your name? It doesn't matter. Naruto. I'm Naruto. It's not clear why the blonde suddenly decided to open up to this kid, but apparently there was something about him that you just couldn't turn away from. Uzumaki reached out and touched the red-haired guy's forehead. He flinched, very quietly. What do you need? Freedom. The Jinchuriki exhaled and stood up. I need freedom. Why? What? You won't kill. I'm not a killer. Uzumaki frowned, pursing his lips. You're not a murderer, but an idiot. Don't paralyze my brother, Uzumaki muttered resentfully. Gaara, the Sandman croaked hoarsely. Naruto twisted into a smile that could only be determined by his eye. I have to go. Uzumaki immediately became serious, straightened up and began to peer somewhere in the direction of the gate. Wait. Naruto looked at the red-haired man who was trying to get up, but his attempts were unsuccessful. His body had not yet recovered from the sudden change in chakra. What? Outsiders. Here. Ha. Gaara tried to say, breathing heavily. No place, I know. They're already waiting for me. Bye. Raising his hand, Naruto closed his eye and smiled. Abruptly jumping up from his place, he rushed to the meeting place with his mentor, who was most likely waiting for him. Uzumaki has time to prepare for a reprimand and a scolding for the mayhem he caused and the unnecessary attention. And no time to bring his state of not standing to an adequate level. His muscles were buzzing and overstrained. After all, this Sandman turned out to be quite a fruit, and it didn't matter that it was enough to overload his body to throw him off track. Naruto himself used suppression on himself. And with 2 seals, which was already too much. Orochimaru, you said that their base is here. No, and sometimes Itachi allowed himself to be irritated, which in this case was simply impossible to hide. We rushed for more than a week to the country of rice fields, in order to then walk through neighboring countries, and eventually return to the starting point, so that you could simply declare that there is nothing here. Hold your horses, Itachi-kun, the Sannin hissed, stretching his neck strangely. And what does that mean? The brunette narrowed his eyes and looked into the pale-skinned Nukanon's snake eyes. He saw mockery in them. Answer. Do you know what I do, Itachi-kun? Orochimaru tilted his head to the side and grimaced. We had a mission here. And now I find out that there was no mission as such. What do you need? To take me away from the eyes of Akatsuki, right? Having quickly analyzed the information about all the oddities in Orochimaru's behavior, Uchiha realized that this snake was up to something. And it was clearly connected with the eyes of the clan. You think correctly. The Sannin licked his lips and went on the attack. Where are these idiots? Sasori impatiently tapped his foot and looked angrily at Uzumaki. How should I know? He himself was extremely nervous. There had been no news from Itachi for 3 days after they were supposed to meet. Not only did he not get in touch, he also did not answer. Gradually, panic and quiet rage began to spread through the Jinchuriki's body. Everything inside was tied into a knot from anticipation and nerves. The blonde glanced quickly around the area, looking for the slightest movement. However, he kept running into either small animals or a gust of wind. He was tense as a string, which showed in all his movements. Quick, broken. There was no hint of his former silence and agility. Too nervous. Akasuna only glanced irritably at his protégé, who was constantly trying to stumble, and also looked around. He was not tempted to stay here, but it was necessary to wait for Orochimaru and Uchiha to change their location and receive new tasks from the leader. Along with the approaching panic, that terrible chakra began to stir inside Uzumaki. It began to break out too often. And all on the basis of nerves. He would need to talk to Itachi about this. Fishing out a paper seal and attaching it to his chest under his cloak, Naruto took a deep breath, trying to calm his already frayed nerves. This whole stupid situation was stressing him out. And Akasuna was looking at him suspiciously. Why the seal? What happened? It was stupid to ask, because the puppeteer already felt strange impulses from the jinchoker, but he couldn't say what it was. However, the suppression seal made him think about what was sealed in the boy, if he was timidly putting seals on himself. At the very least, it was suspicious. Nerves. It's all nerves. Where are Itachi and this one? The blonde was indignant, clutching his head. I can't anymore. Now you know what it's like to endure while waiting, the red-haired man chuckled. I don't give a damn about waiting and patience. Where is my brother and that snake? Calm down, kid. I myself don't like the idea of Orochimaru making me wait, but sometimes you have to be patient. He never did his job on time, he was always late. That's his style. I don't care. I'm keeping quiet. Well then, shut up. You've had enough. Uchiha had a hard time, considering that he was not prepared for a surprise attack from a supposed ally. Moreover, he was exhausted from a long pursuit of some mercenaries, who, as it turned out, did not exist at all. He wasted his energy and time, trustingly following the snake Sannin. And then there was that crazy Orochimaru with his cockroaches and experiments. For some reason, Itachi felt guilty before Naruto. For unjustified hopes, an unfulfilled promise, or because he so easily trusted someone who, in principle, could not be trusted at all. A little bit of everything. And now, having miraculously avoided an attack by Orochimaru, who was mumbling something about the Uchiha's Sharingan, the brunette tried to hide in the forest, thinking about his past mistakes and miscalculations. Having defeated the Sannin, namely, having caught him in a genjutsu trap and tormented him in it, he was about to finish off the pale-skinned one, but then his dog, Kabuto, jumped out and prevented him. And the battered and exhausted Itachi could not fight back and decided to run away as far as possible while he had the chance. Of course, he arrived at the meeting place 4 days late, but relatively alive and very battered and tired. Literally collapsing in front of Naruto, he barely managed to utter the words about Orochimaru's attack. Uzumaki could only quietly rage, because he could do nothing, leaving the provision of medical assistance to Sasori. Having pumped out Uchiha, they moved to a new shelter in the southern part of the Land of Earth, closer to the borders with the Land of Grass. Uzumaki did nothing but whine about Orochimaru and his terrible plans. Sasori only chuckled and looked askance at the blonde. Itachi spent almost the entire journey in Akasuna's puppet, because they had to move urgently due to the rustle made in the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, whose shinobi fell under Orochimaru's comb. Upon arrival, Itachi decided to do something he would never have done otherwise: give Naruto into Konoha's care. Naruto, come here. Uchiha sat on the bed and from time to time leafed through the scrolls that he kept with him. Uzumaki obediently approached his brother. They were overcome with unprecedented excitement, both for his brother and for the whole situation as a whole. You can't stay with me anymore, Uchiha began, putting the scroll aside. What are you? The blonde began to be indignant. Don't interrupt, Itachi gave him a slap. This whole situation with Orochimaru and Akatsuki is too complicated and dangerous. I'm sure he won't stop there. Remember, I told you a long time ago about the reason for our escape from the village. The Jinchuriki thought for a moment and nodded uncertainly. I'll give you some scrolls that you'll read on the way to Konoha. But, don't interrupt. Oh, I lied. Wah. The clan was indeed attacked, but I did it. Such straightforwardness and a cold, slightly trembling voice confused Naruto. He couldn't understand. Either Itachi was making such an unsuccessful joke, although he had never joked before, or he was speaking seriously, but a little uncertainly. Uzumaki, as if struck by lightning, took a step back, opening both eyes wide in disbelief. Sasori was not in the shelter, so Naruto could remove the bandage and masks. Mangekyo Sharingan narrowed dangerously and barely began to move. Tell me you're joking, the blonde chuckled nervously, taking another step back. Don't be silent, Itachi. It was necessary. Don't lie, Itachi. Don't lie to me. His whole body was getting cold, and his fingers were going numb. Shut up and listen, Uchiha shouted, his nerves clearly giving in. Listen to me, and then start yelling here. A very quiet, barely audible crack was heard inside, and my heart sank into my heels. Excellent. Now listen. I told you that the entire clan perished with few exceptions. That's me, you, one man who introduced himself as Toby, and my brother. What? Something inside cracked. Broke. What is it? My brother. He stayed in Konoha and still lives there, as far as I know. Orochimaru attempted to take my Sharingan, but did not receive it. Most likely, he will attack my brother. And what do you want from me? Already sensing something was wrong, Uzumaki couldn't look Uchiha in the eyes. For some reason it hurts. And scares. First, you're going to Konoha. Don't interrupt. Second, you're training to be a ninja at the academy. But, Itachi. Don't interrupt. Third, keep an eye on Sasuke. You wanted a mission, right? Then get it. But on one condition. And what is this? Sharingan? Can't be used again. More. I have to seal it. Naruto couldn't stand it anymore. Take away the last weapon. What does my eye have to do with it? You will become a target of the head of Root Anbu if he finds out you have the Mangyoku Sharingan. In addition, you will be closely monitored and most likely hunted. Do you need that? No, I will seal it. You will be able to use it, but with restrictions. You will have to keep it activated with your chakra, not just by opening your eyelid. The rest of the time, it will be deactivated. Why didn't you do this earlier? The blonde clenched his fists and didn't dare raise his eyes, drilling them into the floor. You are always under fire, and in the village there will be no urgent need for it, as there is now. And how long will my mission last? I don't know. For a long time. And how much? At least until Sasuke awakens his Sharingan. Perhaps until the third Tomo awakens, or maybe until Orochimaru comes. Uzumaki involuntarily shuddered at this name and gritted his teeth. 3 years, no less. And the Jinchuriki couldn't concentrate and direct his thoughts in the right direction. Naruto, the Uchiha breathed out. You are my brother. My blood flows in you. You can use the Sharingan. You have nothing to worry about. In Konoha. I know what's going on in Konoha. The blonde suddenly interrupted him, shaking slightly, either from anger or fear. I know what kind of people there are. How can you have nothing to worry about? I was a brat, but my memory hasn't been knocked out of me. The fight with Gaara involuntarily surfaced in his memory. And again something was breaking with a crash, scattering pieces everywhere. Calm down. Itachi tried to touch the Jinchuriki's shoulder, but he jumped back as if from a slap, and raised his eyes, in which tears were frozen. Oh. The Uchiha exhaled nervously. Didn't expect it. Definitely didn't expect it. Am I boring you? What are you talking about, idiot? The brunette frowned and swung his legs off the bed, intending to get up. You hate me. Yes. Uzumaki retreated in small steps, delaying the moment of answer. You hate. His voice with seething notes spread throughout the room. The atmosphere was heating up, as was the air. Naruto, calm down. Itachi stood up and started to approach the blonde, holding out his hands in a conciliatory gesture, trying to get through to the flared-up boy. Look at yourself. Don't lose control. You. I don't care. I don't care. Don't talk nonsense. You hate me. Burning chakra began to seep out of the Jinchuriki's body, covering the skin, slowly beginning to corrode it. Stop talking nonsense, Naruto. Stop. Don't lose control, idiot. I don't hate you. Stop it. Damn it. You don't care. A pinkish tear quickly slid down my right cheek and smashed onto the floor, evaporating in bright flashes of chakra. You hate me. Naruto. Itachi was confused. Again, he couldn't figure out what to do. The only right thing was to suppress the demonic power. And the seals were in the old shelter and with the blonde. The seals. Get the seals. Why, you hate me. Enough. Stop talking nonsense. Where did you get all this from? Then why? A tear slid down the other cheek. Why are you sending me back? To where they hate me. You must come back. I already told you. This is your mission. Do it for me. Please. Understand. What the hell am I supposed to understand? Enough. Came a loud slap. Uzumaki grabbed his left cheek and squeezed his eyes shut, tears welling up in them. Air rushed into his lungs. Half his face burned and throbbed under his palm. But the worst part was under his ribs. It burned and stung there, literally tearing the flesh apart from the inside. It hurt. A lot. The chakra was fading, slowly, leaving aching burns on his skin. Naruto. Uchiha looked absently at his palm, which was slightly sore. He turned his gaze to the instantly cowering blonde, who took another step back, squeezing his eyes tightly shut. Forgive me. Naruto. You hate it, right? Enough. The guy grabbed the boy by the shoulders and shook him. How much longer? I'm your brother. No, you don't. You have Sasuke. Why do you need me? I'm a monster, right? Wah, what are you saying? What's in me, Itachi? Is that why you hate me? Is it because there's some kind of terrible beast inside me? What the F? Because I have the nine-tailed beast inside me. Fox, you hate me. No. Then why? Why do you value Sasuke more? Why are you sending me to help him where I'm hated? Alone, where I don't know anyone. Itachi paused, choosing his words. He's alone. He's left alone, and I'm not sure that everything is okay with him. He's dear to me, understand? I am alone too, and I remain alone, and I will be alone. And you. Finally raising his eyes to Itachi, Uzumaki wiped his tears with the back of his hand and sniffed, seal it. And give me a map and instructions. Naruto. No need. I don't need pity. Do you regret taking me? A homeless puppy. Do you regret it? Naruto. Seal it. Uzumaki barked, closing his eyes and clenching his fists. His hands were shaking, either from anger or from the strong tension in them. The boy sharply exhaled all the air from his lungs and, having cooled down a little, added in a whisper. Just seal it. Nothing more is required of you, brother. Commentary on scroll 11. You will return, brother. I know. Naruto lost Gaara too quickly. At least, not that quickly, not with one blow. I don't know what it was. I don't even know what's going on here. In my defense, I'll say that Naruto is almost 9. And children's psyche is not formed normally, so it's so easy to upset them and get them mad. In addition, under the pressure of the fox's chakra, which is saturated with hatred, and the past, not everyone's psyche will remain normal. Yes, a brat. Yes, a coward. Yes, hysterical. Yes, a bit inadequate. Oh, I somehow overdid it. Scroll 12. Empty. Naruto wasn't even listening to what Itachi was telling him. He only noticed out of the corner of his eye that he was showing him a technique that allowed him to communicate from a distance without drawing attention. A small animal, such as a mouse or a bird, was caught and put under a genjutsu. Information and instructions were then placed inside the animal to deliver the message faster and more efficiently. With a brief nod, Uzumaki adjusted his eye patch and mask, pulling it right up to his eye sockets. He was in a fog now. All sounds were muffled and barely reached his ears. There was a veil in front of his eye, and his head was spinning a little. The sealing had been quick, taking literally a quarter of an hour. The right side of his face stung unpleasantly, as if from a burn. Remember, don't tell anyone anything about me, Uchiha repeated for the umpteenth time. Use the Sharingan only for communication or in extreme cases of necessity. Try not to get into trouble. And, take care of yourself. It feels like you're worried about me. The irritation was clearly heard in his words. Did you remember what I told you? The brunette frowned and looked warily into Uzumaki's eyes. He took a deep breath, closing his eyelid. Sharingan, only for communication and in extreme cases. Don't get into trouble, don't start fights, don't stand out, don't gossip about you, study, eat vegetables, yeah, right now, he muttered, be careful, don't attract the attention of Anbu, don't take off the bandage, especially the mask. The blonde adjusted the backpack on his back and frowned at his brother. Anything else? That's it. Did you take all the scrolls? After waiting for a nod, Itachi thought. Oh, and one more thing. Try not to cross paths with anyone from Akatsuki, and I won't even mention Orochimaru. Keep the uniform. No, take it with you, but seal it. What if I need to whistle you out for a week or two on some mission? You know, you'll be. Safety above all. I know. Itachi, I wanted to ask. Well, tell me more about the Jinchuriki. I can't. Firstly, this information is not for everyone, and secondly, I don't know much myself. Everything I knew, I already told you. The brunette shrugged his shoulders. I see. The Jinchuriki had already turned around and headed for the exit, when Itachi called out to him sharply. What else? Take care of yourself. I know, the boy growled and jumped out of the cave, throwing one last thing. I don't need pity, save that snot for Sasuke. Idiot. Itachi exhaled and shook his head, and that won't change. Naruto grumbled for a long time about everything and nothing, especially he was irritated by the fact that he would have to return to Konoha, from where he had escaped a little more than 2 years ago. Surely, they had long forgotten about him, but the aftertaste from those memories remained. And a strong one, an imprint on his entire childhood and past life. Shaking his head, driving away unnecessary and heavy thoughts, Uzumaki stopped and looked closely at the map that Sasori had kindly given him, almost spanking him on the top of his head. Itachi himself didn't know why, but he guessed, because the Jinchuriki was wearing clothes that were tattered in a fresh fight, and the burn marks were visible. Naruto knew perfectly well why, so he didn't even resist, but he still didn't understand why Akasuna had spanked him. The border should appear very soon. Behind it, literally 2 hours away, there was a small river. This pleased the blonde and even raised his spirits, for a little bit. Squeezing the straps of his backpack tighter, Uzumaki rushed towards his destination. Picking up speed, the Jinchuriki reached the river not in 2.5 hours, but in an hour and a half, but he was very tired, considering that he was carrying a considerable load on his back. Exhaling heavily, Naruto collapsed to the ground, throwing the backpack off his tired shoulders. Shaking him, the boy leaned towards the river and lifted the bandage on his eye. A scar cut across his eyebrow and right eye. Wounds always healed fairly quickly on his body, but this one was special. It didn't heal. Never. It just crusted over, tightened a little with skin, and sometimes gave off a dull pain, more like irritation and itching. This surprised him. Itachi explained this by the fact that the Sharingan, which was now in the place of the right eye, emitted foreign chakra, which reacted with Naruto's chakra and the fox's chakra. Much to the blonde's surprise, the Nine-Tails chakra healed all his wounds and abrasions, despite the beast's toughness and malice. This confused the boy. Was Fox lying and secretly caring for his Jinchuriki? Nonsense. He couldn't have done that. Then why did he do it? Such questions carefully and with special persistence turned over all the porridge in Uzumaki's head. Now his brain was already loaded with necessary and not so necessary information, and then these thoughts and guesses. He needed to focus on the task. The mission above all else. Looking closely at his reflection in the water, which was rippling slightly due to the current, Naruto noticed something else. His right eye was not blue, but black. The boy shuddered and staggered back, his eyes wide open. Now he understood why his eye had not suffered from such a deep wound, why he had a Sharingan. Gritting his teeth, Naruto pulled the bandage back on and squeezed it tightly between his fingers. Horrible. He was put back together piece by piece. And they clearly took the pieces from someone from the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan is their pride and treasure. But the clan was completely wiped out by none other than Itachi. The mere thought of some corpse's Sharingan in his eye socket made the blonde break out in a cold sweat and tremble. Had his older brother really done this to him? Had he really saved him, atoning for his guilt before those murdered clansmen? Saved him, hoping to receive forgiveness. One life, in exchange for 100. Everything inside him shrank from such thoughts. But now is not the time. And when? When will there be time? He has at least 3 years. There is still time for everything. Besides, Naruto does not know the whole truth, only small parts of it. Although important, but too meager. Too abrupt. Too unbelievable. There is time. No need to rush. Uzumaki continued his journey. In one village 2 days away from Konoha, he came across a merchant who was heading to a shinobi village. Having heard such news out of the corner of his ear, Naruto was incredibly happy, because the prospect of inventing a reason for his solo arrival in Konoha did not please him, but if one of the adults brought him, supposedly for training, then everything would be much easier. The Jinchuriki didn't have a protector, but Itachi showed him his. Crossed out. The boy didn't understand why the metal plate with the sign of belonging to the village was cut by a thin, even line, like a scar crossing his eye. He had never seen a shinobi before, so he thought it was supposed to be like that. Itachi never lied, but his recent confession had destroyed this long-standing illusion. Now Naruto didn't know if he could trust his brother unconditionally again. In the absence of a protector, the village could freely let him through as an ordinary wanderer traveling with his grandfather or mentor, or maybe even his father. Naruto already had a plan in his head on how to get to Konoha without unnecessary fuss and suspicion. All that was left was for the man to ask to be his traveling companion. To Naruto's surprise, he quickly agreed. Since Naruto had experience in the shinobi business, it would be at least stupid to refuse an escort, and a free one at that. The short, middle-aged brown-haired man was carrying spices for dishes and some rather rare ingredients. The man was not particularly interested in why the boy was alone, why he was hiding his face and eye, why he was heading to Konoha. Such carelessness could play a cruel joke, but today everything was calm. The merchant was not even embarrassed by the fact that he was still a brat. On the way to the ninja village, Naruto decided to ask his mentor, who was supposed to ask to accept his student into the academy. He told him that he had traveled, visited many countries, sold his spices there, bought local ones and traded them in other places. Quite convenient. Such small trade does not attract much attention. A constant change of scenery, different cultures and species, different places where your presence is not noticed. You just came, sold and left. This arrangement of things suited Naruto. The boy immediately came up with a story about a merchant who picked him up in the country of Earth, sheltered him and left him as an assistant. Everything went quite smoothly. Their cover story easily made the gatekeepers let the guests into the village. The only suspicious thing was that the boy hid his face almost completely, leaving only one eye and his light, tousled hair, gathered in a low, small ponytail. The shinobi were a little tense because of the blonde's excessive secrecy, but they did not pay much attention to it. Having penetrated the village, Naruto immediately pulled the merchant to the hokage. The boy himself barely spoke, only occasionally nodding and agreeing. He shifted all the work to the man. The third listened to the merchant and decided to allow the boy to study at the academy. After all, military power was never superfluous, especially since the boy was an orphan. Even the hokage's conscience wavered somewhere. After all, the old man was weak in front of the young generation. In just a week or two, Naruto would have a birthday. And he remembered very well that his parents had died on that day. He remembered very well that this day was a day of mourning. He remembered very well that he had always hated this day, because it was on this day that he was hated the most. And it caused pain, gnawing at him from the inside deliberately slowly, leaving a chilling emptiness. He had known this pain too soon. Too soon. The enrollment was successful. The boy settled in on the outskirts of the village. Still, he was out of the habit of large crowds. Although the Anbu pursuing him did not bother him much, they were part of a society that the Jinchuriki did not like. Hounds following their prey, hiding in the shadows. The blonde understood perfectly well that the Hokage would not allow an unknown boy to just wander around the village. You never know what he might do. Classes started early in the morning and ended after lunch. Considering that Uzumaki already knew the basics, it was easy for him to get high marks and be ahead of his entire class. Everything was quite ordinary and even boring until Naruto attended a village history class. Then he heard only one name and froze, instantly turning pale. Namikaze Minato, 4th Hokage of the Leaf Village. It's quite possible that it's just a coincidence or an accident, but the Jinchuriki remembered the names of his parents well. But maybe it was a different Minato. Yes, that's probably true. Yes, however, it's worth checking. And double checking, too. You never know. Naruto needed to get into the archives, but you can't just get in there. He had to use his sealed Sharingan. It took a ton of chakra, thanks to Itachi and the seals, but Uzumaki was tenacious. Even scary somehow. Leaving the Anbu in the lurch, the boy drove them into his illusion and put them to sleep. Some puny shinobi. It's even strange. In principle, they shouldn't have assigned the elite to him. It's just surveillance. You don't have to shine with talent here. Chuckling, the blonde finally got into the archive. He dug through the documents confirming that there was only one Namikaze Minato in the village. And it was he who held the post of Hokage. At this point, Naruto couldn't hold back a short, nervous laugh, somehow crookedly lifting the corner of his lips. So, all this time he was the son of the deceased hero. But rumors were circulating, and they said in class that it was the 4th who sealed the fox and saved the village. So what does this mean? Was this Uzumaki's birthday present? A seal and the 9-tailed fox to boot? The dejected state haunted the Jinchuriki for more than a week. He walked around dejected and detached, delving too deeply into himself that sometimes he wandered among unfamiliar streets and got lost. Surprisingly, during all this time, the fox's chakra never came out. And the 9-tailed fox always made itself known when the Jinchuriki's emotional background was unstable. But for some reason, this time there was nothing. Soon Naruto tried to throw all thoughts of his ne'er-do-well father out of his head and get seriously involved in the mission. After all, there were no other activities to do except self-flagellation, thoughts about his parents and the mission. And he didn't want to suffer from boredom. Still, Itachi managed to somehow get through to Uzumaki's impenetrable laziness and come to an agreement. Well, Naruto couldn't be distinguished by his perseverance. Or did he catch the infection from Sasori, who had practically no patience? Who knows, but the itch in his ass was unpleasantly aching and begging him to get down to business. Taking a deep breath, the Jinchuriki decided to begin his initial task, looking after Uchiha Sasuke. And the boy decided to start from the place where it all began, the Uchiha quarter. That's where he lived before Itachi dragged him away from the village. Memories cut across his chest, forming a lump of bitter hostility towards this place. May Itachi fall off a branch 3 times. He sent the boy away, not only to school, but also to look after the poor loner in the hated village. He takes good care of his adopted brother. Immersed in the mental curses of the elder Uchiha, Naruto walked between the high wooden fences. Not much left. Soon the block itself appeared, fenced with a stone fence. It was already after 6 o'clock, and the sun was gently sinking behind the strip of forest. It would soon begin to get dark. The Jinchuriki looked back, because he noticed a tail behind him. What's most interesting is that the tail did not hide, but stubbornly followed the blonde or simply did not notice anyone. A gloomy look, a thoughtful expression, a dark blue t-shirt, white sleeves from the elbow to the wrists, white shorts, standard shoes, strangely styled black hair and eyes. Abysses covered in a veil of hatred and hostility towards everything. Naruto shuddered from this. He had never seen such overt hostility, except for Orochimaru, and even then, he looked more with manic interest than with hatred, although there was still more arrogance. Shaking his head, the blonde tried to drive thoughts of the snake Sannin away. There were enough problems as it was. But the image of Itachi, so similar to this boy, involuntarily popped into his head. The brunette walked, looking at his feet, maybe a little ahead. It seemed that he knew the way by heart and would have gotten there even blindfolded, but he quickly raised his head. A small spark of surprise flashed in his eyes, instantly replaced by anger. The boy gritted his teeth and, frowning, approached Uzumaki. "What the hell are you doing here?" Pressing on the blonde, Uchiha narrowed his eyes dangerously and literally hissed. "I'm taking a walk." Naruto tried to look more casual, again, thanks to Itachi for the self-control lessons. "This is a forbidden zone. Get out of here." Sasuke spat and glanced at the eye patch, noting to himself that he hadn't seen any blondes in Konoha except for Yamanaka. "Then what are you doing here?" Uzumaki raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms over his chest. "If my memory serves me right, all the students go home after the academy." The brunette was a little embarrassed, and Naruto was already grinning smugly under his mask, celebrating his small victory. At least something good for the day. "Then what the hell are you wandering around the village for?" Uchiha went on the attack, drilling his opponent with a displeased look, anticipating his victory in a small skirmish. "And I shouldn't report to a person unknown to me." Naruto walked around the brunette and his gaze fell on the clan's sign, Uchiha Sasuke. "And you say unknown?" The brunette snorted. "It would be a sin not to know such a person," Uzumaki chuckled. "So why did you wander into this area?" "On business," the Jinchuriki said briefly and turned towards the center of the block, deftly turning at intersections. He walked briskly along such alleys that were ingrained in his memory and winced unpleasantly, running into broken shop windows and broken partitions in the walls. After all, he had lived here almost since birth, and now there was devastation. The last thing Naruto remembered were the dark streets and the ringing silence in the quarter, and the warm, slightly trembling hands that the Jinchuriki carried. Stopping in front of what used to be a sweets shop, where a now completely worn-out sign with the name still hung above the door, Uzumaki sighed deeply and lowered his head, as if apologizing. Not for himself, for his brother, for Itachi, who never gave a reason. The boy never touched the scrolls he gave Naruto, leaving them in his backpack. He doesn't want to touch the memories of this Uchiha yet. They give off a dull, cold pain under his ribs. He doesn't want to. It's just disgusting for now. After wandering around the block a little more, constantly bumping into the ringing silence and empty streets, Naruto felt uneasy. Silence, wasteland, and the blood that had long since washed away and the bitter smell of corpses that had blown away. It seemed like almost 2 years had passed, but something so disgusting remained in this place. Clots of fierce hatred and fear that had soaked these walls. The stonework remembered the times when Itachi's fingers clutched the hilt of the katana, the blade of which flashed in the light of the full moon, cutting through the flesh of the Uchihas. And it seemed that the walls were giving this memory to Naruto, who only clenched his jaw tightly, suppressing the urge to vomit. He remembered well the sickening smell of his own dried blood, the crunch of his own bones and joints, the cutting pain on his skin and muscles, the piercing scream and the equally piercing, but so quiet voice with a hoarseness that pulled out of the darkness. Naruto clearly remembered how he almost burned alive for the first time in the cage with the fox in his subconscious, and how he huddled with Uchiha and Sasori, seeking salvation and consolation, trying to drown out his fear. Memory is a good and useful thing, but if only tragedies and crazy things happened in your life, then memory becomes a burden. And a person goes crazy, plunging into oblivion. Gritting his teeth, Uzumaki spat out a muffled, "Damn," and continued to study the deserted quarter. And that same Uchiha was watching him and could not understand what was happening to this blonde man, hiding his face, leaving only one eye open. Naruto was rapidly approaching the outskirts, following his intended route. Dexterously weaving between empty and eerie dark houses, he made his way to his home. Surprisingly, while the houses in the entire block were relatively tidy, this one had clearly been bypassed. Broken windows, a crooked door, cobwebs here and there, leaves rotting since last fall, and empty dark windows, like Sasuke's eyes, almost the same, black and frightening. Naruto ran up the stairs, jumping over the threshold and carefully touched the dusty door handle, as if he was afraid of getting burned. And he really was afraid of getting burned. With memories of this place. Shrugging his shoulders and exhaling loudly, Uzumaki opened the door, letting in the light of the setting sun and the curious gaze of Sasuke, whom Naruto simply did not want to drive away. And there was no need. Let him look. Surely, the brunette had not been in this part of the block. Uzumaki stepped over his scattered things, covered in a thick layer of dust, sand, and even leaves that had flown in through the broken window. Surprisingly, the Anbu things hadn't been touched in so many years. Or did they just not want to? Oh well. The blonde made his way into the tiny bedroom, cluttered with everything imaginable. He couldn't help but grin and shake his head. It was no wonder that night he couldn't tell where Itachi was standing, and where a chair or a pile of laundry was lying. Laughter still escaped his lips, and his fingers dug into the doorframe until they turned white. Mixed feelings of sparkling joy and prickly pain. It was even funny. And he laughed. Not loudly, but muffled. As if mocking himself. Strange. And creepy. Sasuke involuntarily shuddered because of this laughter. Anxiety still reached the control center of the brain and body and turned on the instincts of self-preservation, but the Uchiha stubbornly continued to watch the suspicious blonde. And Naruto wiped away a tear that came from laughter and sniffed, catching his breath. Having rummaged in the refrigerator, he found his favorite uneaten ramen, which had long since rotted and was covered in hairy mold, which, by the way, was also rotting. The smell hit the receptors, and Uzumaki pinched his nose, trying to drown out the stench. He put the package back in place and closed the refrigerator, moving on to inspecting the rest of the house. Rummaging through his things, Naruto found his former office supplies and several empty scrolls. He had long forgotten why he needed them when he was 5, of course, but they would come in handy now. The boy put them in one of his favorite seals and hid them securely in his pocket. It was much easier to walk with seals than with a huge backpack on his shoulders. Nostalgia. Sighing heavily, Naruto began to clear away the rubble. Why he needed to do this, neither Uchiha nor Uzumaki himself knew. He just wanted to. Simple. Everything is extremely simple. Using his old, worn-out things, the Jinchuriki quickly got rid of the stale dust that had become damp in some places. He cleared away the piles of his old clothes and accessories, of which there were few. He arranged the furniture and pulled out from under the bed an old stash of magazines marked 18+ for his silly technique that he was going to invent and master to perfection. Even then, he had planned this prank to annoy the adults. He couldn't help but smile. What was stopping him from doing it now? Oh yeah, Sasuke, who was sitting on the neighboring roof and watching the blonde's actions. Sighing, Naruto put them aside and went to the small nightstand. He took out his favorite pajama cap and pressed it to his nose through the bandage, inhaling the dusty aroma of those times when he still lived here and slept in this very funny black and white cap with 2 white protruding teeth. He put it on his head and thought that now he was doubly comfortable and calmer. All this nostalgia gave off some kind of incomprehensible muffled feeling. What was most surprising was that Uzumaki felt light, but at the same time something was weighing him down. Such opposite mixed feelings confused the boy, making his fingers go numb and tingle. And it was impossible to say that the feeling was unpleasant, rather the opposite. Anticipation, impatience, light goosebumps and even some trepidation. Having dealt with the dust and dirt, having brought perfect order, having removed the glass and other trash and junk, Naruto was pleased with himself. All that was left was to install the windows and fix the door. But soon it would be night. It was already dark outside, and in the house on the outskirts of the Uchiha quarter the light was on. The light was on where it had not been lit for almost 2 years. After the job was done, the Jinchuriki calmly walked out of the little house and stretched with a very satisfied face. He yawned and shook his head. Having stretched his arms, the boy took an old broom from around the corner and began to sweep the porch, lazily waving the tool. After he finished, Naruto looked around the area, shivered from the cold and a gust of wind, and went inside. There he printed out 2 portions of his favorite noodles from a piece of paper and put the kettle on. Preparing for dinner took no more than 10 minutes. Sitting down at the table, Uzumaki folded his hands in a prayer gesture and said, "Itadakimasu." When his hands were already reaching for the chopsticks, Naruto said so clearly and loudly enough. "If you plan to watch me like those Anbu, Uchiha Sasuke, then I don't advise it. My life is quiet, not worth your attention. If you're hungry, come in. No need to wipe dusty broken roofs. They'll collapse without your efforts." Sasuke, on the neighboring roof, choked on air and indignation. He thought the boy hadn't noticed him, but it turns out he can shut you up, stun you, and even spot Anbu. "Come in already. I won't invite you again." Sasuke jumped off the roof and shook himself, adjusting his shirt. Proudly raising his chin, Uchiha unceremoniously opened the door almost with a kick, although his legs stretched out. Having cast a gloomy glance at the old narrow corridors, the brunette walked straight, bumping into the kitchen. "Come on, sit down." The blonde pointed to the place opposite him, where the second portion of ramen was located, emitting an appetizing aroma and tempting steam, which made the Uchiha's mouth start to fill with drool. I tried for you. What if you poison? Then they'll poison me. Naruto snorted and picked up some noodles with his chopsticks. Why did you decide that I would eat with you? You're hungry. Okay, but why the hell did you settle in this house? The Hokage gave it to me. This is the Uchiha quarter. Sasuke exclaimed, you shouldn't even be here. Just like you, basically. I have every right to do so. Well, he survived by chance. Uchiha, the blonde said dismissively, narrowing his eyes and lifting the mask from the bottom, opening his lips, allowing the noodles to enter his mouth. Who are you? Why do you need it? He asked dispassionately, chewing. I'm just a student at the Konoha Shinobi Academy, like you, but only a couple of years younger. Why such interest? Because this is the Uchiha quarter, and you, not only know this place, but also claim that this is your home. And that mask and bandage. Who are you anyway? Naruto Byakuya. I haven't seen you before. I wasn't here before. I'm not from around here. Then how do you know this neighborhood? If I have a good sense of direction, it doesn't mean that I am familiar with the area. Let's say, an ironclad argument, but not supported by evidence. But why did you settle here? I haven't noticed you here before. I didn't show up. I just decided to look around. Then how do you know the location of things and this hat? An interesting thing. Besides, the dead man doesn't need it anymore. This touched the brunette to the quick. Sasuke was dumbfounded and trembled with rage, and in the Jinchuriki's thoughts he continued. If you don't take into account that I am the dead man. How dare you? Uchiha hissed, angrily clenching his fists. Do you want me to tell you a secret? Naruto flashed his blue eye and narrowed it slightly, lifting the corners of his lips. There is a corpse sitting in front of you twice. Therefore, I have every right. He lifted the bandage, showing the scar, but without opening his eyes. For now, it's an intrigue. The Uchiha doesn't need to know for now, and this is proof only of one time, and the second time is in the documents of one big shot. I was literally pulled out of the next world, for which I am grateful, but for what I'm going through now, I really hate this man, Naruto said through his teeth with a grin on his lips, closing his eyes, pulling the bandage back on, but I don't want to die. I just want him to fall off a branch. A couple of times. On an anthill. Uzumaki continued eating while Uchiha stood dumbfounded and didn't make a sound. Silent. Just silent. Just silent. He sat down at the table, silently, and began to eat his portion, lazily picking at his plate. It was impolite to refuse. However, resentment clearly flared up in the proud Uchiha. Naruto, by touching on the topic of getting his scar and his supposed death, involuntarily pressed on his own sore spot. Ineptly, clumsily, his psyche was already overloaded, and by going over moments of the past, he only further picked at the already festering wound. Painful, cold, and scary. And why? Because he's afraid of being devastated. Afraid to relive those moments when he was on the verge of death. When he almost burned alive. Those terrible moments chilled Naruto's soul and devastated him. Made him empty and trembling from every rustle. Made him cling to everything that could save him, that could help. But now there is no such thing. There is no one to cuddle up to and share grief, catching warmth instead of cold. But there is a feeling of emptiness. It is always behind your back, breathing down your neck, trying to bite. And it is frightening. Worse than the fox in the cage. Although no, it is the same. And the worst thing is that Naruto is a nobody here. He practically does not exist. And it is difficult to make friends, considering that you need to maintain secrecy, caution and information. Only Sasuke is nearby now. And that's only because he was simply interested in the blonde. Why did Naruto suddenly think that the Uchiha would support him? Let him into his life at all? How does the Jinchuriki know what Sasuke will do? And why did Uzumaki trust Gaara? Why did he open up so easily? Many questions, but few answers. It can't be any other way. There is a deliberately slow, painful emptiness creeping into Naruto right now. And all this is because of empty questions that cannot be answered. It's all empty words. It's all a painful emptiness that won't just go away. Commentary on Scroll 12. Empty. Bore who? White Fox, Byakuya. Well, I wouldn't want to show off my last name, right? Scroll 13. Wines. Commentary on Scroll 13. Wines. Sorry for the delay of the chapter and for the fluff that is present here. Something pulled me towards philosophy. Yeah, it's time to finish with Dostoevsky and his Crime and Punishment. Otherwise I'll start writing detective stories soon. Oh. No, I hope it won't come to that laughing face. Enjoy reading. After that incident, in the Uchiha quarter, Naruto quickly ran home, at the same time to work with the ANBU's memory. Uzumaki gave himself a break. He wondered where he shouldn't have gone, opened his bandage, showed his scar and didn't watch the words he used in his speech, and there were some compromising words there, at least suspicious ones for sure. The Jinchuriki knew that weak Anbu were watching him, so it would be easy to use the Mangekyo on them, but he noticed another tale. They would be stronger. They followed Uchiha, which was alarming. Having weighed all the pros and cons, Naruto decided to help his brother, not so much because of the mission, but because of the same reasons with the incriminating evidence. If he was followed by 2 or 3 Anbu of the average genin level and slightly higher, then Uchiha was followed by 5 strong genin, chunin. This already suggested that Sasuke was not the last person in the village, although he was stupid, since he did not notice his own tail. Of course, the last survivor. The heir of the clan. The owner of the great Sharingan, although, most likely, he has not awakened it yet. He had to spend a ton of chakra. Naruto had used almost all of it, so he could barely drag his feet. His eyes were sticking together, and he was terribly sleepy. For the first time, he regretted settling so far away. He hadn't even reached the center yet, and his legs were already giving way. But he had to admit that the result justified the means. Now no one except him and the brunette knew anything about the conversation with Sasuke and his stay in the Uchiha quarter. And what happened? There was nothing. Having somehow hobbled home, Uzumaki simply collapsed in the hallway and barely fell asleep. He didn't even bother to take off his shoes. And then a single thought came to his mind. Itachi had deliberately set such a limiter so that Naruto wouldn't show off his Sharingan at every opportunity, although it required a lot anyway, but not that much, or these miracle eyes in their original form already took up a lot of chakra. Here, anger replaced fatigue, because when using the Sharingan, Itachi remained cheerful, therefore, this Uchiha tried to limit Uzumaki's actions as much as possible. Now the Jinchuriki was thirsty for revenge and, as compensation, wanted to see how his brother would run away from the enraged forest animals without his magical eyes across the cleanest field, without a twig or a single tree. Cursing his brother with all his might, Uzumaki didn't even notice how he fell asleep. The sleep was relatively normal, good thing he didn't have nightmares, if you can consider sleeping on the floor in the hallway in a state of, barely soul in body, normal. Naruto, in general, forgot himself in a deep sleep, distracted from the problems of existence and his mission. His body tingled pleasantly from the lying position. Although he had to admit that the hard floor was not a bed, he had no strength at all. The consequences of using the Sharingan came flooding back in the morning. His whole body ached, and his muscles felt a nasty discomfort that made his teeth grind, as if a hot wire had gotten caught in the tissue. Much to Uzumaki's disappointment, he was unable to crawl to bed. What's more, Naruto couldn't even get up. And all thanks to Itachi. This had never happened before. At least the aches in his body weren't that strong. And so the boring everyday life began. The only thing Naruto didn't know from the entire academy course was the history of the village, but he succeeded here too. He was very interested in Konoha. And no matter how disgusting it was, but on the pages of its history there were such great ninja as Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Uchiha Madara, Minato Namikaze, the 3 great Sannin, the White Fang of Konoha, Kakashi's Sharingan and many, many others. If you dig deep into the archives, you can find even more. And if these are the Hokage's archives. Making up for what Uzumaki considered to be the missed material, he didn't even notice how the first month had flown by. He needed to report to Itachi on his successes, well, or at least on how he got there. Unfortunately or fortunately, the Jinchuriki had crossed paths with Sasuke only once. And even then, they had almost had a falling out, like the last cat and dog. That's why there was nothing to report on, really. But he still had to. And thank him for the seal. Yes. After classes, Naruto headed towards the training grounds. If shinobi were training there, they paid little attention to others. They were completely absorbed in their work. Speaking of birds, Uchiha was already training himself to the point of sweat at one of the distant training grounds. Well, that was commendable. Uzumaki didn't distract him, although he really wanted to point out some of his seemingly gross mistakes. But Naruto steadfastly endured this and headed to the most remote training ground, closer to the borders. Looking around and making sure that there was no tail, which surprised him, because Anbu always followed him closely, and here. The blonde thought. And indeed, the last week, plus or minus a couple of days, surveillance had suddenly stopped. This led to only 2 thoughts. Either the Hokage had simply stopped surveillance, or he had sent more experienced and reliable people. For some reason, he wanted to believe in the first option. Naruto was not tempted by the fact that he could not even simply contact Itachi because of the constant surveillance, which had not stopped. Uzumaki was convinced of this, but still hoped that his fears would not come true. Giving up on everything, the boy climbed a tree. Having deftly climbed deeper into the tree crown, he threw a couple of shurikens at the targets to make it look like he was doing something. Anbu are cautious people and do not approach the target closer than a few dozen meters. This was exactly what the Jinchuriki needed. Looking around in search of a bird, Naruto came across one. It was sitting in a nest and, apparently, hatching eggs. Sighing heavily, Uzumaki lifted the headband and activated the Sharingan. The bird immediately fluttered and jumped up from its place, flying to Naruto's outstretched hand. The blonde whispered something to it and sharply tossed it up. The bird, loudly flapping its wings, rushed upward, its feathers sticking out. Uzumaki continued his training, throwing kunai and shuriken at targets. Dexterous and precise movements. There were a minimum of unnecessary movements and deviations. His gait was light and silent. The only sound he could hear was the sound of trampling grass. Instant use of the eye still affected his condition. His head was spinning a little and he felt generally weak. In principle, none of this interfered with his training. Naruto took the time spent at the training ground seriously. Practice and repetition never hurt anyone. A couple of laps around the edge of the training ground, a system of strengthening exercises. Avoiding a couple of traps, dodging senbons and kunai with explosive seals flying at him. The Anbu were even somewhat stunned by the boy's preparation. Not every genin can boast such a set of physical characteristics. Not to say that everything was perfect, but it was immediately obvious that the blonde was trained very seriously, even despite such an early age. Well, this is not uncommon among famous clans and people with good genes. Strong representatives of clans often began training from early childhood, as soon as they showed any abilities or interest, and often without any special reason. Just mandatory training, and then fate will work out. Naruto couldn't figure out the tale. There was clearly someone here who was no lower than a senior Chunin Jonin. This made his nerve cells tremble with impatience and frustration. He didn't want to get caught, but how else could he get in touch? Through a simple letter by mail. That wouldn't do. All mail was checked by Hokage's trusted or close associates, and Uzumaki didn't know any special sealing or encryption techniques. So there was only one way out, what Itachi had advised. Oh yeah, Itachi. Uchiha handed Naruto some scrolls. He should read them in his spare time, otherwise his soul feels uneasy. Something unpleasant is gnawing at the flesh under his ribs. Maybe his conscience. Yes, most likely it is that, the bastard. But he is right, he behaved like a little child. And who is he, actually, if not a child? A child, and he hasn't even turned 9 yet. Although soon, very soon. A couple of weeks and already 9 years. Naruto shook his head and tangled his fingers in his blonde hair, massaging his scalp. It helped to distract himself and relax a little. Exhaling loudly through his mouth, he picked up all the equipment he had used during training and headed to Ichiraku. The boy had recently spotted this ramen shop. Oh, the noodles here were the best, as Uzumaki had noted. Better than the custard ones, anyway. Having refreshed himself, Naruto decided to walk around the village again. Looking at the happy faces of the villagers, the boy noted that he felt some hostility towards all these people. He unconsciously compared them to himself, put them in his place, and he himself occupied theirs. This irritated him. What right did they have to live so carefree when shinobi were dying in droves, and because of the same villages, they stood up for them, defended their lives at the cost of their own. This was somewhat unfair. Definitely, the strong protect the weak. There is no arguing with that. However, according to the law of nature, the strongest survives. That is where the whole problem arises. Does it mean that people are going against nature? Or is Naruto missing something? It turns out that the strong lay down their lives, giving the weak a chance to survive and continue to be under the same protection. Do the strong die in vain? And then the Uchiha quarter massacre comes up. Sharingan wielders weren't weaklings. So why did they all give up their lives? And most importantly, for what? Itachi wouldn't have slaughtered his entire clan, including his own, just like that. On a whim. The dog is buried much deeper. And a very unusual dog, at that. The Uchiha defended their interests, went against the established illusion of justice. Although they had a not entirely correct point of view, they did not support the common delusion. They did not want to protect the weak. However, they were killed by an equally strong shinobi. One of the clan, under the leadership of a weak man with big plans, greedy hands and a thirst for power and strength. It turns out that the weak killed the strong with the hands of another strong. This world has definitely gone off the rails. And again Naruto didn't notice how he found himself in this place. A huge bleeding grave, emitting cold and quiet rage from helplessness. And fear, wild fear. Shrugging his shoulders, dispersing a bunch of goosebumps on his body, the Jinchuriki decided to visit his home again. But he stopped himself in time. He needed to be careful and more vigilant. Uzumaki was too developed, not for his age. Thus, he already aroused the suspicions of the Hokage. Gaining trust was not the blonde's main task, on the contrary, rather as a point between the lines. So, somehow in between, he could do it. Later, the priority was to protect Sasuke. Naruto wandered around the block a bit more and went back into the main part of Konoha. There was a hustle and bustle all around. Some kind of celebration was coming up. A festival, in honor of the victory over the Nine Tails. In honor of the expulsion of the demon. Something pricked. Uzumaki involuntarily put his palm to his heart and squeezed the fabric in his fingers. Unpleasant. Painful. Disgusting. It was so disgusting in his soul that he wanted to howl and dig his fingers into the ground, tearing them until they bled in an attempt to drown out this suffocating, prickly feeling. A feeling of icy loneliness and fiery rage from his own impotence and uselessness. No one needed him. No one knew him. No one noticed him. An empty space. And this emptiness is filled with icy, muddy water. Doubts, fears, thoughts, ideas, desires. All of this dissolved in the thick of tears, drowned in the caked blood of those times. Those when he still lived in Konoha. When he caught scorching icy glances on himself every day. It's absurd, but it's true. As if he was being electrocuted. Ripping open mental wounds. Forcing them to ooze instantly caked blood and tears. Choking on his own grief from loneliness. Driving himself into a noose of fears and despair. And there is no one nearby. None at all. Alone in the whole world. Understood by no one. Caressed only by a false illusion. October 10th. A large festival is taking place in Konoha. Bustle, running, hubbub, all the sounds merged into a noisy and annoying cacophony that hit his temples like a hammer. Uzumaki didn't like noise. He didn't like crowds. He didn't hate people, but their sidelong glances. Cold eyes that followed him, burning a hole of hostility in his back. Of course, Naruto didn't care, but this whole situation echoed as a dull pain somewhere deep inside. Drop by drop, hatred for everything was gathering in him bit by bit, including his brothers. If he was still kind to Itachi, but really wanted to kick him, then with the distant and sullen Sasuke things were much worse. It was not hatred. It was not hostility. It was a very nasty feeling that does not go away without a trace. And its name is envy. With an admixture of jealousy. Do not think too much. Naruto was simply jealous of Itachi's such a reverent attitude towards his younger brother. And it infuriated him. It made a guttural roar every now and then break out of his suddenly heated throat. Itachi pitied Sasuke and sent the blonde to his rescue. But he also pitied the Jinchuriki, but sent him away from danger into the very hell, as it seemed to Uzumaki. Better Akatsuki and their problems than all this disgusting slime in Konoha. As Naruto said. Or did the elder Uchiha not understand that the universal collective hatred was much more terrible than the danger coming from Akatsuki? Or did the fear for his younger brother blind the genius? Or did he simply overlook it? Who knows, but Naruto really wanted to find out. But who said that the answers to these questions exist? Itachi's reply was due any day now. So Naruto was tense as a string, waiting for that bird to arrive. He had sent it only 2 days ago. In theory, there was still a couple of days left. And then Naruto thought about that bird. He had overlooked the fact that the bird was a mother. She was hatching eggs. And again, his conscience hit him in the gut. Something stirred inside the Jinchuriki. No, not the fox. Pity. Guilt. Gritting his teeth, Uzumaki headed to that training ground. Having found the right tree, he quickly climbed it and looked into the nest. The eggs were in place. Breathing a sigh of relief, the boy decided to seal them until the bird arrived. The warmth was barely preserved. And that was because of the hot weather. After thinking for a while, Uzumaki pulled off his favorite warm windbreaker and covered the nest. Having folded several simple seals, he set up a weak, barely perceptible barrier that would not allow the warmth to escape. But the sting of guilt didn't go away. It only dug deeper under the skin. Naruto had unknowingly taken away a mother from her unhatched chicks. And even though the bird had flown away for a week, there was a chance that she would die and never return. And that was what made his chest tighten, making it difficult to breathe and his heart beat. The memory of that night when the Jinchuriki almost lost his life became a lump in his throat. And why did he remember this now? His hand involuntarily ran over the eye patch. His fingers carefully traced the scar through the dark fabric. His eyebrow pricked, and his heart was shot with a slight attack of fear for his life. Naruto was a shinobi now. Risking his life was his duty. He had no choice. He never had one. And that was scary. Uzumaki was not free to choose his fate. That was how it was. That was how it would be. The noisy evening came suddenly. Naruto continued to stroll along the outskirts of Konoha. However, even here it was suddenly filled with hubbub. It was getting dark very quickly. There were lights of lanterns and stalls with various delicacies and souvenirs everywhere. It became sharply colder. The Jinchuriki shivered and, shuddering, stepped into the deserted street. Only when he came across the coat of arms of the slaughtered clan, he realized where he had wandered. The Uchiha quarter again. His legs carried him here automatically. What? Now he had nothing to lose. As long as there was such a fuss in the city, no one would pay attention to the disappearance of an inconspicuous boy. But they did. Or did they? Naruto noticed the movement of chakra a couple dozen meters away. Cold. Penetrating to the bone. Undoubtedly, Sasuke. The guy was walking, his nose buried under his feet. The brunette's lips were pressed into a thin line. His slightly hunched back betrayed tension and irritation. What was wrong with him? It seemed that Uchiha hadn't noticed the blonde. What was he thinking about so intensely that he passed a couple of meters from the Jinchuriki and didn't even bat an eye? Naruto decided to follow him. Sasuke walked with a barely noticeable haste, as if someone was chasing him or, at least, following him. Uzumaki watched every gesture of the boy. Hasty, slightly broken movements. Barely trembling fingers. Shoulders tense. Jaws tightly clenched, most likely to the point of pain. Eyebrows furrowed. And a half-empty look. It was immediately obvious that Uchiha was deep in himself now. The Jinchuriki followed Sasuke to the central part of the once residential area of the quarter. There was a large house. Surprisingly, it was well kept and quite suitable for living. But there was a catch. No one had lived in this house for a long time. At least, no one had spent the night there. A small courtyard with a garden and a pond appeared. Uchiha quickly crossed it and, despite all his impatience, carefully opened the door. He did it so carefully, as if he was afraid of getting hurt. And in this seemingly unremarkable gesture, Naruto saw himself. He opened the door to his old house in exactly the same way. I wonder if this is Sasuke's house. The brunette didn't even notice the tail. The blonde wondered if Uchiha was in a normal emotional state to think sensibly. However, that didn't justify the fact that Naruto was standing right behind Sasuke, and he didn't even notice anything. How could that be? Ma. A barely audible whisper was heard. The lips were trembling, as was the voice. With notes of wheezing and sobbing. Is he crying? Uzumaki stepped back and hid behind a tree, watching the brunette's actions. Sasuke, carefully shuffling his feet on the dusty floor, went inside. Barely touching, he ran his fingers along the door frame, along the wall, along the nightstand. Dry gray dust remained on the skin. Uchiha slowly, savoring each movement, began to rub the particles between his fingers. He did it so lovingly, as if this dust was his most precious treasure. This is, at the very least, strange. Uzumaki is not a fool. Everything is perfectly clear. This place, the Uchiha quarter, was a painful pus not only for him, but for Sasuke as well. The Jinchuriki spun on his heels and ran away. There was no point in interfering with the Uchiha. Naruto, like no one else, understood him. And it cut into his chest, forcing his lips to convulsively suck in air. It hurts. It hurts to watch others suffer and to understand that you are simply unable to help. The festival is in full swing. The festive fireworks are about to go off. Uzumaki quickly visited a small dango restaurant and bought himself some sweets. Fortunately, the owner didn't like holidays very much and didn't close the shop, which was far from the center, early today. So much the better. The blonde was barely swinging the bag in his hand, looking at the road. He wasn't tempted to bite into anyone. Naruto sighed and shrugged. It was cold. Even his fingers were going numb. He wished he could get home soon. Although there was a chill in the apartment, the Jinchuriki hadn't closed the windows, hoping to return early. Alas, it wasn't meant to be. He just didn't want to go back within four walls. The thought of the chicks and Itachi's letter struck him. What if the bird really doesn't come back? What will happen to the eggs? Of course, it's a small thing. Survival of the strongest. However, conscience gnaws at his brain, forcing him to stop. The wind stabbed his back with a sharp blow and, throwing up short light strands, died down, as if it had never been there. Uzumaki spun on his heels once again and ran to the training ground. There were no sounds of celebration here. Dead silence reigned here. That was what was scary. Naruto began to look around quickly, trying to find something suspicious. After a couple of tense minutes, short, Sharp, muffled claps were heard. A bird. But something was wrong. Naruto instantly found himself on that very tree. The rustling of leaves cut through the silence. The blonde barely managed to catch the bird that had fallen into his arms. Warm. His heart was fluttering rapidly in his chest. Even hot and damp. Uzumaki brought his fingers to his nose and inhaled. Slightly sweet, a little nauseating, and familiar to the point of stomach cramping. Blood. All the air flew out of the lungs in an instant. The chest was squeezed with such force that even breathing seemed impossible. A small tremor went through the whole body. The still living bird almost slipped out of the trembling hands. A powerful blow landed under the solar plexus. Not a fist. Guilt. Uzumaki tried to examine the bird, but it was impossible in the darkness. Realizing what was happening, the boy cursed and ran towards his house at full speed. Stumbling and gasping for breath, it was unclear why. Although it was still understandable. Guilt. A huge load of guilt suddenly wrapped around the Jinchuriki's chest. These weren't some well-groomed chains. This was much more terrible. Having fallen into his apartment, kicking the door almost off its hinges, the blonde turned on the light and began to examine the bird. The wound was not deep, but noticeably heavy. For a bird, Sharingan was burning in one eye. Itachi had sent a reply message after all. At least something pleasant, but all the joy was overshadowed by the state of the weakening bird. The feathers on the belly were soaked through with cold blood. The heart had already begun to slow down. Couldn't the bird be helped? The wing was slightly dislocated. Was it flying with a dislocated wing? Or was this the result of a fall? Time was slipping through her fingers, and her heart was beating at a rapid pace, gradually slowing down. Knock, 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 knock. The bird's pulse pounded like an alarm in Uzumaki's head. He was tossing and turning inside out, trying to figure out what to do. And time was still ticking. It was bad. It seemed like the bird couldn't be helped. Naruto gritted his teeth and dug his fingers into the edges of the tabletop. Until the joints and cartilage in his fingers cracked. Until the skin turned white. Until there was a dull pain in his jaw. Until his whole body began to shake. Guilt. It's his fault. It's his fault. The feeling of emptiness haunted the Jinchuriki for a very long time. He never read the message. The bird's rapid pulse still beat like an alarm in his head. The nest with small screaming chicks appeared in his dreams every night and did not give him even half an hour of rest. It would seem like a trifle, but his conscience torments him for a long time. In just 4 days, such deep dark circles had formed under his eyes that the Uchiha's hair seemed like a pale, poorly printed picture. And the fox inside him began to stir. Naruto lay on the bed in a futile attempt to fall asleep. A sharp pain in his stomach quickly knocked all thoughts out of his head. Uzumaki hugged himself with his arms, as if trying to hold on and calm the cutting spasm. All he could do was grind his teeth, biting the pillow, digging his fingers into his skin, almost piercing it with his nails. Some kind of incomprehensible gurgling sound escaped from his throat, and a cutting haze began to cloud his eyes. Chakra. The Nine Tails chakra is bursting out again. Naruto shrank his entire body, trying to suppress the beast's power on his own. The seals were far away. They were in the inside pocket of his jacket, which was hanging in the small hallway. How untimely, although now, in principle, was a very suitable time and place, but not quite. He couldn't reach the seals, he couldn't suppress the chakra on his own. And what would happen after the fox's power broke through, one could only guess. However, Uzumaki knew approximately what awaited him. Burns. The most terrible burns from the poisonous chakra of the Nine Tails. In general, Naruto passed out when there were serious attacks, the first few times. Then they managed to suppress them, but he was brought back to consciousness by a sharp pain, hot impulses spreading throughout the body. The chakra began to twist and form 2 tails at once. Wheezes and growls came out of his throat every now and then, but they were muffled. After all, the blonde's consciousness had not yet floated away. The pain in his stomach had subsided a little against the background of the rest of the pain. The deformed nails under the skin of his sides were especially acutely felt. The Jinchuriki leaned back. His body was seized with a spasm. Hot sweat broke out on him. His eyes were watering a little, and his right eye was burning. When the chakra began to scorch the furniture and eat away at Naruto's skin, the boy opened his mouth in a silent scream, instantly digging his ossified fingers into his ribs. His lower lip was trembling slightly, and his face was changing from one grimace to another. My ears started ringing so hard that sparks started flying before my eyes, as if I'd been hit hard on the head. However, the ringing stopped as soon as the smell of dampness and mold hit my nose. The same sewer again. Uzumaki sighed heavily, leaning against the wall. A puff of smoke or steam burst out from around the corner. It was hard to see. The darkness was impenetrable. Naruto, holding on with all his might, crawled towards the source, leaning on his hand, which was sliding along the wall. "You pathetic boy," growled the beast, scratching his claws on the metal bars. "Remove the seal." "No. You need power. Take it. What are you waiting for? You want revenge? Take the power. Use it." The fox seethed, irritably wagging his tails. "I don't want revenge. You're afraid. You hate. You want revenge. Take your chance, stupid insect." A clawed paw reached through the bars and tried to grab the blonde, but he was out of reach. Too far. For whom to take revenge? Whom am I afraid of? Whom do I hate? Uchiha, 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 Uchiha. The Nine-Tails seethed, grinning. "Shut up. You want revenge. You want to atone for your guilt. You hate and despise everyone. But you want to take revenge on Uchiha. Sasuke is the root of all your problems. How can you not understand, degenerate?" "Shut up." Uzumaki hissed through clenched teeth, clutching his stomach, which began to burn and spasm. "Again. If it weren't for Sasuke, you wouldn't have come back. If it weren't for Sasuke, Itachi wouldn't have abandoned you. If it weren't for Sasuke, you'd be free. If it weren't for Sasuke." "Shut up, shut up, shut up." Naruto roared, already grabbing his head, shaking it from side to side. "Shut up. Take the power. Take revenge." A burning sensation began in his eyes, and later they were pierced by wild pain. Uzumaki could not hold back a piercing scream that echoed off the walls and hit his temples. "No, shut up. It's all because of Sasuke. It's all because of Sasuke. Get revenge. Kill the Uchiha. Get your freedom." The Nine-Tails chakra began to seep through the bars, getting closer to the boy, who was thrashing around in vain, trying to drive away the pain, screaming hysterically, tearing his voice hoarse. "Shut up. Shut your filthy mouth. Take it. Take revenge." Those were the last words that reached Uzumaki's ears, along with the gurgling and hissing sound of the fox's chakra. The shadow quickly burst into the apartment through the window, sweeping away everything that was in its path. The clanging of dishes cooled the ardor of the night guest a little. The guy shrugged his shoulders and rushed into the room from which wheezing could be heard. His voice was already broken. He made several hand seals and put his hands to Uzumaki's chest, hissing through his tightly clenched jaws from chakra burns. 3.5 tails. That's already serious. The Jinchuriki's body was already partially deformed, transforming into some kind of substance from chakra. After many minutes of waiting, Naruto stopped tossing and turning on the bed. Well, on what was left of it. His body was visibly shaking in convulsions. The skin began to grow back slightly. Heavy, incoherent wheezing made the guy flinch and stagger back. Only now did he notice Uzumaki's appearance. Moments from that bloody night flashed before his eyes. No, even two. The mess that the Uchihas had become, the boy's mangled body, the heavy, viscous, nauseating blood flowing like viscous molasses from the torn corpses. The brunette barely suppressed the urge to vomit. Of course, this wasn't the first time he had encountered such things. However, the moments of his past hit him on the head with such a hammer that all the bloody mess that had ever happened around him simply faded in comparison to these two events. "Damn," Uchiha cursed, "I barely made it." He exhaled these words in a hoarse, trembling voice. Itachi dropped his head onto what was left of the bed, his skin coming into contact with the viscous, hot liquid. Blood. That damn blood again. The Uchiha only let out a nervous laugh. It looked like the crimson would haunt him for the rest of his life. It's his sin. It's his life. It's his fault. But he has no choice. He just missed his freedom. Scroll 14. I am with you, but I don't want this. It had to be this way. Naruto's POV. My whole body aches terribly. What happened? It's really hard to open my eyes. I can barely even move my finger. This is bad. I hope the Anbu don't see anything. Although it's stupid to rely on their inattention. I can barely open my eyelids. My vision is a little blurry. An unsuccessful attempt to turn over. A sharp pain shot through my entire body. I involuntarily cringed and started coughing, squeezing my fingers. The stuffing. I vaguely see that the sofa, how can I put it, has become completely unusable. Most of it has turned into some kind of incomprehensible mush of stuffing and burnt upholstery. Something crunched under me. I scrape off blood with my fingernail. Mine. No good. Could it be that Fox was breaking through again? So, how did I come to my senses? Or was it the ANBU's doing? Then that's it. Sorry, I don't recognize my voice. It's so hoarse, even the wheezing is somehow different. It turned out funny. Itachi. I screwed up. My lips involuntarily twist into a semblance of a smile. My mission. Ha. Cough, cough, cough. A short, booming laugh escaped from the lungs, and after it came a dry cough, tearing the throat. You were an idiot, and you still are. A stern, detached voice, not without a hint of concern. What? Wah. Cough, cough, cough. The incessant cough prevented me from taking a breath of oxygen, so my eyes immediately began to water, preventing me from seeing the person who sat in front of me. Well, how are you going to justify yourself? Hallucinations. It's all hallucinations. This can't be. Why don't you keep the seals with you? I told yo. Itik. Ka ka ka. Chi. Ka ka ka. Well then. Ka ka ka. Quiet, quiet, my brother, I hope he wasn't mistaken, helped me get up from the bed, holding me by the chest, and gently patted me on the back. Itachi. Why? Am I here? Apparently you don't read the messages. He shook his head. What an idiot. Out of the corner of my eye I see how the corners of my brother's lips twitch upwards a little. Ha ka ka. You need to rest, don't strain yourself. Itachi picked me up and, holding me close to him just as carefully as the first time, I still haven't forgotten, carried me to the bathroom. Or where? I can't see well because of the tears that are clouding my eyes. Although they can't really be called tears. My eyes are just watering from coughing. That's all. My brother drew me a bath and tried to wash me. Of course, defending my offended shinobi honor, I denied it and said, I did it myself, but this is Itachi. There is no other way. Only the way he knows, and no other way. This is Itachi, and that explains everything. Ha. I twist my lips into a smile. Something inside is stretching and trembling, threatening to break at any moment. What is this? What is this? And I will answer, I don't know, most likely, jealousy is seething. I am disgusted by the fact that the pompous turkey, Sasuke, is more dear to my brother than I am. Stupid. Too childish. To hell with it. I am a child. Of course, Sasuke, as a person, probably, I haven't checked yet, is not devoid of all sorts of emotions, but he doesn't show them in public, I've seen it myself. Everyone has their own cockroaches in their heads. For example, I have one huge carnivorous cockroach. Yeah, with 9 tails. A cockroach, databio. Afterwards, they probably carried me to the bed. Who knows? I was so tired that I didn't have the strength to just look around. No, if Itachi weren't here, I would have crawled and done everything myself. But my brother is here. He will take care of me. What's the point of lying? Yes, I rely on him too much, but my body somehow relaxed next to him. Naive, perhaps. Too dependent on others. It makes sense, but it's not so. I've lived almost my entire life alone, not relying on anyone. And what next? Should I get a medal or something? Rest. Okay. Itachi carefully laid me down, covering me with a thin blanket. He knows that I often get hot. He remembers, he hasn't forgotten. Something pricked under my solar plexus. Nice, but at the same time disgusting. Smearing, disliking, pretending, suspicious. No, what are you saying? Just a realist. Although who knows, who knows? Itachi. Cough. What an idiot. He poked his fingers into my forehead. I winced in displeasure and turned away a little. Offended, I told you, you need to rest. You spent a lot of energy. Chakra. His chakra is burning out your own, so now you have little of it left. Very little. Almost chakra depletion. So you need to replenish your strength. Even taking into account that he heals all your wounds, he cannot replenish your chakra. No matter how you look at it, the outcome is clear. Besides, you managed to damage your vocal cords. Your throat hurts, right? Why yes, I croaked, nodding briefly. Don't strain yourself. You could have just nodded. The brother lifted the corners of his lips, distorting the thin line into a smile. Light, but exhausted. Something inside clinked and, stretching to the limit, spread like a wave of goosebumps down my spine. His smile is always special. I've seen many times how people thoughtlessly throw away their smiles. Everyone can do it differently, but Itachi, you can tell everything from his smile. Absolutely. He puts such special emotions into this grimace that reading Itachi becomes so easy that it's even scary. As if he puts all his pain into his exhausted smiles, covering his eyes, in the corners of which small wrinkles have gathered. How old is he? 30, 20, yeah, 18 with a little bit. He worries, he grieves, he gets sick. And he keeps everything inside. It won't lead to anything good. Strong people burn out, not allowing anyone to see how the flames of pain twist and burn them from the inside. And it hurts. It's scary. It's simply unbearable. But they endure and suffer alone. So Itachi endures. Only when he understands that he's burning, it will be too late. He'll char and die, what can I say? And all because of Sasuke. I'm not like that pompous turkey. I'm more like Itachi. It can't help but make me happy, just as it can't help but give off a dull ache in my stomach. Somewhere deep, somewhere, inside, where the pain can't be reached with your fingers and dulled. Even if you rip open my stomach and turn all my intestines upside down, nothing will come of it, as sad as it is. And again I plunge into darkness. Sticky, scary, cold, and this is already becoming a habit. I search for Itachi. With the last of my strength I stretch my hands towards him in the hope of grabbing hold. And he only throws out a couple of dry phrases like, "Get well soon, rest, I'll be back soon, and you here for now." And so on. And what did I expect? Understanding. Where is it? Where? Somehow I don't see a damn thing. Itachi doesn't understand me, just like I don't understand him. And when did I go wrong? When did I allow? When? Are you awake? I wince, clutching the thin blanket between my fingers, which is almost entirely on the floor. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Itachi holding something red in his hands. Eat it yourself. Why your tomatoes? I mutter in response. Really? With my half-open eye I see my brother's eyebrow rise. Go give them to that turkey. I close my eye and turn over onto my other side. We have a mission, and this is the scroll that you never got around to reading. And, in case you forgot, I'm risking my skin by being in the village. Yes, go to your brother, he misses you. What? I suddenly jumped up from the bed and immediately bent over in half from the pain that shot through my back. Where are you going, idiot? I'll explain later. Lie down for now, and in 2 days be at the eastern gate. I'll be waiting for you there. The scroll, Itachi turned the red scroll over in his hands and, chuckling to himself, put it on the nightstand, read it at your leisure. Yeah. I watch my brother with an unblinking gaze as he quickly disappears into the window, stirring up the old dusty curtains. Dry dust particles swirled along the light stripes of sunlight. I sneezed involuntarily. You've taken a long time. By the way. Oh. Okay. I waved my hand. What kind of task is this? Have you read the scroll? My brother looked at me suspiciously, narrowing his eyes slightly. This action made the wrinkles in the corners of his eyes gather in a bunch, and I felt uneasy from such a sight. He is not even 20 yet, but he looks as if he has lived at least 40. Creepy. Yes, what is he getting at? I hope you didn't forget to clean it up. Here, I fish out that same scroll from my jacket pocket. What does this strange map have to do with it? Do you remember the location of objects and bodies of water? It seems like. I scratched my right cheek in confusion, touching an old scar under the fabric with my nail, and I stared at something under my feet. I frowned, trying to understand what exactly Itachi needed. Great, the brother nodded and picked up the pace. I cursed and pressed on. After all, I had no intention of falling behind, especially since this was our first mission together. Itachi, of course, wasn't running at full speed, but he was running pretty fast, so I was dragging behind. Although, dragging is a strong word, I was lagging behind by a couple of steps. Wait, I tried to catch up with my brother. He looked at me a little displeased, as if reproaching me for something. What did I do? All questions after we leave from under unnecessary eyes. And when? In a couple of kilometers, Itachi nodded to himself and sharply moved to the right. I rushed after him, but he quickly intercepted me and, throwing me over his shoulder, rushed towards the mountain ranges. Wait, I tried to slip out of his grip, but in vain. My brother just hissed at me, calling for silence. Well, later, so later. What mission? Itachi and I settled in some cave. As I understood, it was on that very map in the very corner, if I'm not mistaken. This means we are close to the destination. Espionage and recruiting supporters, my brother said briefly, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Go ahead, ask questions. Why did you come? For you. He watched me hesitate a little, trying to formulate a question, from under his half-lowered eyelids. The high collar hid part of his face, but the wrinkles near the nasolabial fold betrayed his half-smile. Even from this, a chill went through my chest. I'm scared. For him, it's as if he's aged a decade or two. And that's truly scary. How long has it been since I saw him? A month. And it seems like several years. What was in that message, and why was the bird wounded? I just nodded, looking away. Well, There was a difficult, moment. Unsuccessful negotiations. A small fight broke out. I didn't miss how Itachi nervously shrugged his shoulders. Did they really catch you? And the message? I was going to take you with me. In principle, it wasn't that important, but you should have prepared yourself. My brother fell silent, glaring at me. I shrugged my shoulders and continued. And how did you find out? About. You have a seal on you. A seal. I immediately grimaced and touched my left shoulder, which immediately began to tingle unpleasantly. Right. That's where it is. No, it's not a restraining or suppressing seal. It simply transmits information about your location and the state of your chakra to me. When the 9 tails begins to break through, the seal is triggered and I immediately find out about it. And when did you put it on me? I still fix my blue eye gaze on my brother. He didn't even bat an eyelid. He just closed his eyes and took another deep breath. Back when, he fell silent and touched his right eye, making a clear hint at my Sharingan. Basically, it's for your own safety. He leaned against the wall and turned away, staring at the wall. I'm sorry. For what? I sat down opposite my brother and looked at him in bewilderment. He only grinned. I had to say. Why didn't anyone else notice the chakra surge? It's a hidden village after all. The same seal. It jammed the signal, although if there was a shinobi within a radius of 50 meters, he could have easily noticed. I take it you didn't read the scrolls either. He rather asserted. I just shrugged. I didn't have time. I wanted to get settled in first. And, my father. Have you been to the archives? And again the assertion. Yes, and I found a lot about the 4th. But, why did he seal the fox into his son? I barely managed to say, swallowing the sounds. Even so, the wrinkles gathered at the corners of his eyes again. I didn't think you'd go so far. Did you know? I only guessed. Itachi shrugged. I, as you understand, served in Anbu. I knew a lot, as well as didn't know, so I can't claim that everything I said is true. But the fact that you are a Jinchuriki is an indisputable fact, no matter how you look at it. You have the seal of the 4th Hokage and you are his son. You are too similar. Even though I was a little older than you, I clearly remembered his face. And, Itachi reached out, touching the hair on the top of my head. Hair. Only he had such hair. Even Yamanako's hair is much paler, incomparable. My brother fell silent again. A shadow passed over his face. Doubt or fear, or maybe something else. I still couldn't figure it out. One thing was clear enough. Itachi was worried. His cheekbone twitched slightly, betraying his nervous tension. Nostalgia? Right. Something pricked again. Unpleasantly. It gave off goosebumps to his arms and a light shudder that rushed across his skin in a wave and then stopped. A sore subject. What was he like? I leaned back against the wall, closing my eye. It's not that dark in the cave. We're sitting by the exit. Just resting and talking. As far as I understood, there was no tail following us. Did the Hokage really stop watching? Strange. Even though I asked the question, my thoughts went in the opposite direction. Your father, kind, sympathetic, strict. Kushina-san, on the other hand. Itachi fell silent, and I immediately perked up, breaking out of the stream of thoughts. Bloody habanero. You clearly took after her in character. Minato-san was gentle, despite the position he held. You, on the other hand. He hesitated, trying to find the words. Are too persistent and stubborn, like a ram. I puffed in displeasure. So what? I glanced sideways at my brother and crossed my arms over my chest. And the eyes. The same. Itachi stopped short, looking away, afraid to run into mine. Do you really regret it? Well, that's it. Everything is fine. I exhaled and closed my eyes. Why aren't we being followed? I finally said after a short silence. Genjutsu. There was an awkward silence again, which was interrupted by a muffled rumble of thunder, rain. I didn't think it would come. I just frowned, but didn't open my eyes, like Sasuke. You read my report, I said, turning away. Well, then there wasn't much time. Especially since how much time has passed. Maybe something has changed. Itachi shrugged. I clicked my tongue in displeasure. He's strange, somehow angry, irritable, too proud. I've known him for less than a week, and even then, we crossed paths a couple of times in the alleys of the neighborhood. I stopped short, but it was too late, so I continued, and I already got the impression that this pompous turkey is pretending to be a holy martyr, I muttered, glancing briefly at Itachi. His face didn't change, although he twitched slightly. And what did you tell him? I killed his parents, he said, as if cutting it off. I involuntarily flinched. Such a chill ran through me from that voice that it even became creepy. He says it so simply that there is not a shadow of a doubt that Itachi did this. Aren't you brothers? Yes, but, after all this, he doesn't consider me a brother. And you agree with him so easily. Are you happy about it? I have my own plans for him, because. Is that why he hates you? Or is he afraid of you? I watch out of the corner of my eye as the wrinkles gather near the nasolabial fold. Right on, why? That's how it has to be. That's what you decided, am I right? My voice became hoarse. I don't know what caused it. I'm just scared by my brother's indifferent voice. It's not Itachi. It's someone else's technique. Itachi is not that cold. It had to be this way, Naruto. It just had to be this way. And what do you want to achieve by this? It's better for him to have a goal. That way Sasuke won't die from. I interrupted him. From what? From fear. From pain. From hatred. I think you've gone a little crazy. I scratched my cheek and fixed my gaze on my brother. Watch your language. Itachi allowed himself a small bit of laughter in his voice, playfully reproaching me for ignorance. I shudder again. His emotions change too quickly, but still remain cold and unshakable. Is this a joke? I leaned back a little, tensing my whole body. Do you think this is funny? You just don't know what he's become. Unless he was like this at first. He just radiates malice. And his chakra, icy, penetrating to the bone. I'm not sure that this is the chakra he originally had, but he radiates such a sepulchral cold that you want to bury yourself, or get away. Not like that, a barely audible whisper. What? I thought I was imagining things, but. You're right, he wasn't like that. In his voice, guilt. Just don't tell me. Really, you didn't know. I haven't seen him since then. I leaned forward, pressing my palm against my brother's chest, feeling for his heartbeat under the fabric. And I didn't put on my uniform, just so as not to attract attention. I barely suppressed a laugh, but then gasped, opening my eyes wide. His heart, it was pounding against his ribs. And his face, a light, barely noticeable smile. And even then, you can only recognize it by the wrinkles. Something inside was stretched to such an extent that it broke. Not as they usually say, with a ringing sound, or, with a crash. It just fell down. Instantly, everything inside became empty. Itachi. I look into his eyes, confused. Slightly squinted, pale skin, and there's a scratch on his forehead under the crossed-out protector. I touch the scratch with my finger. And my brother just closed his eyes and lowered his head a little, as if apologizing. My heart immediately began to ache. My lungs were squeezed, and my eyes began to sting. Hurt. It hurts. It hurts to watch others suffer and to understand that you are simply unable to help. That same hoarse voice immediately pops into my head. Please don't burn. Save everything that can be saved. Forgive everything that can be forgiven. And go while you can go. What if you can't save him? Watch as your brother dives into the icy water, going under the water. To the bottom. Or dive in after him, trying to pull him out, risking your life. What if you don't even understand his motives? What motives, if you can't even understand the basic train of thought? And forgive. How to forgive. This Sharingan. It was probably extracted from some Uchiha corpse. And how to forgive Itachi for sending me to Konoha. This village is very dangerous for both me and him. If I screw up and get caught, they'll extract information about Akatsuki, and Itachi, and about the Sharingan with the fox. And then it'll be business as usual. Although there is a justification for everything Itachi did. One and only justification. Itachi is a human. Brother does everything for the good of others. Sasuke protects even though he hates him. He saved me despite orders. He implanted the Sharingan, although he had no right to do so. He sent me to the hated village to look after my brother, whom Orochimaru has a grudge against, although he was not obliged to take such measures. He risks his own skin, just so that everyone will be happy. A hero, nothing less. Itachi's villain is worthless. Too human to be. The mission did not go beyond the borders of the Land of Fire, which was good news. However, the risk of meeting Konoha shinobi increased. And that was already a problem. I returned only after a week and a half. I hadn't missed much from the academy course. What's more, we were still marking time, studying the history of the village's creation. And that was a bit stressful. Children should be made into shinobi, not historians, although knowledge of history also helps a lot. In diplomacy, for example. What's most interesting is that we, hallelujah, got to practice. In theory, we figure out how to throw kunai and shurikens correctly, at what angle, from what distance, etc., etc. In general, it's deadly boring. Itachi used to say at the very beginning of our training that I was a dud in the theoretical part. He changed his approach and hammered knowledge in along with bruises and abrasions. I learned it better this way. It's easier for me. After all, it's clearer in practice than reading scribbles on pieces of paper. I almost howled. Although they usually study for about 3 years and graduate by the age of 12 or 13, there are exceptions. Even age is not a hindrance. Some enter at the age of 5, some at 9, some at 10, but no more. As I found out from Itachi, Sasuke entered at the age of 9. Well, in a year he will graduate. And that he will be one is beyond doubt. I continued training. Itachi never showed up after that. I sent messages with birds. It was more reliable than with rodents or insects. That nest, it's better not to remember. When I returned, the training ground had been hosting training fights between genin for days. The barrier was destroyed, and the tree was gone, as was the nest. As usual, I was training at a distant training ground. More than 3 months had passed since the end of our first joint mission with Itachi. He didn't invite me on joint missions anymore. There were a couple of times when I went on solo missions. And then, to follow this or that person within the land of fire. The strangest thing is that they didn't notice me at all. No, Itachi told me that my gait is barely audible when necessary, but to such an extent. I'm impressed. However, I asked my brother not to give me missions. It distracts and arouses suspicion. I hardly used the Sharingan. I only sent messages and cast some genjutsu on random witnesses. So what? I don't need any extra problems. Itachi approved of it too. However, he forbade me to use the eye more than once a day, and to train with it too. They'll see something bad. If I get out of the habit, the consequences will be shitty. The classes were held in a measured manner. There was no need to train shinobi, so the teachers allowed themselves and the children to relax. This is, of course, good. I understand peace, friendship, chewing gum, but the fighters' qualifications should be better. Itachi is not one of them. He drove me so hard the first year, and when I started using the Sharingan, I will keep quiet. In general, my brother taught me the basics. He did not do it on a whim. It was simply, damn it, necessary. That is why my skills are without unnecessary gaps. Of course, there are shortcomings and some omissions due to the haste in training, but they are insignificant and very small, and even then, they are all covered by my speed and gait. The kunai slipped smoothly from my hand and headed straight for the target. I, as Itachi taught me, quickly throw another one and redirect the first one to a completely different target, and the second one rushes to the one I was aiming at first. Redirection is a good thing, especially when you need to defeat a clever enemy who relies on traps and tricks. Fight fire with fire, as they say. Or you just need to confuse your opponent. Behind me, I felt a small, tiny splash of chakra. Someone used a technique. Weak, of course. And now someone is hiding in the bushes behind me. Watching. I chuckle and barely noticeably shrug my shoulders. I get ready to throw again. This time shurikens. I fish out a few stars from my bag. Since the targets are located around me, the observer will not have any suspicions. I make a series of precise throws, followed by another. Sharper and faster. Again, redirection. Some of the shurikens hit the target, and the other part, into the bushes. It's not nice to peek, I said in a moralizing tone, taking the throwing iron out of the targets and putting it back in the pouch. Yeah, did they really notice me? A fair-haired guy with, oh Kami-sama, a mask up to his eyes and a bandage with a protector pulled over his left eye jumped down from a branch that was located above those very bushes. Or a scar or, I involuntarily swallowed. It's quite possible that it's the Sharingan. What? I have one. Who are you? I was not taught politeness. Although they tried, it did not work. In this regard, Itachi is a complete layman. To teach me manners, he tried, failure. I spat on this matter and plunged headlong into regular training. I looked into the bushes and found a log with shurikens there. Well, the substitution technique is also a useful thing. How impolite. The ash-haired guy slammed the book with an orange cover, a good color. I'm already starting to like this stranger, in front of his nose and deftly hid it in his pocket. Sorry, they didn't teach you manners. I frowned and leaned forward a little, looking at my opponent. It's obvious, the ash-haired man narrowed his eyes. Apparently, he smiled. At least, from the small folds on the fabric of the mask, it is clear that he stretched his lips into a smile, but they taught him the art of the ninja and, as I can see, quite well. That's right, they taught me. And who, if it's not a secret? It's no secret. My brother taught me. Where is he now? Haven't they told you that children aren't allowed to talk to strangers? I narrowed my eyes slightly. They said. The guy assumed a relaxed pose and leaned back slightly, looking me up and down, but the child started talking. Should I be afraid? He smiles again. Either he's making fun of me, or he's a fool. I'm leaning toward the second option. I don't know. It's up to you to decide. And yet, you still need to learn manners. I am Hitaki Kakashi. He extended his hand for a handshake. I jerked my hand to offer it, but stopped short and remained in place. You don't trust me. That's good. There were more wrinkles. He smiled wider. And with what? I glanced sideways at his left eye. I don't like it a little. There's chakra coming from him. Uchiha chakra. Barely perceptible from a distance of 2 meters. And only thanks to my abilities, developed by Itachi, I was able to catch the thread of chakra coming from the eye. Very thin and weak. Chakra silencing fabric. Clever. But it has holes in it too. In our world, you can't trust anyone, right? He narrows his eyes and shrugs slightly. That's quite understandable. I haven't even been here for half a year, and already. I should trust you. That's true. He takes one step closer. How trained are you? First year academ. That's not what I mean. Kakashi waved his hand in front of his face, as if shooing away a fly. Skills. What did your brother teach you? A lot. For what, for example? A lot. You don't trust me, then. Leans forward, placing his hands on his hips. Should he? I raise an eyebrow. Is he really stupid? I already told you. No, but still. The guy sighed and raised his eyes to the sky. Your knowledge is already enough to graduate from the academy. Except that you have problems with history and all. Yes. I nod affirmatively and take a step back unnoticed. They taught me a lot. I see, Hitaki said and massaged his chin. Wonderful. He stretched his lips into a smile again. Probably, I muttered, frowning even more, and took another step back. What? He pointed to his right eye and made a circular motion. Are you hurt? If only. My tongue is my enemy. A scar. I lifted the bandage and showed a scar crossing my eyebrow and closed eye. How good that the Sharingan is sealed and does not emit foreign chakra. You don't even need a special bandage to muffle the chakra flows. I see. He massaged his chin again and leaned forward a little. His eyebrow arched slightly. He probably noticed that I was standing a couple of steps further than I had been a minute ago. Interesting. What exactly? I pulled the bandage back. And how are you going to fight if you have a blind spot? Kakashi straightened up and glared at my face. I compensate with other skills. And what kind of ones? He raised an eyebrow slightly. You don't need to know that, I hissed, looking at him from under my brows like a wolf cub. No need to stick your nose where it's not wanted. I've already learned a lot. Don't you trust? I don't trust you, I hissed again. I should teach you some manners. Kakashi sighed. By the way, you didn't introduce yourself. He made an inviting gesture with his hand and walked towards the tree. You already know it. I didn't move from my place. Really? And why did you decide that? Otherwise you wouldn't be following me, Kakashi. Okay. He instantly became serious and leaned against the tree, looking at me with a searching gaze. Are you looking for something? Well, look. Naruto, you understand that you are not trusted. Of course, I nod in agreement. I arrived from an unknown place and for an unknown reason. Naturally, it is not profitable to trust me, at least. It's wonderful that you understand everything, Naruto-kun, and smiles again. I'm already starting to shake. It's obvious from a mile away that the smile is forced. And what do you, Kakashi-chan, I see how he winced, want from me? I will take on your further education, he reprimands sternly. Oops. And here comes a roundhouse lunge. Unexpected. Why is that so? I squint and try to find some kind of clue in his expression. Just like that tilde, Kakashi drawled, smiling from ear to ear. I got it, didn't I? Scroll 15. Kakashi, shinobi, human. Well, what can I say? We've arrived. What? Excuse me. I recoiled back as if from a blow to the solar plexus, staring with a confused look at this guy's face. I'm your teacher tilde, Kakashi exclaimed. His mask was getting more and more wrinkled. Are you laughing? And why did you decide that, Kakashi-chan? I retreat. I don't even know why I'm doing this. I just feel uncomfortable around him. No, he's not even close to Orochimaru, of course, but still. The Sharingan in his eye socket is unpleasant to me. Sensei, Kakashi-sensei, the ash-haired man coughed, correcting me. No, I shook my head, not breaking eye contact, looking at this, sensei, from under my brows. What? He leaned slightly to the side, looking at me. Kakashi-chan, he frowned. Unpleasant, huh? To me you're Kakashi-chan. And if I say that this is the Hokage's order, and you are obliged to call me sensei? Itachi leaned forward, narrowing his eyes. What will happen in this case? For me there was and will be only one sensei, my brother. No more, no less. Only him and no one else. I leveled my voice and tried to make it as stern as possible. Well, at least strict. Do you respect him? Yes. And you don't respect me, Tilda. He slumped his shoulders a little, showing his disappointment. And that offended tone, like a child. Kakashi-chan didn't deserve it, Tilda. I drawl in his manner, as I understand it, his favorite manner. And what? It's immediately obvious that he doesn't like this. Look how he shudders. Mom. Why, Tilda? He takes a step closer to me. I tactfully take 2 steps back. You're spying. I stick out 1 finger. You're speaking inappropriately. The 2nd finger. You're imposing your rules. The 3rd. You're behaving like a child. The 4th. Should I continue? I look expectantly at this. Sensei. Yeah. He shook his head. Hokage-sama, Tilda, what a headache you've given me. Kakashi exhaled heavily, raising his eyes. Eyes to the sky. You don't have to say it, Kakashi-chan. I give a short nod of my head. Well, Naruto Byako, Kakashi sighed and looked at me a little reproachfully. From this moment on I am your mentor and teacher, friend, father and brother. I winced at the last word, spoken with a hesitation. I do not agree. I have the right to refuse. You don't have Hokage's orders, he sighed, rather, pitying himself, his beloved Kakashi-chan, Tilda. He winced slightly. And that's funny. That's where I understand Orochimaru with his Itachi-kun, and Little Fox. That's funny. Mom. You see, Kakashi-chan, Tilda, you're already used to it. I stretch my lips into a smile. And this mission promises to be fun. I jumped to conclusions. Oh. How I jumped. This Itachi is a beast. It's not that he drove me too hard. Although who am I kidding? Yes, he tormented me and shook my soul dry. He is a monster, the soul of a sadist. That's about him. Exhausting training, bringing to the limit and beyond. I can't even lie down. My whole body aches and gives off flashes of pain from any movement. My lower back is shot with sharp attacks from hard runs and strengthening exercises. I've relaxed too much over these months, so my body has become unaccustomed to Itachi's grueling training. What can I say? It feels like Itachi, judging by his age, was his brother's mentor. Most likely, that was the case. But perhaps they had the same teacher. In gestures, stances, and some positions of their arms and legs, they're practically the same. Kakashi even whistled when I commented on one of his stances, like, it was wrong. That was the first time I saw surprise on his face. Yeah. Usually this guy is cold. Although what? Cold. He just reeks of indifference. Just look at his bored gaze, torn away from, come, paradise. I mean, he reads porn. A teacher, damn it. Now I have every reason to call him, Kakashi-chan. Only like that. And no other way. His nose hasn't grown up to the level of a teacher and mentor. By the way, I recently went into the archives and dug up some information about him. Most importantly, he is the son of the White Fang of Konoha, my father's student and Itachi's former mentor. I was not mistaken in my assumptions. And he is also 25 years old. In a month and a half he will be 26. Well, you can't tell by him. Itachi looks more like he's in his 30s. No, it's all the mask and the gray hair. Gray. They're pure white. And how did such a miracle appear? Okay, so much time has passed. By the way, I have reason to call Kakashi-chan sensei, but this chan has become so attached to him that he doesn't even pay attention to it. As a model student, yeah, right, I follow tact and don't call him that in front of his friends. His friends. They're strange. Just look at my guy. The guy in the green leggings. Bruh, keep away from me. Okay, that thick-browed guy, no, have you seen his eyebrows? Trained me in taijutsu. He doesn't know it himself, though. I was just spying on him and Kakashi-chan while they were competing. Funny guys. Big men, but they act like kids. Well, it helps to distract themselves. Itachi trained me in chakra control. As it turns out, I have a ton of chakra, but my control is crap, to put it simply. Itachi said so too. There's one thing I'm doing more than badly. Clones. No matter how hard Kakashi-chan banged his head, I couldn't do anything. It turns out to be some kind of half-dead pale felt boot. And what's the use of a felt boot in a fight? Throw it at the enemy so he can laugh and burst out laughing. Not a bad tactic, by the way. I'll try it on Might Guy. By the way, he already has a student too. Lee, I think. But the fact that they're not even distant relatives really stunned me. They're like two peas in a pod. Only their heights are different. With all the training and joking with Kakashi-chan, I didn't even notice how the moment of graduation from the academy had come. What's surprising is that I didn't cross paths with Sasuke anymore, and with Itachi either. What can I say? The Junin doesn't let me chill around, not even send a report. That's why in my last message I reported to my brother that I'll have to part with the connection now. And Lise has stopped struggling. Apparently, I have no reason to worry. Clones never came to me, although I mastered walking on vertical walls, and all objects, and water more than well. The acute question of creating clones remained. Yes, I even began to think about breaking into the Hokage's residence to steal some technique. And what? It's even useful. And then with Hatake we did not advance any further. Yes, we increased dexterity, speed, endurance and so on. But this is not enough. A plan to infiltrate the Hokage's archives was maturing in my head. I humbly considered all the pros and cons of the operation. I, in principle, risked getting caught and giving up all my background. Mine, Itachi's, and my father's. With great difficulty I managed to get rid of the annoying mentor. And that was thanks to the guy in the green leggings. He dared him again, and they raced off into the sunset. Beautifully and with encouraging cries from Mito guy about the strength of youth, and there was even something about spring. To hell with them, these adults, with their habits. It seems that half of them are sick fools. And what about me? Nothing, naturally. It wasn't hard for me to get into the residence, so, pleased with myself, I made my way into the archives and began to quickly study the scrolls. Well, how to study? Look through, more like. And I came across one very interesting scroll. It contained the first Hokage's techniques. What was that? I opened it and ran my eyes over the pages. Not bad. Shadow clone technique. Just one seal, but it requires a huge expenditure of chakra. Well, I can handle both the first and the second with flying colors. Remember one seal and the amount of energy poured in, and that's it. It's in the bag. I glanced at the other paragraphs. Mokuton. What is this? Wood techniques. Lost. Blah blah blah. Banned. Wait, I look at the statuses of the techniques. Wow, not lower than level A. And all banned. Sad. Huh, well, at least I shouldn't have any problems with shadow clones. Hope. I left the scrolls alone and, having cleaned up my tracks, I ran away at the first opportunity. Of course, I immediately went to hone my technique. Well, good luck to me. As it turns out, I'm more than good at the technique. I've whipped up 200 clones. I'm so proud that my clothes are bursting at the seams. Or is it not pride? Holy shit, there's not a single healthy spot on me. I look at myself, rolling up my sleeves, what's left of them, at least. Bruises and abrasions, small scratches everywhere. Ah, it will heal soon. And worse, has healed. Well, we learned the technique, didn't get caught, successfully, completed our training at the academy. And Sasuke should graduate soon. I wonder, what kind of mecha will I use to protect him? Fool, I didn't even think about that. Naruto tilde. Hatake called out to me. I, already aiming, jerked my hand and the kunai flew past. Damn you, Kakashi-chan. I glared angrily and threw 2 kunai at my mentor. He easily dodged the attack. It was hard to call it an attack. Just a playful squabble. Yeah, don't get upset, Naruto-kun. He closed his eye and put his palms in front of him in a protective gesture. I came to tell you some very good news. And what kind? I relaxed and, putting my hands in my pockets, raised an eyebrow, staring expectantly at the failed sensei. This, Chan, has become so attached, but I can't bring myself to call him sensei. Sadness. You know that graduation from the academy is coming soon. I decided to start from afar. Straight to the point, don't drag it out. Otherwise, that thick-browed one will know your name, Kakashi-chan tilde. I almost sang, batting my eyelashes a couple of times. Blackmail. Wrinkles gathered on the mask around both of our mouths. How could we do without it? I shrugged. So what? In general, Hokage-sama decided to foist more brats on me tilde. He slumped his shoulders. Yeah, he was upset. You're so kind, I purred. I'm kind, Hatake objected, straightening up. Who else but me will help old ladies cross the road? And help women with heavy bags? Tell me, I waved my hand, interrupting his tirade. I'm telling you. Oh. What kind of children are these? He raised his eyes to the sky and sighed deeply, hiding his hands in his pants pockets. I'm listening. I quickly appeared in front of his nose. Kakashi-chan wasn't quite used to it yet, so he twitched slightly. After all, my speed and noiselessness are amazing. I'm not always so silent, though. I'm taking a group of genin. And what about me? Abandoning me to my fate? Cruel. I wiped away an invisible, stingy tear with the sleeve of my jacket and sniffed demonstratively. Do you miss me already, Naruto-kun? He let out a chuckle. There's a little, Kakashi-chan. Who else is so kind? I'll definitely miss you. He hugged him by the leg, hanging completely on Hitaki. I won't give it up. My Kakashi-chan. I won't share. Matilda. How persistent. So what should I do? Don't worry, Kakashi-chan. I won't give you to anyone, yeah, and I demonstratively bite into his leg with my teeth, through the fabric of his pants. Feel my love. Naruto-kun, what, may I ask, are you doing? It's a mark. Now Kakashi-chan is only mine. I nodded my head. My mask already has so many folds from an involuntary smile that my cheekbones hurt from smiling like that. What can I do? How possessive you are, Naruto-kun. Hitaki exclaimed, using a substitute. And I was left cuckooing with a log in my arms. Sad. Kakashi-chan is bad. He hurt a child. I looked around the training ground. And there is Hitaki, perched on a training pole. Yeah, don't worry, Naruto-kun. For this you need a clone, that's all. He created one clone and demonstratively adjusted his clothes. Here. You've been training in chakra control, haven't you? I was training. I nodded and jumped up to the sensei, making the necessary seal. Poof. And 4 clones are standing next to me. I, pleased with myself, watched the changes in Hitaki's face. He slightly opened his mouth, then quickly closed it, blinked and stared at my copies. I'm not imagining things, am I? He didn't take his eyes off the 4 of me as I stood next to Kakashi-chan. No. Then how? He straightened up and looked at me with interest. A lot of chakra, little control, I shrugged carelessly, closing my eye. That's how it came out to 4. I glanced at Hitaki out of the corner of my eye. Matilda, how interesting. And who taught you? He glanced at me sideways, clearly hinting at mistrust and doubt. You do it yourself, Kakashi-chan, you do it yourself. I allowed myself to smile a little, although I wanted to laugh out loud from self-satisfaction. I wiped his nose. Matilda. He easily and casually took out all 4 clones, and they disappeared in clouds of smoke with a characteristic pop, shadow. He muttered, rubbing his chin. Are there any problems? Not really, it's just. He took a deep breath and lowered his shoulders. You did break into the Hokage's residence, right? He didn't even look in my direction. And his tone wasn't questioning, but affirmative. Why did you decide that? I came closer, looking into the eye. Shadow cloning technique. You're not a stupid boy and you know that this A-rank forbidden technique, I continued for him in a monotonous voice, forbidden precisely because of the high chakra consumption. I inhaled air and exhaled with a whistle. Naturally, I know. Of course, I'm still too young. Green snot, Hitaki added in a whisper. I just shot him an angry look, but didn't stop. That too, but I haven't forgotten how to read. Even though I don't like it. I muttered over my shoulder. Does Naruto-kun really not like to read? Hitaki narrowed his eye and literally sang these words in a good-natured tone. Only this tone is far from good-natured. A threat, blackmail, anything but a good tone. And Kakashi-chan likes to read porn. The guy coughed, choking on his own next answer. Okay, bye. I waved my hand at him and tried to disappear as quickly as possible, without waiting for a response. Out of sight, as they say. Sasuke-kun. Sakura, nervously fingering the folds on the hem of her tunic, stared at the boy's distant face, trying to find answers to her questions there. The boy looked around the classroom with displeasure, filled with hubbub and excited negotiations, and, stopping for a second on the face of the future kunoichi, snorted, turning away to the window. Will I sit next to you? The pink-haired girl insisted, shaking a colorful lock of hair off her shoulder. The brunette didn't even bat an eyelid, continuing to study the clouds behind the cloudy glass. What nice weather, the girl began to babble, trying to get her old love to talk. Thick-headed, Yamanaka squealed, snorting in displeasure. It's too late, Ino pig. Haruno made a face and turned away again, trying to get the Uchiha to talk. How is that? Sasuke began, trying to stay calm. I, with Sasuke-kun, are on the same team. Sakura squealed internally, hiding her blush, covering her burning cheeks with her palms. the two of us. What is it, Sasuke? Yumino looked up from the assignment sheet. There should be 3 people in a team. Why me? With her. He looked displeasedly at the pink-haired girl, who had spread out into a joyful puddle on the desk. Why are there not enough? Sasuke, Haruka sighed, I can't change anything. Hokage-sama ordered it that way. He bowed his head slightly, as if nodding, for that. His reasons. Then why exactly? Haruno. The girls at the back of the class began to chatter approvingly. The teacher only winced. All questions to the Hokage, Yumino snapped. Wonderful, thought Uchiha, looking askance at his teammate, she's as lucky as a drowned man. I decided to go straight to Ichiraku, so as not to run around unnecessarily. Having ordered 2 large portions there, I sucked on the noodles with great pleasure. Now, so inopportunely, thoughts about Itachi crept into my head. How is he? What's going on with him? And how is Sasori? Questions, but there are no answers at all, as sad as it is. Having thanked old man Chuki for the hearty lunch, I glanced at the sky. About 12 o'clock, noon, Itachi had probably already rushed off to his students. Although, judging by his punctuality, he'd arrive in about a couple of hours. Well, that's the kind of person he is. As soon as I took a step towards the rented apartment, a green hurricane flew at me, shouting, "Where is Kakashi-sensei?" I winced at the loud sound made by Might Guy and pointed towards the academy. Thick-browed slapped me on the shoulder, almost causing something to fall off, and sped away, leaving behind clouds of smoke. Chuki only whistled at such speed, falling over the counter. I shrugged and, having needed the one the green beast had slapped, headed after him. It was very interesting to see what kind of students Kakashi-chan got. What if it was Sasuke? It would be nice. Who knows, maybe that's how it will be. After all, the Uchiha's Sharingan should awaken, and there's no one to give instructions on how to use it except for Itachi. Well, and me, but that's a secret. A secret that will die with me and Itachi. Damn, where have I ended up? I shook my head and caught sight of Itachi leaning against the corner of a shop. A flower shop, I guess. I don't come here very often. He waved at me invitingly and buried his face in his book. I exhaled heavily and slowly approached the mentor. Yo. He raised his hand. We saw each other, I waved it off. Did you really not like the students? I looked around. Worse, he breathed out. Guy is back. The guy turned the page and tore his gaze away from the book. Folds of fabric gathered around my mouth. I recently realized that communicating with this thick-browed Kakashi-chan is not a joy. It turns out that Might Guy is an unquenchable fire of the power of youth. As he puts it, let's forget that his youth has already passed by 10 years ago, maybe a little less. I don't know, and he doesn't give my hapless mentor a break, as a potential rival. What fun. Why aren't you going to the academy? I took 2 steps back, allowing Itachi to push off from the doorframe and start moving towards the academy, or doesn't being a teacher make you happy? If only, he chuckled, hiding the book. I raised an eyebrow in surprise. This was the first time he had done this. He was extremely serious. The humorous tone of frustration and childish mischief had disappeared. Spill it already, I exhaled, noticing how he was nervously looking around. Don't worry. I slapped him on the ribs. But I wanted to hit him on the shoulder. Well, I'm not tall enough, sorry. You're so kind, Naruto-kun, Itachi smiled, pulling me towards him and slapping me on the back a couple of times. You remind me of my teacher. He chuckled and shook his head. And you are my brother. Itachi looked at me with an interested look, as if to say, continue, why did you stop? The same bore. I muttered, encouragingly patting him on the ribs. Nothing, it will pass. I stroked his side, closing my eye and sighing, and he only rolled his eyes. However, the folds on the mask became more numerous, both for him and for me. And yet you are very kind. He chuckled. And greedy, I chimed in. I don't want to share. My Kakashi-chan. I hung on his leg again, quietly fishing the orange cover out of my pocket. But stop with this nastiness, Kakashi-chan. I'll be jealous, I pouted, shaking the book in the air. When did you, Naruto-kun put it back? He tried to take the book away, but I threw it behind me. Itachi quickly moved after it, dragging me along with him. You don't respect art, the mentor began, but I interrupted him. Oh, you all say, art, but everyone has their own mind. I threw up my hands. What are you? What is this? I stopped myself in time, remembering that I don't have enough chakra for genjutsu for a jonin. This one? Itachi asked me again. This one. I know one. He's also an art connoisseur, you see. A puppeteer, I think. I scratched my cheek, touching the scar again and pulling my hand away. While I was traveling with that merchant, we wandered into the land of wind, and that's where we ran into him. A funny man, but obsessed with dolls, like the thick-browed one on his Power of Youth, I mimicked. Kakashi-chan seemed distracted. Well, that's good. I don't want to get caught. Everyone is free to have a hobby, Hataki shrugged, closing his eye. You too, by the way. What? What are you into? He ruffled my hair, which made me flinch a little. Hataki took his hand away and looked into my eye, which I quickly looked away. Nothing, I muttered. Okay, enough of the sweetness. I tried to move away, but Kakashi put his hands on my shoulders and turned me to face him, sitting down on one knee. Close your eyes, he asked, holding me with one hand. Just don't tell me you'll give me the ring, I chuckled, obediently closing my eye. But as soon as I felt Hataki start to untie the knot on my bandage, I reacted immediately and put a kunai to his hands. Hands, I growled, jumping back a step and fixing an irritated, or rather angry, look at him. Naruto, I won't do anything like that, I promise, he nodded in confirmation of his words. Why do you need my bandage? I tensed my whole body, ready to fight for this bandage, like for a breath of oxygen. Matilda, Hataki scratched the back of his head, closing his eye. I'm so sorry, he circled his hand around his headband with his protector. The hint is not clear. Do you want to admire the scar? I asked, puzzled, but still hiding the kunai back in the pouch. No, Naruto-kun, sometimes you are very stupid. He chuckled, just trust me. You trust me, right? He leaned forward a little. I shrugged my shoulders tiredly and, taking a deep breath, walked up to Kakashi, allowing him to remove the bandage. Although I didn't fully understand what he meant. Although what? Not fully. I didn't understand at all. And then a completely different bandage touched my forehead. It smelled of oil, metal shavings and powder. Metal. I ran my hand over the metal plate. I traced the list sign and some strange feeling arose inside. Where there had been emptiness before. There, something stirred. A familiar feeling. Itachi immediately pops up before my eyes, and his forehead protector is crossed out. Why is it crossed out? Because he ran away, or because he slaughtered the entire clan. Under my fingers I feel cold metal with rough grooves. My fingertips come across unevenness and roughness. It hurts. For some reason it hurts. Hey, what's wrong? Hataki shook my shoulder. I immediately looked up at him. What's wrong? He hugs. Not like Itachi. Not at all. Itachi understood. Understood everything. And Kakashi doesn't understand a damn thing. Why are you crying so much? What? I touch my cheek. And indeed, tears. Warm and transparent. I lick a drop from my cheek. And salty too. It hurts. For some reason, all this echoes as a dull pain in my chest. Pain and heaviness. I'm not crying, I objected, wiping away my tears with my Junin vest. Hey, I wasn't given this vest to wipe snot and boogers on. Hataki patted me on the back. Well, now you're a shinobi. Shinobi. No, I'm a human. Well, of course, human, Kakashi chuckled, throwing me over his neck. Don't mind. Well, take it while it's offered, right? I grabbed his gray hair, surprised at its lightness. Does he use some special shampoo? How do you manage to turn everything to your advantage? He grumbled, making me more comfortable on his neck. And I just smile, accumulating more and more folds on the mask. It's amazing how quickly we've become close. And really, now Kakashi is my mentor, and my father, and my brother. How quickly things change, though. How quickly. Scroll 16. Homeless. Silent. Nameless. Commentary on Scroll 16. Homeless. Silent. Nameless. The chapter turned out a bit crumpled. I decided to leave out the scene with Kakashi's exam. It's just been played to the limit. And in general, I decided to thoroughly chop up the canon to hell. It's just that it's all become boring a long time ago. Those who have been sitting in this fandom for a long time probably noticed that in every canon fic there are always scenes with Zabuza and Haku, the Chunin exam, Kakashi's exam, and so on. For example, I'm so sick of it that I decided to break stereotypes. I hope I didn't disappoint. By the end, the author burst into tears. My heart ached. Someday, my ability to pass everything through myself and take everything too close to my heart will destroy me. Here I am writing, and because of my tears I can't see the screen. By the way, I'm writing from my phone, so if you find any mistakes, please report them through the public beta. I reread the chapter 6 times, so I may miss mistakes. I hope the chapter pleased the readers. Well, it's time to get used to the fact that I like to load my works with emotions and some philosophical problems. There's nothing I can do about it. Enjoy reading. Naruto's eyebrows slowly crept up until the visible eye became completely round. Sasuke, nervously twitching his eyebrow, grimaced in displeasure, as if he had eaten more than one lemon. Sakura did not pay attention to anything at all, only blinked her eyes and incomprehensibly looked at the blonde, disheveled boy on the neck of their future mentor. Kakashi himself only slightly raised his eyebrow, looking at the future team. Ahem, Itachi coughed. Matilda, what a surprise. Naruto-kun, please go to the Hokage and find out why. The mentor hesitated, choosing his words. Although his intonation was lazy and the vowels were drawn out, his voice wavered slightly, betraying his incomprehension. Shortfall, Uzumaki responded. The ash-haired man only nodded weakly, closing his eye. It's strange, don't you think? Itachi smiled lightly and leaned down, allowing the student to jump off his neck. More than that, Naruto chuckled, looking at the girl and the Uchiha with a slightly narrowed eye. It's too strange. The blonde looked at Kakashi. He nodded again and waved his hand, as if to say, go ahead, what are you standing there for? Uzumaki just exhaled heavily. For some reason, he immediately assumed where exactly the Hokage was pushing. The team was short of men, and the mentor already had one protege. And the team was supposed to consist of 3 people. The case was sewn up with white thread. Couldn't they have said it right away? No, they needed to stir up trouble, as if to get out of the situation themselves. Sakura kept her eyes on the blonde boy's retreating figure. Sasuke bristled and looked angrily at the back of Naruto, whose last name he had long forgotten. Itachi coughed again demonstratively and, putting his hands in his pockets, led the genin to the roof of the academy. Haruno hesitated, nervously fiddling with the edge of her red tunic. What's your name? I'm Kakashi Itachi, the ash-haired man said on the go, without even turning to the girl, your future mentor. Everything else later. Oh okay, the pink-haired girl nodded vigorously. She glanced at the mentor's back, then at the displeased brunette. Sasuke-kun, don't you know if it was his son? Nodding her head towards Kakashi, she asked uncertainly. The Uchiha remained silent, pursing his lips, angrily drilling the ash-haired man's back. Itachi himself only raised the corners of his lips. Or is he just mimicking him? Sakura whispered into the brunette's ear. Leave me alone, Haruno, Sasuke hissed, waving his hand. No, Sakura, Kakashi chuckled, both of your guesses are wrong. Naruto-kun is my student. And, the bandage, was he injured? Not knowing where to put her hands, the pink-haired girl wrung her fingers behind her back, trying not to show her excitement. However, judging by the way Uchiha was looking at her with displeasure, Haruno was coping with this very poorly. I don't know, Kakashi turned to his future students and gave them a quick smile, quickly turning back. How so? Sakura asked in confusion, her mouth hanging open in amazement. You're his teacher. His personal life is none of my business, the ash-haired man shrugged. Where did he come from? Sasuke interrupted the conversation. Haruno only nodded her head in agreement, pressing her hands to her chest. Well, Itachi grinned, I have no right to divulge personal information. There was some shadow of emotion in his voice. It seemed like regret, and also like an incomprehensible sadness. The girl began to stutter, but the ash-haired man raised his hand up, thereby showing that the conversation was over. Well, guys. There will be time, especially considering the current situation. There will be plenty of time. And it will be very interesting. Well, introduce yourself first. Kakashi settled down on a small sofa, casting a slightly searching glance at the genin, searching for their emotions. Haruno Sakura, the girl stammered embarrassedly, bowing slightly. HN, the brunette said, clasping his hands together and putting them to his chin. My name is already known to all of you. Uchiha Sasuke. The boy noticed how his mentor slightly spread into a satisfied smile, but took it personally, frowning. Byako Naruto came from above the Uchiha's head. He jerked and glanced at the ceiling above him. Haruno squeaked in a hunted voice and jumped back. The blonde was standing on the ceiling on one knee, holding a scroll in his hands. Kakashi-chan, the Hokage decided to play a joke on you. Matilda, and what did Hokage-sama come up with? Itachi watched as Naruto, having signaled the brunette with a shoo gesture, but having been ignored, threw the scroll right at the back of the proud Uchiha's head. He growled something and was about to rush at the impudent blonde. But the mentor's voice cooled Sasuke's ardor somewhat. Naruto-kun, please don't provoke Sasuke. He started it. Uzumaki snorted in response, jumping from the ceiling. Kakashi-chan tilde. Hitaki raised an eyebrow and looked expectantly at his protégé. I'll have to share you after all. Naruto sighed and handed the ash-haired man a scroll. Even so, he took it and unfolded it, running his eyes over the lines. It turns out interesting. What? Haruno stammered, sitting down closer to the brunette. He snorted something and moved a little further away. Luckily for him, Naruto squeezed in between them. Although Uchiha didn't show it, he was a little grateful for this blonde misunderstanding. And even his anger subsided a little, which can't be said about irritation and discontent. This whole incomprehensible situation was really stressing him out. Because, the blonde began to explain, adjusting the bandage and running his fingers along the outline of the engraving on the protector, we are now Team 7. We, Uchiha asked again, puzzled, glancing sideways at the incredibly cheerful mentor, trying to find an answer. Yes, Sasuke, Hitaki chuckled. And don't look at me like that. And at Naruto-kun too, he hastened to add. This is the Hokage's order. The ash-haired man showed the third signature to the brunette, literally shoving it under his nose. Believe me, Uchiha, I don't really like it either, Uzumaki responded, folding his hands behind his head. Kakashi-chan, when is the training? Well, now you'll be training with the team. You remember what I taught you, right? Hitaki leaned forward slightly, hiding the scroll in his vest pocket. Yes, the blonde waved it off, closing his eye. Wonderful, the mentor smiled. Now let's get to know each other better. I'll set an example. My name is Hitaki Kakashi. I like a lot of things, and I don't like a lot of things. My hobbies won't be interesting to you, and my dream doesn't concern you. Here. He only said his name. The bastard, Naruto muttered, pouting. Ahem, the ash-haired man coughed and looked around at the students, roughly estimating their capabilities. Your turn. Go ahead, Naruto-kun. Well, Uzumaki drawled, scratching the back of his head in confusion. I already said my name. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin, staring at the ceiling. I like ramen at Ichiraku. I don't like tomatoes, the blonde grimaced. Uchiha only glanced at him sideways. A spark of discontent could be seen in his eyes. Apparently, Naruto had managed to offend the brunette. Hobbies. Well, they won't be interesting to you, but a dream. To return to my brother and give him a good thrashing so that in the future he knows how. Well, it doesn't matter, he smiled. Well, next, Hitaki pointed at Sakura, who was hanging there for a bit. Oh, I'm sorry, you know my name, but I'll repeat it, Haruno Sakura, she said loudly. Naruto recoiled slightly and massaged his ear, getting rid of the ringing. I like, not that I love. Fleeting glances in the direction of the Uchiha said more than the pink-haired girl's tongue, so Kakashi simply stopped the girl, laughing lightly. The conclusion was disappointing. Wind in the head. Although the girl was one of the best in the class, all thoughts were only about love. I already told you the name, the brunette said with barely concealed irritation. I don't like a lot of things, and what I do like, there's no point in saying. I have no hobbies. A dream. Well, I have a goal. To revive the clan and... He hesitated, collecting his thoughts. Kill one person. Such a coldness emanated from the Uchiha that Naruto involuntarily shuddered and cringed. One person. Could it be Itachi? No. That's nonsense. Although Itachi. Damn. I hope everything works out, the blonde thought, looking at Sasuke with displeasure. Well then, I'll tell you right away, guys, I don't like you. No offense, Naruto-kun, the mentor hastened to note, waving his palms in front of himself. What are you talking about, Kakashi-chan? The blonde grinned cheerfully. You told me this when we first met. Even if not to my face. Tomorrow at the 7th training ground at 6 in the morning, Hitaki began. Then at 10, Uzumaki muttered under his breath. Don't be late. And Naruto-kun, this also applies to you, if anything, the ash-haired man noted. I'll continue. Tomorrow you will take a survival test. The Uchiha snorted loudly and turned away, pulling an impartial expression onto his face. And don't eat anything, or else you'll throw up, Kakashi said in a menacing voice. A stifled chuckle was immediately heard from Naruto. The mentor just rolled his eyes. Well, I warned you. Bye-bye. He disappeared with a pop in a cloud of smoke. Show off, Uzumaki grinned, getting up from the couch. Well, partners, he glanced at the Uchiha, who was pretending to be the picture of displeasure. See you soon, and he tore off from his place, instantly disappearing. It seems to me, Haruno began uncertainly, or is it the same person, just of a different age? Leave me alone, Uchiha waved his hand, heading for the exit. If you don't want to get hurt, then don't get in my way. Sasuke-kun. Sakura just pursed her lips and looked back to where the blonde had been standing just a moment ago. She shook her head and ran towards the exit. Here's your first mission outside of Konoha. The mentor happily informed Team 7, waving a piece of paper in front of the boys' noses. And what is it? Deliver some information or protect a government bigwig. Oh, excuse me, Haruno chattered. Uchiha only winced, but said nothing. Naruto glanced sideways at Itachi, and then, tearing the sheet of paper out of his hands, ran his eyes over the lines. Catching stray cats. And they pay for it. The blonde began skeptically. Kakashi-chan, are you healthy? Sending genin to catch cats, are you serious? More than Naruto-kun, the ash-haired man smiled. Stray cats cause harm to the population. And what kind of one? Do they meow at night? Uzumaki raised an eyebrow, returning the sheet of paper with the assignment. You read it in the application, the mentor sighed, calling for them to follow him to the training ground. Nonsense, Naruto responded. I just don't understand. So cats live in the village, so what? They live, so let them live peacefully. Why? That's the customer's will, Itachi shrugged. You, like no one else, know the laws of the shinobi world. But I had to become one, Uzumaki noted. If I had a choice, I would rather become a farmer or a merchant. It's better to plow the land and travel all over the country than to take lives. This is reality, Naruto-kun. This is our life. Shitty reality, Uzumaki snorted. Itachi just shrugged and smiled weakly, as if to say, that's how it is. Sasuke just looked at his mentor and the blonde with displeasure. Haruno was simply happy about the new mission and looked happily at Uchiha. At least there was some variety in D-rank missions. What a terrible woman, the brunette grumbled, ruffling the hair on the back of his neck. The hair there stood out unpleasantly from memories of the customer. A nasty, grumpy old woman. All wrinkled, with small, nasty eyes and a creaky, slightly shrill voice. Don't tell me, Sasuke-kun, the pink-haired girl agreed, nodding her head. When I remember, goosebumps run down my spine. Come on, guys. People are different, the mentor began. It's not that he wanted to shield the customer. It's just that you need to instill in your students a sense of banal tact and respect. Especially since she gave you the task. They're right, Kakashi-chan, Naruto butted in. This woman, I really don't like her. Matilda, and what is it that you don't like? Itachi asked. You know, the blonde drawled and rubbed the bridge of his nose, frowning and exhaling heavily. It becomes hard for me to breathe next to her. Is it intuition or something? He put his hands in his pockets and looked away from the team, not catching his gaze on anything. Just sliding along the nearby trees. Their team was in a village close to the country of tea. They had to travel for more than 3 days. And only because of the speed of movement. Itachi did not want to overload his students, but the pace was still slightly above average. The only thing that bothered him was that Naruto was not out of breath, while even the Uchiha earned shortness of breath from the pace. Uzumaki's gaze fell upon a strange scrap of cloth. They were usually used to tie branches as landmarks, so as not to get lost. And this scrap, unlike the others, was clean, if a little dusty. The blonde's gaze caught on a red spot at the very edge of the scrap. Something clicked in his head. The scrap resembled a part of Akatsuki's signature cloak. With an impartial expression on his face, Uzumaki looked over the team once more. Sakura was trying to explain something to Uchiha. He snorted demonstratively and turned away, occasionally exchanging a few phrases with Itachi. The mentor himself lazily ran his eyes over the lines of a porn novel. Naruto sighed. This task still haunted him, and then the fox began to be active. Uzumaki barely managed to suppress the chakra before it leaked out, after one of the team trainings. Then their mentor, fortunately for him, was far away, and at that time Haruno had the wind in her head, driving thoughts about the Uchiha. Sasuke himself only looked at the blonde somehow strangely, but remained silent. Perhaps he noticed something, or maybe he was simply expressing his displeasure. Who knows? He began to treat Naruto more loyally, but the cold from the black-eyed chakra reeked no less. Everything still pierced to the bone. Let's do it this way, the ash-haired man began, drawing attention to his person. Today we rest, and tomorrow we begin the mission. With a fresh head and new strength, Itachi pulled his lips into a smile. HN, was all the teammates heard from Uchiha. Why not start now? Haruno drawled. Sakura, the mentor shook his head. We just arrived. I'm sure you'll want to spend more time outside of Konoha. And this is your first time. Enjoy it while you can. The life of a shinobi is short. Learn to appreciate moments like these. Until next time, he disappeared with a pop. Kakashi-chan is right. Uzumaki interrupted the long pause. Nobody knows when our throats will be cut, so enjoy life, the life of a shinobi, he said discontentedly and disappeared after Hatake. Naruto had a strange premonition. It had been about a year since he had seen Itachi. And the messages they exchanged were short and rare. They didn't really tell each other anything. Except Naruto reported on Sasuke, and Itachi instructed him on certain points. Only facts, and only on the matter. The memories of his brother made Uzumaki's guts tie into knots. The bad feeling haunted him. It just haunted him. Something moved in the bushes. The blonde's gaze caught on the thin threads of chakra. Uzumaki jerked sharply and cut them. The chakra was familiar, so he did not have any particular fear for his life. A moment later, tense as a string, the boy noticed an approaching silhouette. Undoubtedly familiar. A doll. That same creepy doll with a rough, low voice. Oh. Is it really you, Fox Cub? The figure of the puppeteer stopped a few meters from Uzumaki. Sasori no Dana, the blonde asked uncertainly. The puppeteer only stared at the leaf's forehead protector. Have you decided to join Konoha? My brother asked me too. The boy confusedly ruffled his hair on the back of his neck and massaged his neck. How is he? We haven't seen each other for a long time, and we can't communicate. I'm under strict supervision. Not here, was all Sasori said, enclosing the blonde in one of his puppets, dragging him deeper into the forest. So what about Itachi? The puppeteer brought Uzumaki to one of the local bases. More likely, just a shelter from prying eyes. The dimensions were a bit small. Do you want the details or the essence? The red-haired man raised an eyebrow. He took off the doll, getting rid of the excess weight. And the boy felt calmer that way. It was noticeable. More details? Naruto asked, settling down on a chair, twirling some flask in his hand. Poison. He was about to sniff it. He even pulled the flask up to his nose. Put it back before you lose your lungs, Akasuna said discontentedly. Uzumaki immediately put the bottle on the table. So what about Itachi? He has a new partner. If you're interested, # kiss him. Fish-headed swordsman of the mist. If you dig through the archives, you'll find more detailed information, the boy nodded. It's hard to see now, but it seems your brother has started to lose his sight. Sasori sat down next to the boy and started mixing something in large bottles. What? Uzumaki's voice still trembled, no matter how hard he tried to restrain himself. The leader sends him on difficult missions, and the Uchiha often uses his Mangyoko Sharingan. As you can see, everything has a price, he shrugged. Too frequent use of special eyes leads to blindness. Damn, the blonde growled. Well, that's it, I don't know anything else. Although, the guy thoughtfully rubbed his chin with the back of his hand, holding the test tube with his fingers, a cough. Cough. Your Uchiha started coughing. He once asked me for a mixture of rare herbs to boost immunity and weaken various negative effects on the brain and internal organs. And he started walking around with his Sharingan constantly activated. In short, something is wrong with him. Damn, Uzumaki growled, helplessly clenching his hands into fists. So what now? Where is he? Somewhere in the west. There's a meeting in a month. I can tell him something. Right while you have time. I won't wait. And neither will your partners, the puppeteer drawled discontentedly. Uzumaki began to scribble a report for his brother and a letter at the same time on a clean scroll. Akasuna only chuckled. He hit the nail on the head. And the fact that Uchiha's health had suddenly started to decline only puzzled him. Well, a healthy person couldn't start to fade so quickly. And Itachi had started. The puppeteer only looked at Itachi with displeasure, who had gone into another coughing fit, and growled quietly, noticing blood on the brunette's palm. This was no joke, but Akasuna kept quiet about the latter. The fox cub didn't need to know this. He described it to him in general terms, and that was fine. Sasori no Dana, Naruto began, putting the scroll away from himself and moving it closer to the red-haired man. What else, Fox? He took the scroll and put it in his cloak pocket. Could you teach me medical techniques? Your chakra control leaves much to be desired, the puppeteer chuckled, distracted from mixing the contents of the vials. For a medic, the main thing is control. Step left, step right, failure. Train. A year has already passed, the blonde frowned. I've learned a lot. Oya, prove it. Akasuna pulled out the middle doll with chakra threads. Uzumaki realized that he was required to control the puppet. He connected the chakra threads from both hands to the puppet. Sasori chuckled, watching as the puppet began to move, now speeding up, now slowing down. Now the boy removed one finger. Now the second and third. Finally, only one hand remained. Not bad for a bungler, Akasuna nodded slightly, pulling out the second puppet from the depths of the room. Come on, show me what you can do. A fight began between the puppets. And then something happened that the puppeteer did not expect. Uzumaki managed to pull another puppet out of the shadows and began to control the two, defending and attacking. True, the threads were weak and slightly trembling. The control was lame, but the basics were there. Let's say you convinced me. Akasuna selected his puppets, jerking the chakra strings. You have the basics, even though you're a talentless person. If you want to be a medic, learn the basics of control better. Here are the scrolls, and then you're on your own. He pointed at the shelves. I don't owe you anything, but you clearly owe me. I spent 2 hours on you. How will you repay me? Information about Orochimaru, the blonde drawled. Is there really any news? He's a missing nin of Konoha. Of course, you can dig up a lot of interesting things in the archives if you don't spare the time. You little brat. The red-haired one was indignant, recognizing the stone thrown into his garden. Write down everything you know and get lost. Don't interfere, arrogant fox cub, the red-haired one hissed. Naruto only shook his head, fishing out another clean scroll and writing the necessary lines on it. Half an hour later, Akasuna kicked the Jinchuriki out. Taking with him several scrolls sealed in a separate paper seal, Uzumaki headed back to the village. It was well past midday, and the day was drawing to a close. Even the crickets began the discordant chorus. Naruto stopped right next to the gates leading into the village. He shivered and took a deep breath of the cool evening air, bringing his racing thoughts into relative order. Although most of them had calmed down, the news about Itachi still gnawed at his already weak nerves. The blonde gritted his teeth in frustration and entered the village. Tomorrow promised to be a difficult day. Sasuke-kun, the pink-haired kunoiki shouted, holding a white cat with large red and black spots on its skin. Another one. How many already? She put the animal in the cage with the others, looking around and mentally calculating the catch. It was the 7th, Uchiha chuckled, watching Uzumaki's displeasure. What do you think, Sasuke-kun? Why is Naruto so distant? The girl turned her interested gaze to the brunette. He hesitated, trying to comprehend the question. Don't think anything like that, it's just. He's younger than us, and he's on the same team with us. It's somehow wrong. That's the Hokage's will, Uchiha responded, frowning slightly. Hey, Bayako, why are you hanging around? He shouted. Ha, the blonde was squatting in front of a cardboard box. Nothing, just lost in thought, he smiled, closing his eye, and scratched the back of his head in confusion, ruffling his hair. There was a rustling sound in the box. There was a cat in there. A black cat with blue eyes. So blue that the sky simply paled in comparison to them. Her smooth, clean fur shimmered with a barely noticeable blue tint. Beautiful. 3 kittens were scurrying around her. One was spotted and dark. The second was light-colored with a large red spot on his back. And the third was just as black as his mother, only his fur was comically sticking out, not shiny like a cat's. The mother carefully licked her babies, not even suspecting that in just a few minutes this idyll would come to an end. Uzumaki was again tormented by conscience. Guilt, but not for himself. For this damn crazy world. For ruthless people. Why did ordinary yard cats do this? What did they do to anger the residents so much? And why do kittens suffer, who can't even walk properly? Naruto didn't know, but he tried to understand. However, he couldn't do it. The Jinchuriki had long since stopped understanding this world. And the world had stopped understanding the fair-haired boy. What are you hanging around for? Uchiha asked sullenly, lightly nudging the blonde in the side. Oh, 4 more. Sakura, we need 1 more cell. Okay, Sasuke-kun, the kunoiki nodded her head with a cheerful smile, running off after another cage. Why? Uzumaki whispered quietly, as if into the void, turning his gaze to one kitten. What exactly? The brunette responded, reaching into the box to take the cat. It hissed and jumped up, scratching the boy on the arm. He growled a muffled curse, rubbing another scratch. A deep one this time. The black fur stood on end on the back of her neck and tail. The cat bared her teeth, growled and hissed. She did not allow Uchiha's hand to touch the kittens, or even into the box. The kittens meowed loudly, seeking protection from their mother, who looked at Sasuke with a hunted expression. And Naruto saw tears in those blue eyes. The cat already understood perfectly well what was waiting for her. She was powerlessly trying to delay this moment. With all her cat powers, she was trying to protect what was dear to her. At least somehow resisting. A tight, bitter lump immediately formed in her throat. Uzumaki tried to swallow it, but nothing worked. His throat was simply constricted by an incomprehensible spasm. It was torn to pieces, preventing him from breathing. Something stabbed in his chest. Naruto reached into the box, looking into the cat's eyes. Just looking and seeing the unbearable pain. The cat understands everything, but does not give in. Until the very end. Uzumaki just looks, and he himself chokes from unshed tears. It hurts. The soul inside is torn apart. The soul, in general, is a relative concept. It seems to be there, and it seems to be not there. But right now the blonde's soul is rushing about in search of a way out, which, alas, does not exist. Or there is, but it is too well hidden. Uchiha looks suspiciously at Naruto as he extends his slightly open palm into the box. The cat growls and hisses, but does not rush. She only presses the kittens to the bottom of the box, shielding them from the stranger's hand. Sasuke freezes, seeing a drop fall from his teammate's face. No, not a drop. A tear, and another, and a voice, quiet and hoarse, trembling and breaking. I'm sorry, Uzumaki whispers, stretching his hand forward. And Uchiha froze. A cat. She simply leaned forward, touching her head to his open palm. Pressing her ears and tail. And meowed pitifully and heartbreakingly. So much so that everything inside shuddered. Sasuke involuntarily grabbed his throat, which began to ache from an incomprehensible feeling. But no, understandable and long forgotten. His throat still remembers his heart-rending screams and wheezing when he lost his parents. Remembers how his vocal cords almost tore, miraculously continuing to function. Remembers. And now Sasuke understands what kind of question. Why was that? I'm sorry. Uzumaki's fingers slide along the black fur behind the ear, slightly ruffling the fur. I'm sorry for everything. Naruto ran his fingers over the blue-black fur once more and wiped away the tears, exhaling convulsively. His lungs were being squeezed like a vice, and the lump in his throat was gradually dissolving, giving off a dull pain in his chest. Where he couldn't reach, where he couldn't calm down. The blonde picked up the box and nodded briefly to himself. Where are you going? Uchiha asked in a hoarse voice for some reason. I don't give a damn about this damn mission. Naruto growled, clutching the box to his chest. I don't give a damn about this village. I don't give a damn about this fucking world. And he left. He just broke into a mad speed, cutting through the air. The wind lifted his uneven blonde bangs and unbuttoned bright windbreaker. The silhouette blurred into an orange spot among the grey streets of the village. And Sasuke stood there, thunderstruck. He just stood there and watched as the blurry spot moved away, not even suspecting that Naruto was now experiencing an inexplicable attack of burning chakra. That the cardboard was melting like plasticine in the sun. That Uzumaki was clutching 4 balls of wool to himself in the hope of carrying them away, protecting them, keeping them safe. Cats on the streets are like that. They don't have a home. They just huddle in old houses and entryways, and sometimes in garbage bins. As long as it's not cold. They can't say that they're feeling bad. They just cuddle up to passersby in search of warmth and food. They don't know themselves, their name. There's just no name. Cats are like that. Homeless, silent, nameless. Scroll 17. Be careful not to get carried away. Commentary on Scroll 17. Be careful not to get carried away. The author's spectacular return from a binge. Well, GOMENOSAI. My deepest apologies for the abyss of time of absence of continuation. Anyway, a brand new chapter of about 8 pages is probably at your disposal. Sorry again. This time for the content of the text itself. The author somehow drifted off to other fandoms, so I forgot about this one a bit. But since I'm going to twist the canon in every corner and through all the meat grinders, this, in principle, won't be that important, right? Nonsense, nonsense, nonsense and more nonsense of a drunk ostrich under the influence of sedatives. Today the author is in high spirits from reviews of another FF, so he was generous enough to finish writing other works. In general, I ask for a pleasant reading. Laughing face, PS don't expect anything great. For some reason, it seems to me that the chapter is a bit unsuccessful. But still, I'm letting it go at my own risk. Naruto looked reproachfully at the old Hokage. One could even say with resentment. And a lion's share of irritation. He, in turn, only looked condescendingly from under the brim of the village head's hat, lighting his pipe. Uzumaki irritably waved away the acrid smoke and again crashed a caustic look into Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, Hatake tried to intervene, diffusing the situation that had begun to heat up. Naruto-kun is right. You've been keeping my team on low-ranking missions for over 2 months now. This, he hesitated, trying to find the right words, but they stubbornly eluded him. This is some kind of bullshit. The blonde shouted, his blue eye flashing angrily from under his slanted light bangs, and he slammed his palms down on the cage's desk. Naruto-kun, choose your words, please, his mentor admonished him, placing his hand on the blonde's shoulder, noticeably squeezing the skin between his fingers. Uzumaki gritted his teeth and measured the ash-haired man with an irritated look, without saying anything, but took a step away from the table. Indeed, Hokage-sama, Haruka agreed, looking up from the pile of papers at only part of Team 7. By the way, Sasuke simply refused to come because, even Byako can handle such missions. And Sakura, well, Sakura in support of the Uchiha. A higher-ranking mission wouldn't hurt either. Especially since escorting convoys allows you to develop useful and necessary skills. Perhaps they'll gain experience in battle. The Hokage chuckled, inhaling smoke. He adjusted the brim of his hat and looked at the irritated but calm blonde and the relatively phlegmatic mentor. They sang together. Hiruzen chuckled again and shook his head. This Byako is really something. To put Hitaki like that. Talent, nothing else. He taught him punctuality. Kakashi is late no more than half an hour. That's already progress, although it's been less than a year. And he also corrected his complete indifference to everything happening around him. From now on, Hitaki at least somehow began to resemble a normal person. Will C rank be enough? The Hokage raised an eyebrow, exhaling a whitish stream of smoke. Naruto winced and took a short breath, holding it. Hitaki only smiled under his mask, closing his eye. Of course, Hokage-sama. I would even say that it is possible to issue a mission in the remote regions of the Land of Fire and its borderlands. It seems to me, the mentor patted the blonde's shoulder, to which he received a withering look from a piercing blue eye. Naruto-kun has been sitting in Konoha for too long. Look how nervous he has become. Tilda. Kakashi pulled back his hand, which was almost slashed by a kunai, accompanied by a muffled guttural growl. You see, Hokage-sama, he is already attacking people. Haruka only glanced worriedly at Uzumaki, and then turned his gaze to the Hokage, who was grinning at something. Haruka, please. The brown-haired man perked up and nervously clutched the stack of missions of the required rank in his hands, ready to offer more suitable ones. Escorting convoys to the Land of Wind. Sooner. It seems there was something like that there. A quick glance of eyes framed by old wrinkles was directed at Yumino. He nodded his head briskly and hastily began to rummage through the stack of requests for escorts. Please. The brown-haired man handed 2 light folders to the Hokage. He took the pipe, pressed it with his lips and inhaled the viscous smoke, quickly examining what was written. Well, you can easily take on 2 missions at once. The old man handed both folders to Hitaki. He lazily accepted them and also glanced at the contents of the text. Uzumaki looked into the folder and chuckled with satisfaction. A long mission. Will take a little more than a couple of weeks. Not bad. The walls of Konoha were already beginning to put pressure on his psyche. Naruto began to feel like all his energy was leaving him in these bustling streets of the village. An image of a rainy border village when Itachi had just begun his training involuntarily came to mind. What a genuine spark of pride and brotherly love Naruto had seen in his eyes. His fingers involuntarily slid over the scar under the thick dark blue bandage again. He immediately pulled his hand back and frowned. This was no time to indulge in nostalgia. What do you think, Naruto-kun? Uzumaki immediately snatched both folders from Hitaki's hands. Haruka choked on his indignation, but calmed down when he met Kakashi's sparkling gaze. The situation was hilariously amusing to him. As if Naruto was a wise mentor, and Hitaki was a stupid, careless student who didn't understand anything about missions or life in general. The Bear Country. The blonde raised an eyebrow. It's a long way to Suna. With a convoy it's at least 3 weeks. And this mission. He glanced at the second folder, quickly running his eye over the lines. Funny. Naruto grinned. And the tea country. Are you serious? By land. He seemed to be openly amused. Old man, I understand, the customer is always right and all that, but what are they thinking? Naruto-kun, hold your horses. Hitaki squeezed the child's shoulder in his fingers again. It's all right, Kakashi. The Hokage raised his hand in a conciliatory gesture. He's right about something. You see, Naruto, they say that some kind of terrible monster lives in those waters. All the fishermen and traders are afraid of it, preferring to fork out their money and go around. Smoke again escaped from the old, slightly cracked lips. That's ridiculous, Uzumaki objected, frowning. Who in their right mind would believe this nonsense? Nonsense or not, those places have a bad reputation for a reason. The Hokage shook his head. People won't talk about something without good reason. Yes, gossip and rumors are often just empty talk, but this isn't about stolen pots and walls painted with all sorts of obscenities. The old man grimaced strangely at these words. People's rumors are not empty sounds. Although for the most part they are lies. They like to embellish. However, there are grounds. There is soil under everything. Get to the point. Naruto handed the folders to his mentor, who boredly tucked them under his arm and pulled out an orange book, immersing himself in reading and not noticing the looks on him at all. Uzumaki only snorted dismissively and, snatching the novel from his mentor's hands, turned to the Hokage. Hitaki glanced at his student with displeasure, but remained silent. The details are unknown, but more than one ship disappeared there. Who knows, maybe a monster, maybe underwater rocks, maybe something else, Hiruzen shrugged, leaning back in his chair. Anyway, Naruto-kun, this doesn't concern us in any way, so choose. Uzumaki raised an eyebrow. Choose a mission. I'm relying on you. Come on. The Jinchuriki hesitated, mentally calculating the distance from one point to another. Old man, I thought you said that we could take on 2 missions at once. The Hokage smiled and nodded slowly. What's wrong, Kakashi ch? What are you looking at like that for? The blonde asked, catching Hitaki's displeased and slightly irritated gaze. Have some conscience and brains, the ash-haired man exhaled. Chasing 2 hares, as they say. You haven't completed a single serious mission yet, and you're rushing after 2 at once. We could split up. And how, may I ask? The mentor hid his hands in his pants pockets and leaned back a little. You and Sasuke are loners. You only need to practice teamwork, not work in pairs. You'll quarrel. And Sakura, I won't even say anything about her, you know that yourself. The blonde looked down, frowning. Hitaki, damn it, was right. Haruno's head was spinning and thoughts about Uchiha were driving him crazy. The brunette himself had no intention of working in the cooperative at all, well, and Uzumaki. There was no need to say anything about that. Naruto himself understood everything perfectly well, but he couldn't suppress his lively, unhealthy interest in the quickest escape from Konoha. And he really had sat there too long. Naruto carefully examined the trees in the area. He was tense, like a taut string. His light hair, caught by the wind, annoyingly climbed under his white mask into his eye, forcing Uzumaki to wrinkle his nose and hastily remove a strand from his forehead. A dry branch cracked somewhere. The blonde's ear almost twitched in the direction of the sound. His hand reacted faster than his eye, and a flock of shuriken quickly pierced the replaced log. Fast. Naruto frowned and took off in shunshin to the nearest tree, hiding in the foliage. He couldn't remain noticed. Even though his body was hidden by his usual cloak, and his face by his beloved mask, he couldn't shine, otherwise both Akatsuki and Itachi would have problems, and that couldn't be allowed. It couldn't be allowed. He didn't care about the organization, he didn't care about the mission, he didn't care about Team 7. The main thing was his brother's life. That was all. For the long time of absence from the organization's missions, Naruto received for the first time an order for surveillance and covert support of the spy Akasuna. The client is the puppeteer himself, who did not want to waste time on all sorts of nonsense. Moreover, Naruto's mission is exactly along the path of accompanying the spy. Who knows? That is why, having informed Sasori of his intentions regarding 2 missions at once, Uzumaki decided to take a mission from Akatsuki as well. Another reason to escape from his vigilant mentor. He kept quiet about how he managed to persuade Hitaki and Yumino, but he was able to get 2 missions at once and split Team 7 into 2 groups. Since Haruno is Haruno, Kakashi went with her. He is more experienced. In unforeseen cases, he will protect both the cargo and the customer, and Sakura. Naruto took Sasuke under his guardianship. Uchiha only snorted and looked with undisguised irritation at the mentor who gave the go-ahead for this matter. Now, while they had not yet set off, Uchiha, chin raised proudly, left in search of additional information and, as Naruto found out, the nearest vegetable shop, in particular, tomatoes. At this, Uzumaki only smiled bitterly. It seemed that it was in the Uchiha's blood to love tomatoes. Well, the Jinchuriki himself took on an additional mission from his mentor in medical techniques. The target, as far as was clear, had not noticed the surveillance, but someone was hot on its heels, besides Naruto. And this fact was not pleasing, so the blonde scanned the area for the presence of foreign chakra. Nothing. Either this pursuer was too far away, or he was hiding very skillfully. And this was not pleasing. Especially the second one. However, the pursuer could not suppress a certain thirst for blood, which Naruto clearly felt. He could recognize bloodthirstiness and cloying anticipation a mile away. But, as they say, it's not that simple. He felt it, but he couldn't determine the source of Uzumaki, alas. Therefore, he could only be on guard. True, in the last 20 to 30 minutes the pursuer caught up with the target. Naruto tried to throw him off the trail, but the latter stubbornly continued to catch up. He had to resort to extreme measures and attack. Although Naruto's figure, wrapped in his signature cloak, looked small and somewhat feeble, this was the Akatsuki uniform. They don't take just anyone there. That is why the pursuer, having recognized one of the members of the famous organization in the short enemy, reasoned sensibly and decided not to stick his nose into trouble. You never know what Akatsuki needed, and the target, as he decided, would not live long. And come what may. Uzumaki breathed a sigh of relief when the feeling of bloodlust receded. However, this whole situation was incredibly tense. The target would be on the road for at least 2 hours. And the mission from Konoha would begin the next day. In theory, Naruto was supposed to get some sleep today and replenish the strength that he had just wasted on the organization's mission. Sad. Naruto took a deep breath and broke into shunshin after the target. The mission was still there. Where have you been? The voice was cold, but no less irritated. Sasuke folded his arms across his chest and glared at the slightly taken aback blonde. What? Excuse me. Uzumaki coughed, taking off his shoes and placing them near the wall. Where have you been wandering around all night? Sasuke, are you really that stupid or are you just pretending? The Jinchuriki raised an eyebrow. The Uchiha grimaced and clenched the fabric of his cloak in his fingers, gritting his teeth. Where you were, the brunette said, almost growling, not taking his eyes off his partner. Training, Sasuke, training, Naruto waved his hand, covering his eye. He walked past the Uchiha, slightly brushing his shoulder. And you, just like a faithful wife, are waiting for your husband to come home from drinking. Oya oya, he cried out when several kunai almost slashed his face. Luckily, he dodged. It's not nice to attack from behind, especially an ally. The blonde lowered his voice and shot the brunette a barely covered irritated look. You're playing with fire, Sasuke. Watch out, don't get too carried away. You'll get burned. The senbon drew an even bloody stripe on the pale skin of the brunette's cheek, similar to the mustache on Uzumaki's cheek. A spark of fear flashed in Sasuke's eyes. But he didn't show it, he just stepped back. And Naruto chuckled. He's holding up, he's got good shinobi qualities. Itachi's blood. Itachi. Damn you. The Jinchuriki gritted his teeth and quietly exhaled. When are we leaving? Have you talked to the customer yet? Naruto looked expectantly at his partner. He narrowed his eyes and, snorting something unintelligible and abusive, turned away, calling for them to silently follow him. I was waiting for you, you bastard. Hey, Uzumaki said, offended. What if I had been killed in the forest in the confusion? Would you have waited for me a little and then gone to Kakashi-chan? That's a shame, Tilda. Let's go already, Uchiha growled and broke into shunshin. Naruto just shook his head and grinned. Unrestrained. Sasuke just needs to learn and learn. He's as far from Naruto's level as he is from the moon. Almost. And the Jinchuriki understood this well, but Sasuke himself. However, the blonde sometimes rushed around on Akatsuki missions, and he had practice, unlike the Uchiha. He also managed to pore over medical scrolls. True, with still poor chakra control. Energy, a ton, control, little. In the end, nothing good. There is progress, but it is somehow too close to zero. Still, something is slowing down development. And Naruto does not like this. The fox inside growled and decided to harm his vessel again. To spoil his life somehow. Uzumaki's throat was immediately scorched by a wave of hot air. The blonde immediately put on a suppressive seal and sighed with relief. The fire chakra made his throat dry and his head began to hum. It's not good. Naruto looked around. Noticing a jug of water on the table, he tipped the liquid into himself and contentedly wiped the rest with his sleeve. He could live. For now, he would need to go to the forest to let off some steam. Look, even Fox was seething with tension. His nerves were shot to hell, and now he had 2 more missions at once, not counting looking after the last Uchiha. It would be funny if it weren't so sad. Come in from the left. Uzumaki shouted. Uchiha only nodded briefly and rushed in the indicated direction. Naruto jumped to another branch and threw several shurikens at the target. A shadow from the bushes slid into the nearby trees. Sasuke gritted his teeth and sped up, trying to catch up with the target. However, it kept slipping away. How much more? The brunette growled, releasing kunai with fishing lines from his sleeves and advancing rapidly. The shadow darted to the side, avoiding the whistling line, waving its hand in the Uchiha's direction. A strip of sand slashed past his ear. Sasuke cursed under his breath and, his brows drawn together in concentration, threw several kunai at the target. They crashed into a wall of sand. An anticipatory smile stretched across Uzumaki's lips, and his eye narrowed. All the faces were familiar. When Sasuke was about to rush forward towards the target, the blonde grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back. Let go, idiot. He'll get away, Uchiha growled, breaking free from the grip. Gara, Uzumaki shook his head. Come out, stop throwing sand. I know you're here. Your chakra has given you away. Have you forgotten? The brunette glanced at his partner irritably, immediately turning his gaze to the bushes. A fiery crown with sand swirling around it smoothly appeared from the dark green. Then Sasuke saw piercing eyes of a pale green color, and then a strange grin. Naruto tilde. The stranger drawled. Uchiha looked worriedly at his partner, who, judging by the folds on his mask, was also tugging his lips in an anticipatory smile. And then he tensed up, stepping back slightly from him. How can I forget you? The redhead rushed at the blonde. Uzumaki rushed towards him. There was a clang of weapons. Two kunai collided, showering bright sparks. The grinding sound made Uchiha wrinkle his nose. However, he stretched out like a string, waiting for the right moment to rush into battle. Not so much to help his partner, but to finally defeat the enemy. He was tired of chasing him for half an hour. And then something happened that Sasuke did not expect at all. Byakuya grabbed the redhead by the shoulder and slammed his forehead against his. The stranger only growled disapprovingly and pushed the blonde away, muttering something under his breath. The latter, waving his palms, smiled lightly and nodded his head. Uchiha did not hear what they were whispering about, but their familiar relations aroused genuine interest, not to mention the irritation that for some reason overwhelmed the brunette completely. They had a mission, after all. Naruto, Sasuke growled, clutching a kunai in his hand. Who is this? Well, Uzumaki rubbed the back of his head and closed his eye. An old acquaintance. Konoha, Gaara snorted. What do you need in the land of wind? In fact, the blonde interrupted him, we are not yet in the land of wind, but only on the border. We are chasing a spy who was pursuing us. But what did the spy forget, running away from us, on the border of fire and wind? The boy shot an expectant glance at the Sandman. He shrugged. A mission, he said briefly, looking at the irritated brunette with displeasure. Meeting a convoy from the Bear Country, which, by the way, was left behind, he pointed his finger behind him. Unattended. Who said? The blonde raised an eyebrow. No time. The sooner, Sasuke began, but was successfully interrupted by Naruto. Yes, he waved it off and, grabbing his disgruntled partner by the elbow, he took off in shunshin, following Gaara. How do you know this? Guy. Sasuke looked at his partner expectantly, his brows furrowed. The other looked at him questioningly and shrugged. We met about a year and a half ago. Naruto looked up and rubbed his chin. We were not far from sooner then. What a creepy guy. Gaara. A dog, I think. Well, by the way, you're not that far from the truth. He really is creepy, as you put it. And there are reasons for that. And what kind of ones? The brunette raised an eyebrow. Curiosity killed the cat, Sasuke. And not just one. Uzumaki exhaled, rushing forward. The convoy was safely left under the care of the wind shinobi. Naruto glanced at the horizon and exhaled heavily. He was tired of this whole circus. How much longer would he have to keep an eye on this upstart? Although Sasuke was more or less loyal to him, and even his chakra had cooled down a bit, this did not mean that the blonde was enjoying his work. It was just a little easier. That's all. The boy stopped on a sand dune, taking a deep breath. The skin under his mask itched unpleasantly. Sweat was seeping out from under his headband with a protector. His hair was sticking to his face. And the hot desert air, driving the sand particles, hit his face. Naruto shrugged and looked at his silent partner, who stopped next to him. What happened to him? Uchiha asked quietly, putting his hands in the pockets of his shorts. He's a monster, Sasuke. Don't provoke him. I might not have time. An eloquent look towards the brunette made him think seriously. People like us have little time and patience. And he shuddered under the sharp icy blue eye. Don't play with fire, Sasuke. And if you're going to play, don't overdo it. If you get burned, it will be too late. The mission, unsurprisingly, was a success. Gaara kept shooting unreadable glances at his Konoha partners. Sasuke kept shrugging his shoulders and glancing sideways at the blonde. Naruto was somewhere far away. They had done their part of the job, which meant the main and final part was on the wind shinobi. They could relax. Already on the way back, before the Konoha members had left sooner, Uzumaki pulled Sobako up, leading him by the elbow around the corner. The red-haired man led his old acquaintance behind him, away from prying ears and eyes. Naruto noticed how he had grown up a little. even stretched a little, but he was still shorter than him. This couldn't help but please him. After all, the spirit of rivalry never died down, but sometimes it had to be suppressed in order not to get into trouble. Although, no, almost on par. Well, it's not scary, but it's a little offensive. Did you want something? Uzumaki began quietly, trying to look the Sandman in the eyes. He diligently pretended to be focused on the road and not intending to chat for now. The blonde sighed, but continued on his way in silence. Well, he knows how to wait. Sometimes. We're here, Gaara reported, turning to Naruto. Naruto raised an eyebrow, silently asking what was required of him. Why are you in Konoha? What's wrong with that? The blonde looked at the red-haired man in confusion. He frowned. You understood me perfectly. You are a free shinobi, so to speak. You didn't have a protector back then. And now you do. What are you trying to achieve? The sand swirled around the boy's feet, sometimes rising up, dousing the Jinchuriki with a wave of hot air and dry dust particles. I have. Naruto bit his tongue mid-sentence. Gaara, this is, in fact, disclosing other people's secrets. This secret is not mine. I was simply given a task. I am carrying it out. What claims? Thin light eyebrows came together on the bridge of the nose, and a blue eye filled with frosty cold. None at all, growled Sobakuno. Only I don't like it. And you? If it weren't for my brother, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this. But as it is, Uzumaki rubbed his neck. I don't know if you'll understand, but he's everything to me, and I'll do anything for him. Having attachments is stupid, Gaara chuckled, crossing his arms over his chest. Sure, but he saved my life. Twice. And then this. Naruto waved his hand in the direction they came from. And Konoha, complete heresy. That's all. And how much do you have? Gaara looked straight into his eyes. Emerald flashes of interest flared up in him, but were immediately drowned out by the blonde's incomprehension. You said it was the same. The scarlet-haired man explained. So how much? Oh, you mean that? Uzumaki remembered, showing the number 9 with his fingers. The dog's eyes widened uncontrollably and he stepped back a little. And you, as I understand it, the blonde showed one finger, and the Sandman just nodded. Well, it was funny, I guess. The first and the last, haha, Naruto grinned, shaking his head. The situation couldn't be funnier. Probably. The scarlet-haired man nodded and turned towards the exit. Wait, Naruto put his hand on his shoulder and stopped him. Gaara turned his gaze to his acquaintance and frowned. Here. Uzumaki handed the Sandman a dozen suppressive seals. As soon as you feel you'll understand, better activate them right away. It will be easier. For a while. At least you'll get some sleep, otherwise you won't be able to hide your bags even under an Anbu mask soon. Shukaku's Jinchuriki noticed the pebble in his garden and pursed his lips somewhat offendedly. Take care of yourself. Thank you, Gaara said emotionlessly and moved towards the exit of the alley. And the green eyes sparkled with something familiar, but no less painful for that. Naruto just leaned back tiredly against the alley wall. The mission and the conversation with the other Jinchuriki seemed to have sucked the last of his strength out. His eye under the bandage was pulsating unpleasantly. And Uzumaki's ass sensed that something terrible was about to happen. And there was no way to avoid it. Scroll 18. Fear yourself. Commentary on Scroll 18. Fear yourself. The author is still Lee. But seriously, then, nothing. I just couldn't write. I'll blame it on lack of inspiration and free time. Gomenosai. Don't be afraid to point out my mistakes in the public beta. Hiring a beta is very, very problematic for me, since I have a quirk. If you want something done well, do it yourself. But since my brain sometimes switches off, I miss typos and mistakes. So, please, don't be lazy and point out the mistake. Thanks from, enjoy reading. The heart pounded loudly against the cage of the ribs, and it seemed that they were about to crack. There was a hum and an unpleasant ringing in the ears. Naruto winced and quickly disappeared into the tree crown, trying not to breathe too much. Fire chakra flowed through the veins like boiling water, literally burning from the inside. Red flashes flashed across the skin, leaving redness and itching. Uzumaki jumped to another tree. Black spots flashed before his eyes, and his head jerked to the side. As did his whole body. The boy couldn't hold on and slid off the branch. The ground hit him in the back, knocking all the air out of his lungs. And darkness swallowed everything. He's back again, the fox rumbled, squinting his blood-red eyes dangerously. The slits of his pupils almost dissolved against the background of his irises. His grinning muzzle lay on his folded paws. His tails rolled restlessly behind the demon's back. What do you want? Blue eyes dug into the fangs of the nine tails. It grinned, spreading its oppressive key. The bug decided to talk to me. Fox rumbled. Uzumaki frowned. His muscles were almost shaking from the tension. His throat was scorched by fiery chakra. The demon roared in a growling, pinching voice. I'm not a jailer, the blonde shrugged, not taking his eyes off the nine tails' grinning face. Where do you think we are? I told you. I'm not a jailer. I didn't want to have. The boy felt like a ball of irritation was heating up inside him. And it was growing and growing and growing, scorching his throat with heat and acid. I didn't want to be a vessel. I didn't want to. I wasn't scared. Growling from the hysteria rising in his throat, which was catching his breath, he could barely control himself. I didn't want anything. As such, I didn't want it. The fox narrowed his eyes, bristling his whiskers. He literally enjoyed the unclouded irritation of his vessel. Maybe not hatred, but bright negative emotions. This was already something other than fear and discontent. A contented, seething rumbling rose up his throat. The demon fidgeted in place, watching the jinchurikis tossing and turning. I didn't ask. Uzumaki croaked, swallowing the sounds and clutching his throat. His mouth was dry from the heat inside. The boy wheezed under the satisfied roar of the biju. The fox reached out with chakra to its host, wanting to possess him completely, but the boy shouldn't. Burst into tears. The child curled up into a ball and screamed, straining his vocal cords. The fox pressed his ears to his head from the sharp and irritating ringing in his head. Naruto grabbed his head, digging his fingers into his skin and hair, almost tearing them out. Shut up, Nine-Tailed growled, tucking his tails in frustration. He shuffled his paws across the floor, showing his dislike for the situation. The thick bars clanged loudly under the onslaught of his huge black claws. Shut up. Uzumaki only shrank even more, but still fell silent. His voice grew into a drawn-out howl, interrupted by rare sobs. His throat hurt, his eyes were cut, and his temples were squeezed with a sharp pain. The boy had no doubt who exactly was to blame for his condition. But he didn't want to ask for mercy. Ahwah. Enough. A quiet whisper escaped from dry lips, lashing at Fox's ears like a whip. The boy took his bloody fingers away from his head, feeling thick, warm drops rolling down his neck. He shuddered and hugged himself. Stupid child. It was strange, but the tongue could not call the vessel anything else, due to the irritation that had rolled over him. Now it was not like that. The nine-tailed one growled dully in frustration and threw the blonde, who had curled up into a small ball, out of his consciousness and into reality. The latter, without returning to his normal state, fell into a deep faint on the training ground in the dense bushes. There were bloody trails down his neck and the bandage was soaked with tears. Naruto woke up only the next morning. He was completely frozen and had bloody streaks on his neck and face. And his fingers were dirty and brown. Also covered in dried blood, most likely. And his head was splitting from terrible pain. Nausea was creeping up his throat. And his throat was torn, as if a boy was swallowing broken glass by the handful. He took a deep breath of cold air and immediately began to cough heavily, tearing his throat to shreds. Shit, Uzumaki croaked and began to rise on wobbly legs, holding onto the tree trunk. The rough bark scratched his palms and back, even through his clothes. The blonde grabbed his throat and, limping, dragged himself toward the house. The quarter of the slaughtered clan greeted him with the same dull empty houses and dusty roofs. However, Naruto had neither the desire nor the strength to look around. He was simply so tired that he was ready to fall asleep in the middle of the road. And you can't say that he slept for a long time. Although it's hard to call it sleep. Fainting, probably, or pain shock. The boy crawled into the house, not closing the door tightly, and collapsed right in the hallway. Waking up again in his inner world, Uzumaki sighed bitterly and slid down the damp wall into the water. His pants immediately became soaked with cold moisture, causing waves of goosebumps to break out on his skin. The boy shrugged his shoulders, trying to drive the chakra through his body, but it seemed to go nowhere, simply dissipating outside the body. He spat on this matter and shrank, shuddering from the cold and hopelessness. He's lost again. And damn, Naruto doesn't know what to do again. The fox was still lying behind the bars of the cage, waiting for the jailer. He twitched his whiskers and closed his eyes. There was time to think about the situation a little. First, the vessel is not under his, the nine tails, control. Something is preventing direct penetration into the mind. Most likely, the seal of the fourth. Or the chakra of the Jinchuriki's parents, sealed together with the fox in the boy himself. Secondly, the irritation with the stupid child did not go away, but it did not increase either. No, the beast was irritated, of course, but not like that. He was furious because he could not understand what was happening to him. Chakra was boiling inside, demanding an outlet, but the jailer diligently suppressed it with seals. And the fox was forced to stew in his own hatred. And this, frankly, is very, very unpleasant. And there is plenty of time to analyze his actions and understand the mistakes. Third, now the fox doesn't know what he wants from a pathetic little human. For the Bayou, this was unexpected. To swallow him whole, and that's all. The Nine Tails would have thought so before, but now, he couldn't. He just couldn't. There was something about the jailer. Something. And it wasn't the cursed eye at all. Kaguya with the Sharingan, but eyes. Yes, still eyes. They're strange, this child. Damn, and just recently he was a bug for the demon. And nothing else. The demon twitched his ear and sniffed, flaring his nostrils. The boy was already in the corridors of consciousness. Sitting somewhere and shaking with sobs, probably. QB snorted dismissively. People are their own problem. And no biju can compare to human hatred. The seals didn't help. Naruto realized this especially clearly when he felt the fox's poisonous chakra, which had escaped control, corroding his skin. No seals could suppress it. At all. Uzumaki panicked. For the first time, nothing helped. His soul was paralyzed by fear, and his body by pain. And he couldn't breathe in or out. He was scared. A seething roar escaped from his throat involuntarily, vibrating in his throat. His chest began to be torn from the inside, either by a cough or by hot rods. And Naruto fell back into his own world. The world where the fox was raging in a huge cage. The nine-tailed beast narrowed its eyes dangerously, bared its teeth, and revealed sharp fangs. The fur on the back of its neck stood on end, and its tail slowly rolled behind the bijuu's powerful back. Its long ears were slightly pressed to its head, as if the demon was it ready to listen. Naruto shook his head. No, never. Uzumaki fell into the inner world with enviable consistency, almost every day. Fortunately, there were practically no missions, and if there were, they were trivial. After memorable tasks, the seventh team was given, so to speak, a vacation at their own expense. Uchiha snorted, stuck his nose up in the air and went to his place or to the training grounds, to train. Sakura sighed and jumped like a goat after Sasuke-kun, however, sometimes she also took an interest in training her spirit and body. And Naruto. Naruto began to notice more and more often that the fox had become much calmer and, dare I say it, more docile. No, the nine-tailed fox was still indignant, growling gutturally, forcibly pulling in and throwing the Jinchuriki out of the inner world. But it had stopped threatening. At least, threats no longer made such a strong impression on the blonde as they had in the beginning. The demon was becoming something familiar, ordinary, inseparable, and, to be honest, it scared Naruto. However, this was the least of his problems. The fox snorted, bristling his whiskers. He raised his muzzle to the ceiling, looking down at the Jinchuriki. He stood straight, stubbornly lifting his chin. And he was worried. And he felt no fear. The boy steadfastly looked into the beast's blood-red eyes and pursed his lips, not knowing where to begin. The blonde took a deep breath, closing his eyes. Uzumaki slowly pulled off the bandages and masks, exposing his face. Why? A quiet whisper escaped from the bitten lips along with a whistling exhalation. Breathing without fabric turned out to be very unusual. And strange. The demon raised one ear. Why do you hate me so much? And the boy's eyes were still strange. And it wasn't even that instead of one there was a sealed Sharingan. But such a contrast between black and sky blue was strange. Naruto himself was strange. You are my jailer, Kyubi growled lazily, as if reluctantly moving his tongue. The tails rolled leisurely along the floor of the cage. The bars, like golden columns, went into the darkness of the ceiling. It was damp, and for some reason, the fox felt that this prison was his own. You stand between me and freedom. A seething voice thundered under the vaults of the hall. Uzumaki retreated slightly, clenching his fists until his fingers went numb. A cramp shot through his wrists. Why do you hate me? The blonde repeated stubbornly. The nine-tailed fox pursed his lips, starting to get irritated. A disgruntled growl escaped from his throat against his will. Kyubi pressed his ears to his head. The pupils cut the scarlet iris with thin strokes. The boy squinted. Sparks of the Sharingan flashed in his right eye. It seemed to the fox that a black shuriken was spinning around the cold pupil. The nine-tailed fox abruptly brought his muzzle closer to the bars of the cage and breathed hot air straight into the boy's face. He recoiled. Remember, jailer, the fox drawled quietly enough, rolling the sounds on his tongue. He sniffed the emanations of fear. It's not me you should be afraid of. Not demons. Not wars. It's people you should be afraid of. It's yourself you should be afraid of. The Bayou pulled away just as abruptly, disappearing into the darkness of the cage. Naruto felt his head spinning from the beast's vibrating voice. The boy shook his head, as if trying to clear the illusion. You didn't answer the question. Uzumaki suddenly jumped up, approaching the cage closely, trying to spot the 9 tails. But only this part of the hall was visible, as if there was absolutely no light on the other side of the pillar's bars. A chuckle rolled through the hall. It's not my hatred. I'm just directing it, stupid prisoner. Fear yourself. There is no one more terrible than people. Naruto felt like the ground was slipping out from under his feet. Scroll 19. Surely it can't get any worse, right? Commentary on Scroll 19. Surely it can't get any worse, right? I promised to explain the situation with the rescued people. Here I am. But, apparently, I simply couldn't do more. 1. From Japanese Kuro. The same Chernishka or Chernish, as I understood, and since sometimes children's fantasy on names is quite, let's say, banal, then. In general, that's it. And to invent something super duper unusual. Simple and easy. But I got a bit confused with the names of the kittens. Supeku, Spot. Yozora, Night Sky, Hutora, Tiger. Guys, well, I decided to reread the story a little bit from the beginning. God, I'm so ashamed. I didn't really understand how ambiguously I was writing some scenes. And now, after reading Slash and Omgavis Fix, I realized what kind of hints there were. I sat there, blushed and laughed, realizing that I was the one writing this nonsense. I'm ashamed. Just ashamed. Especially for Naruto in one of the scenes preceding the formation of the 7th team. Sorry for the long delay, but, in general, I have become somehow distant from this fandom, alas. Therefore, I am trying to re-enter it and not screw it up too much. Sorry for such a small volume, but I couldn't do more. And I simply didn't have the strength to torture the chapter any further. You could say that this is a transitional chapter, even a small digression to dispel the slightly gloomy atmosphere. Otherwise, I'm somehow exaggerating with the tragedies. Enjoy reading for those who haven't yet given up on this, so to speak, work. When Fox calmed down in the cage, Naruto managed to catch his breath. Just a couple of days of long and sound sleep allowed the bruises under his eyes to disappear, and his skin to take on a healthy color, and not a sickly gray-yellow. The boy stretched out on the bed, wrapping his legs in the blanket. For some reason, a quiet life seemed the most worthwhile to him at that moment. And he didn't want to remember anything. Even, what was especially strange, about his brother. Itachi hadn't been in touch for quite a while. There was reason to think. However, Sasori sent a message and a request to get some herbs, distracting him from thinking and inaction. The puppeteer could have found them himself, in principle, but he didn't. Of course, Akasuna explained this by the lack of time and the unwillingness to waste it. Uzumaki snorted. For some reason, the renegade's excuses seemed far-fetched to him. He stopped believing in them, simply following the call of intuition, but without asking unnecessary questions. And he felt something like trust and affection for Sasori, even brotherly sympathy. It seemed, at the very least, strange. The flow of thoughts was interrupted by Kuro, 1, who poked her muzzle into the blonde's side. The boy ran his fingers through the shiny blue-black fur. The cat purred contentedly and began to cuddle. The measured vibrating sound resembled the peals of a biju's voice, but Uzumaki pushed these thoughts away. Kuro is Kuro. And even though the stray cat still roamed freely throughout Konoha, she had a sign that she had an owner. A small silver bell on a bright blue ribbon dangled around her neck. The same blue as Kuro's eyes. The boy stood up and started getting ready for training. In a couple of weeks they were promised a mission of at least C rank, so they needed to prepare. And keep an eye on Sasuke. Naruto hadn't been up to Itachi's main mission for the last week. His brother had completely cut off contact, without any explanation. Just a statement of fact, like, that's it, you can't get in touch anymore. And a few suppressive seals to boot. Naruto sighed and collapsed into a chair, waiting for the whistle of the boiling kettle. Kuro settled herself on his lap, running her claws over the fabric of his pants. The boy, without noticing it, began to stroke his pet. He couldn't help but remember how he had run away with the box of kittens back to the village. Then Kakashi had come to give him, Naruto, a dressing down, but the blonde hadn't even let his mentor in, slamming the door. And Kuro, then still nameless, but no longer homeless, had been cautiously examining her new place of residence, sniffing and looking warily at the door. She had been glaring at the blonde for 2 more days, cautiously touching the food left near the box. Then Kuro got her name. As did her children, whom Bayako wanted to give away to good hands, but he remembered how he lived in Konoha, and decisively changed his mind. After all, he trusted himself much more than anyone from the hidden village. Tora, a plump dark kitten with already formed stripes all over his body. He really did look like a tiger with piercing golden orange eyes. Supeku, a white, nimble lump of soft fur with a large red spot on his back, spreading even to the sides. He poked his curious pink nose everywhere. And her ear was also gray. Smart, shameless little eyes, it seemed greener than the leaves. And the little timid Yozora. Like his mother, black, but his eyes were blue. The whole way he follows his owner like a tail, staying behind, and as soon as Naruto turns around, he immediately hides, and only his tail sticks out from behind the door frame. He reminded Uzumaki of himself. He also followed his brother around at first and hid clumsily, but continued to catch up with Itachi. And he got to the liver, and, it seems, gave Uchiha a couple of gray hairs, but he did not reduce the pressure. He just did not know how. The boy grinned and called his little furry family to him. The kittens crawled out from where? True, Tora jumped off the windowsill, apparently, he was outside. They immediately began to purr and threw themselves at the feet of their owner. Each of them had a ribbon with a bell around their neck. Naruto grabbed them all in his arms and couldn't help but smile. After all, they were his only outlet in this place. Konoha was pressing, the walls were pressing, the responsibilities were pressing, and there was simply not enough air. Catastrophically. The furry rascals began to toss and turn, trying to get affection, but there weren't enough hands. Naruto inhaled the smell of the street from Tora's fur and let the pets go with the intention of pouring them some milk and food. The kettle was boiling. They always had breakfast together. Bayako. Naruto turned around at the call and was surprised to note that it was Uchiha who called him. Strange. The blonde frowned, but stopped and even took a few steps towards Sasuke. Yes. The Jinchuriki examined the brunette. The conditionally last representative of his clan looked a little disheveled, but tried to keep all his impulses in check. What did you want, Sasuke? Sensei informed us that we were given a mission. To the land of waves, it seems. Uchiha tried to look more proud and maintain a detached and indifferent expression. It didn't work out very well. The brunette snorted and, without waiting for an answer, simply ran away in a shunshin. Naruto blinked, then shrugged. Let it be as Kakashi-chan said. A mission, so be it. Everything was still going at a more or less normal pace. And even Sasuke's chakra no longer seemed as grave icy as it had been at the beginning. That couldn't help but bring relief. But inside, a ball of doubt began to stir restlessly. Why all of a sudden? Pardon. Naruto blinked his eyes in confusion. And this drunk is their customer. No thanks. Grimacing, the blonde moved away. Sakura pulled her hand away from her face so as not to pinch her nose. Not polite. The Uchiha moved sideways to the open window. I think I missed it. Old man, what are you talking about? The Hokage blew out a stream of smoke and thoughtfully bit his pipe. Hiruzen looked at Team 7. Yeah, these shinobi have very little courtesy. Like the mentor, like the protégés. And Hatake leaned against the wall and stared at a book with an orange cover. Occasionally glancing at his team. Haruno slowly crawled to the window after Uchiha. Only Bayako didn't pay attention to the smell, apparently he was so shocked by. Tazuna. Are you sure these brats can protect me? The man feigned insulted innocence. However, there was something nervous in his sweeping movements. Naruto glared at him and narrowed his eye. The iris darkened. More than, Hiruzen chuckled. Uchiha looked at his team strangely. He didn't like all of this. Maybe it was his pride, or maybe something else, but he somehow didn't want to go to the land of waves. The disgust in Sakura's gaze completely justified all of Sasuke's doubts. The kunoichi, surprisingly, didn't even look at Bayako like that. Although for some reason he really irritated her. Why? Sasuke looked at Naruto. He seemed confused. He must have fallen into the astral plane. He didn't expect such a task. But no, look how the chakra flared. All the fumes blew out the window. Sasuke sighed with relief. For some reason, his partner's gloomy look towards the bridge builder made him gloat internally. Either at Bayako, or at the customer's elongated face, or at the whole situation as a whole. Uchiha allowed himself to chuckle and, having listened to Hatake's instructions, set off to get ready for the journey. The journey was long, his mood was zero, and his fellow travelers were even worse. It certainly couldn't get any worse. Right. The day promised to be hard and hot. A fiery flower was blooming over Konoha.